While others could only fuse with a single monster, I could fuse with 9.99 million. Moreover, the first monster I fused with was Godzilla, possessing a king's bloodline. Yet, even after awakening such a top-tier talent, I was mocked by everyone as a good-for-nothing. This was only because the world's evaluation system was too primitive to comprehend my terrifying potential. At that moment, as a reincarnator, I abruptly opened my eyes. Before I could get a clear view of my surroundings, a stream of unknown information flooded into my mind. It turned out this was a high martial world called Blue Star, a world frequently invaded by terrifying monsters through secret realms. These terrifying magical beasts had already destroyed several nations. Through a long struggle, humanity developed a magical beast gene system. By injecting magical beast genes, one had a chance to unlock a genetic talent and become a martial artist, which was the only way to save human civilization. Thus, the entire Blue Star entered an era where martial prowess stands above all. It turns out that the protagonist I transmigrated into is named Ihi, currently a prospective martial artist about to take his college entrance exams. His parents had an accident during his second year of high school, which caused the original host to lose all motivation for cultivation and studies, making him the bottom-ranked student in his class. Just as I was pondering what to do next, the balding head teacher strode onto the podium. "Students, are you ready? We are about to begin injecting the genetic modification serum. Please have confidence in yourselves. Your 3 years of hard work, strengthening your bodies and cultivating martial energy have all been for this day." After his instructions, the head teacher led us to the gene injection hall. On the tables in the hall were several metal cases containing the gene awakening serum. This serum contained the original genes of all the magical beasts ever recorded by human martial artists. After injection, one would absorb one of these genes to awaken. Generally, the stronger the physique, the stronger the magical beast gene awakened. The students in the class began their injections one by one. After the injection, steam rose from their skin, and they all howled in agony. Shortly after, I plunged the needle into my body, but after waiting for a long time, I found there was no expected pain, not even the slightest change. Just then, Huang Tong, who had already completed her awakening, walked over gloating, "Look everyone, it seems he didn't awaken anything. You can just go home and wait to die." Suddenly, my heart suddenly began to beat violently, and an interface appeared in my mind. I had acquired the infinite monster template. As the prompt sounded, my heartbeat reached its absolute limit. A flash of deep blue light flickered in my eyes, and an irrepressible roar with an overwhelming aura erupted from within me. Students nearby had gotten knocked down, and those far away were able to notice a stronger presence than themselves. This was the A-rank template, Godzilla. However, this currently only had a 3% compatibility. Huang Tong, being the closest, foamed at the mouth and fainted. As the pressure vanished, I found the other students on their knees for me, but I could only apologize for making a scene. Just then, a broadcast announcement sounded, requiring all awakened third-year high school students to proceed to the testing building to test their awakened magical beast genes and martial arts level. By stepping inside the gene breakthrough detection device, all the necessary information would be displayed. There was Li Xinyuan with a third-tier magical beast bloodline, Swift Spine Bug. Chu Zhou with the top-tier bloodline, Ice Elemental Dragon, and as well as being a level 9 martial apprentice. Lu Qingzhu, another level 9 martial apprentice, had a stage 4 bloodline, the Nether Sparrow. However, I was curious as to why their awakened monster templates were classified by tiers like 3rd and 4th, unlike mine which was considered A-class. Soon, it was my turn for the bloodline assessment. Everyone looked at me as if I were an idol, providing me a clear path to the machine. After all, in this world, strength was everything. I had displayed terrifying potential, naturally earning everyone's respect. The crowd hyped up my assessment, which Chu Zhou had taken notice of. Soon, my information appeared on the big screen, but to everyone's surprise, it only showed basic information. So he's only a level 3 martial apprentice. Even my little brother could beat him up. Others pointed out that my unknown bloodline meant I had none at all, and the popularity I had gained had immediately disappeared. However, this was all within my expectations. Godzilla wasn't detected, but it did trigger a prompt from the infinite monster template. Although my template's level was different from theirs, it meant that as long as I met the conditions, I could draw monster templates an infinite number of times. Since this is the case, then I can become the king of monsters. Afterward, I found my head teacher and asked for a leave of absence, stating that I wanted to participate in special training and would return before the college entrance exam. The head teacher sighed and approved my leave. "I know you've awakened a bloodline, but your foundation is too weak, making it difficult to pass the exam. But don't be anxious. You can always repeat a year and try again next year." After sincerely thanking the head teacher, I left the school and headed for the Anqing Martial Artist Center. On the way, I withdrew the 600,000 my parents left me, and adding the 1 million from their accident compensation, I now had a considerable amount of starting capital. Currently, I had 2 options to increase my strength. One was to raise my martial artist level, and the other was to increase Godzilla's template compatibility. According to the information from the infinite monster template, each template initially had only 1 point of compatibility, but Godzilla had 3 points already. It meant that Godzilla had absorbed the potency of the gene awakening serum, providing 2 points of compatibility. This meant that the gene science serums in this world could enhance my template abilities. Rather than training to death, I can just spend money to improve effortlessly. After swiping my student ID, I entered the Martial Artist Center. Since installing Godzilla's template, I also gained a unique sensory ability, a life magnetic field, allowing me to clearly feel the roaring energy in blood and the beastly howls within the bloodlines of the martial artists around me, burning like furnaces. This enhanced my fighting spirit. After all, the legendary Godzilla was destined to conquer all life as the king of monsters. Just then, a hand rested on my shoulder. "Young man, don't casually peek at others." "I'm sorry, miss. I didn't mean to. I'm here to buy genetic medicine, but this place is too big, and I can't find it. Can you point me in the right direction?" She lectured me about how much a potion would cost, which greatly surprised me. However, she also gave me a business card so I could get a discount. After thanking her, I followed her directions to the Martial Artist Hospital, where I spent 1,450,000 on 4 gene potions. With the remaining money, I bought some basic equipment and weapons. After returning home, I eagerly began injecting the potions. The pale blue liquid was pushed into my body, flowing through my blood to every limb. Godzilla's compatibility increased from 3% to 7%, and my constitution constitution rose from the original 8 to 15. Leveling up feels amazing. However, there was diminishing returns with each shot of the potion. The stronger my body gets, the harder it is to enhance, but it was still good. In just a few minutes, I had achieved what would take others 3 years of hard cultivation. It's like I activated cheat mode. Time quickly passed to the next day. I packed up and set off for a pre-selected secret realm rift. Secret realm rifts were divided into 6 levels, from S to E, with higher levels containing more powerful magical beasts. I entered the Anqing number 3 E-rank secret realm. There were fewer people here than I expected, perhaps because the secret realm had been open for a long time. After completing the procedures, I arrived at the entrance secret realm rift. This is the beginning of my rise to become the king of monsters. Saying this, I jumped right into the rift. After arriving, I looked up at the sky and saw 3 incredibly huge planets hanging in the sky. Although I had learned about the appearance of secret realms from textbooks, it couldn't compare to seeing it in person. Just then, a creature quietly approached from the grass behind me. It was a first-tier magical beast, the Bladefang rabbit. The Bladefang rabbit lunged at me at great speeds. However, I simply dodged sideways and grabbed its head. Did you think I couldn't sense you with my life magnetic field? Then finally, I crushed it with a squish. After the Bladefang rabbit died, only a white magic core was left behind. Its common quality, worth about 1,000 yuan at most. However, collecting too many first-tier magical beast cores was also pointless. It would be best to find second-tier or higher magical beasts. As soon as I had that thought, a second-tier magical beast, a demon corpse bug, suddenly burst from the ground. Speak of the devil, I chuckled as I drew my weapon. In a flash, I slashed a large gash in its abdomen. Compared to the steel-like carapace on its back, the soft armor on the demon corpse bug's abdomen was clearly easier to penetrate. The demon corpse bug charged at me as a spiky curled ball. I immediately channeled my martial arts and unleashed hyper beam, stopping the demon corpse bug in its tracks. Then it flung 2 scythe-like fangs at me. I barely dodged the projectiles and immediately created distance. After all, without powerful martial arts to assist me, I couldn't handle this bug at my current martial artist level. I have to use my cheat. Legendary Godzilla bloodline, activate. The next moment, my skin turned a deep blue, my pupils shone like sapphires, and a layer of hard scales covered my arms. The empowerment had reached all the way to 21 points. In an instant, I was right at the demon corpse bug's head, slashing and flashing from the inside. I pierced all the way through the creature. In mere moments, I completely crushed the second-tier demon corpse bug. I deactivated the Godzilla form, but my body began to vent the excess heat, surrounding me with a large amount of steam. Looking at the demon corpse bug's green magic core, I suddenly had the idea to swallow it. Feeling a primal urge from my body, I didn't hesitate and swallow the magic core in one gulp. The magic core was then absorbed into my body, and surprisingly, Godzilla's compatibility had increased by 0.3%. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. A gene potion that cost hundreds of thousands only increased my compatibility by 1%, while a second-tier magical beast's core could provide 0.3%. 3 or 4 of them were equivalent to 1 potion. Damn it, I wasted money on those potions. Turning my grief into motivation, I decided to hunt all night. Utilizing the life magnetic field, I located more of the magical beasts. Time quickly passed to noon the next day. I walked out of the number 3 secret realm with a sack full of magic cores. After my compatibility reached 9%, swallowing white magic cores provided very little increase, so it was better to sell them for money. In total, there were 20 white magic cores and 4 green ones. After selling them all, I got nearly 200,000 credits. Currently, in Anqing City's number 4 D-rank secret realm, a group of martial artists was preparing to embark on a mission, but due to lacking one member, they had to hire someone from the agency. The team leader, Lin He, introduced me. You're the level 9 martial apprentice, Dadzilla. I couldn't enter a D-class secret realm as a student, so I had an illegal agency to create a fake identity for me. Dadzilla is a weird name to have. Anyway, as a level 9 martial apprentice, you're indeed not qualified to enter a D-rank secret realm. Our team can give you a chance to observe and learn, but you must not hold us back. After the 6-person team was ready, they got into an off-road vehicle and drove straight into the secret realm rift. This time, after entering the secret realm, what appeared before them was a boundless desert. The bounty mission Lin He and his team had accepted was to find a secret realm plant called the Blood Jade Flower. This was their second time entering this secret realm. Last time, they had successfully located the general area of the Blood Jade Flower, which was guarded by a second-tier, general-level magical beast. Just then, a pack of earth demon rats appeared to chase their vehicle. However, Hood was there to easily take care of them, throwing multiple daggers infused with martial energy towards the chasers, hitting accurately at the heads of the magical beasts. The martial energy exploded on impact as the vehicle continued to drive away. Soon after, the vehicle stopped near an oasis in the desert. The Blood Jade Flower Land he was looking for was in the oasis. Because the monsters in the oasis were very sensitive, the engine sound of the off-road vehicle would surely be detected, so everyone got out and proceeded on foot. As the team leader, Lin He began assigning tasks. Xiao Xia, in a bit, you'll set off a flashbang to lure that beast out. Xiao Wu, Hood, you set up traps. Old Lu, provide suppressive fire. I'll handle the frontal assault. Dadzilla, you can just watch for now. After the assignments were given, everyone began to act. A flashbang soared into the air, releasing a thunderous boom and a pheromone mixed with a high-level magical beast scent. Before long, the second-tier magical beast, the Earth Dragon, emerged from deep underground. After a well-executed plan, Lin He was able to cut off the Earth Dragon's head. It fell to the ground as the members gathered together. Let's keep moving forward. Just then, the arm of the dragon loomed over Lin He. Fortunately, I had been on guard and reacted instantly, delivering a full-powered hyper beam that completely finished off the Earth Dragon. Everyone was shocked that a mere martial apprentice like me had the power to shake a second-tier magical beast. This strength earned their recognition, and they no longer saw me as a burden but as a comrade. Soon, we found the mission's target in the center of the Oasis Lake, a blood jade fruit. In addition to the fruit, we also managed to harvest the Earth Dragon's magic core. Just as Lin He was overjoyed, a sudden change occurred. A team member, Hood, launched a surprise attack with a poison dagger, stabbing him in the abdomen. Hood, what are you doing? Then, a tough-looking bald man appeared. The bald man's name was Huapeng. He specialized in robbing martial artists of their spoils from secret realm explorations. Lin He clutched his abdomen. How did you know about this place? Huapeng. However, I deduced deduced that the daggers from before had the necessary information. Hood didn't waste words. He threw a dart first, aiming right at me. I grinned, the fighting spirit in my eyes blazing like a beacon. It seems like I need to take out the trash. Just then, Hood unleashed a barrage of daggers towards me. However, I easily blocked the attack with a great roar. Hood took the opportunity to close in, spinning in midair. Perfect chance to try out my new skill. From the tips of my finger, a beam pierced through Hood's heart. Hood's mangled body fell to the ground. A gene technique? Which bloodline are you from? I'm from the Godzilla clan. Are you going to kneel and beg for mercy? Even with gene techniques, you can't close this massive martial gap. Bloodline activation. Violent Dreadbear. Hwapeng grew massive in size, like the Dreadbear itself, unleashing the martial technique. Peak Shaker. In a flash, I ducked and my fingers once again shot a beam at Hwapeng's least defended ankle, but still, his arms sweeping like great pendulums as I dodged this attack. However, his pursuit was relentless, and his giant hands came together again, aiming to crush me. Clapping together, the force was enough to send shockwaves. Are you done? Because it's my turn now. With the core fused, mountain crushing fist technique, my fists were coated in blue martial energy, as a barrage of blue fists crashed into the bear-like Hwapeng. Before long, he reverted back into human form, beaten into a bloody pulp. You even have a gene technique with poisonous gas. How despicable. A wicked martial artist like you will surely be punished. I curse you. More and more people keep cursing me. Who do you even think you are? 9 days passed in a flash. Today, the National College Entrance Exam had finally begun. Hello, students. This year's General Higher Martial Arts School enrollment is about to begin. I would first like to wish you all great martial fortune. The college entrance exam will use a tournament system. Students will compete against each other in pairs on the arenas, and the winner will advance to the next round. The exam will last for 3 days. The first 2 days are for the selection rounds, and only students who advance will participate on the third day. Each student must fight 3 matches in the selection rounds. Students who enter the promotion rounds will continue to compete until this year's top scholar is chosen. You carry the future of humanity on your shoulders. For yourselves, and for humanity, please show your strength in the college entrance exam. I declare the Anqing City College entrance exam officially open. As his words fell, many candidates began to ascend the arenas. One after another started to fight one another. On arena number 6, the contestants were me and Huang Tongtong. However, I had not yet arrived. The Gene Assembly was the greatest humiliation of my life. I was thinking my raging fire lizard could properly humiliate Ihi, but that piece of trash is too scared to even show up. How boring. At the same time, gossip started in the crowd that I was a coward shivering in bed. However, as the referee was about to disqualify me, the martial artists in the arena sensed an incoming presence. Like a smoking blue meteorite, I was flying through the sky, descending towards the arena. What the hell is going on? In an instant, my foot was inches away from Huang Tongtong, and I had kicked her out of bounds with great force. That was close. I almost needed to come back next year. The crowd cheered for my show of strength, but I was reveling at my newly attained 20% compatibility and 226 points in overall fitness. Linny had given me the blood jade fruit as a thanks, and I had naturally absorbed it. After easily defeating Huang Tongtong, I continued to fight 2 more rounds against others, winning all 3 matches. Each victory was secured with a single kick. Unsurprisingly, I successfully entered the promotion rounds. Many recruiters came up to me. However, I confidently declared that I wanted to enter Imperial University. They finally dismissed me, but it was because they did not believe that I could do it. After noticing my performance, several examiners approached me. Student Ihi, please cooperate with us. We need to retest your martial artist level now. Level 9 martial apprentice. Student Ihi, you were only a level 3 martial apprentice half a month ago. We even discovered you had frequented an E-rank secret realms. Why would you do such a thing? Hearing this, I spun a wild tale to temper myself. Before my dad passed away, he left me with a saying, to surpass humanity, one must abandon their humanity. So I kept going to secret realms to fight. In battle after battle, I broke through my gene lock. What? You broke through your gene lock? This is a big deal. We need to report it immediately. With that, I felt as if I had inexplicably become a person of interest. On the day of the promotion rounds, I stepped onto the arena. My opponent this time was Luo Xian from Anqing number 3 High School, a martial artist with an level 8 cultivation who had awakened a second-tier rare magical beast bloodline. You can make the first move. Seeing that he was being looked down upon, Luo Xian awakened his bloodline and used his martial technique, dashing lightning claw. His sharp claws aimed right at my throat. However, I had effortlessly grabbed his attacking claw. The momentum is good, but it's still far from that bald guy's charge, I said while raising my hand high in the air, then delivered a single hand chop to Luo Xian's head. The winner once again was me, Yi. Another instant knockout, and it was against the seated contestant Luo Xian. The live broadcast chat exploded. The absolute martial dominance I displayed had even ignited everyone's passion. Watching Luo Xian being carried off the arena by the medical staff, Chu Zhou's eyes filled with fighting spirit, as expected of the man I have my eye on. I must meet you in the finals. The head of admissions for Imperial University also saw my powerful performance on the live broadcast. I want all his information within half an hour. Just as my battle ended, the second match of the promotion rounds began in full swing. This was Kai Shaoling, known as the Queen of Anqing Second Senior High, while the opposing contestant was Lu Qingju, the unattainable flower of Anqing First Senior High. And so, the match had finally begun. In an instant, Kai Shaoling's leg was already sweeping towards Lu Qingju's neck. Let's see how long you can keep that straight face when I pin you to the ground. Lu Qingju responded with her family secret art, Sutra of Transient Splendor. Kai Shaoling's leg was almost enveloped by the water-like martial energy, but she just deflected off and gathered distance, and in an instant delivered the martial skill, Howling Gale Step. However, her palm stopped inches away from the Lin Qingju's waist, unable to advance further. Damn, it's a trap. The suction of the air didn't allow her to pull free. At this moment, Lu Qingju attacked for the first time with the profound yellow martial skill, Primordial Jade Finger. The martial artists who witnessed this on the live broadcast all widened their eyes. Kai Shaoling retaliated with her bloodline awakening, the Shadow Claw Tiger King. With a light tap of her foot, her body gracefully shifted over, creating distance. Show me your nether sparrow bloodline. Lu Qingju spoke her first words of the battle. This is enough. Kai Shaoling was thoroughly enraged. Facing the fiercely powerful palm strike, Lu Qingju used softness to overcome hardness. The force of Kai Shaoling's palm completely vanished. Unsuccessful in her first strike, Kai Shaoling used her powerful blood energy to shatter Lu Qingju's invisible threads, her small body leaping into the air for another kick. Seeing this, Lu Qingju once again used the profound yellow martial technique, Primordial Jade Finger. The jade-colored fingertip collided with the fiercely powerful kick. The two powerful streams of martial energy clashed, shattering the specially made arena beneath their feet. Hundreds of thousands of people watched nervously to see who would be victorious. As the dust settled, the first to appear was Kai Shaoling. She was covered in blood, swaying as she struggled, but finally collapsed from exhaustion. In contrast, Lu Qingju stood like an otherworldly fairy. Lu Qingju was victorious. Soon, the match is finished, and the top 8 advancement drawing ceremony had now began. I was the one to draw next, so you're Group A. I'm also in Group A, so it looks like we'll be facing each other. My name is Xinguan, from Qingfeng Private High School. Our match is the second on the arena. Let's watch them fight the first one. Luo Shi is very strong, but against that Chu Zhou, he still stands no chance. The winner of this bout was Chu Zhou of Anqing First Senior High. Compared to me, I'm the martial arts president of the 3rd year at Qingfeng Private High School. My other 2 companions combined probably couldn't beat me. Actually, in this college entrance exam, I think you are the strongest opponent. I've been particularly sensitive since I was a child. I can sense that you are like a dormant volcano with a giant beast inside you, but it seems like it's our turn now. The top 8 advancement tournament, the second match, Xinguan versus Yi. With the referee's command, Xinguan and I threw punches at each other simultaneously. Our fists collided in an instant, and the air buzzed as if from an explosion. Although a trickle of blood flowed from Xinguan's nose, he was extremely excited. A powerful martial energy formed a barrier on his body, blocking the nuclear radiation I released. Seeing this, my eyes were burning with endless fighting spirit. Then let me show you the martial art passed down through my Shin family for generations. Martial technique, Shaped Will Fist. Deer's Peak. His attack was way too fast. In a blink, he strongly hit my chest. I couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, my body thrown back dozens of meters. Xinguan once again attacked, taking the form of a great bear, his already large frame crashing into me as I blocked it with my arms. I broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Xinguan's physical attacks were infused with martial energy, causing double the damage. The next second, his fist wrapped around me, and suddenly, I was in a chokehold that could lock my martial energy. Next, with the form of an ape, he had thrown me high in the sky. Then crouching like a tiger, he landed a devastating uppercut at me. He continued his assault by diving like an eagle, slamming me deep into the ground. This series of combos left me with no way to fight back. The medical staff outside the arena were already preparing to enter and rescue me, but the next moment, Xinguan suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body, as if he had seen some world-destroying behemoth. From within the dust, an arm covered in scales stretched out, and then I appeared before everyone. Godzilla Bloodline Awakening. You are indeed very strong. As a reward, you are the first to witness me in this state. Hearing my words, Xinguan's pupils widened, and he stood there completely stunned. To the eyes of others, my bloodline awakening only meant one thing. I was a bloodline genius. To think your bloodline awakening is at such an overwhelming level. With my appearance, the energy sensor in front of the examiners began to emit a piercing sound. The sensors detected an ungodly amount of nuclear energy radiation. Together, they wrapped the arena with martial energy to prevent any leakage. During this, the spectators buzzed once again. It seemed like they did not know what my magical beast was, which made me realize that there was no being like Godzilla on Blue Star. Xinguan's nose started bleeding again. His martial arts barrier could not withstand the overwhelming radiation, so he had to end this quick. Bloodline Awakening, the Gold Star Ape Demon. Then he threw an attack directly at me. Martial technique, Formwell Fist, Snake Strike. Seeing this, I immediately used my own martial technique, Mountain Blocking Fist, to meet his attack. His arm was completely destroyed, but fortunately not shattered. You are outstanding, Xinguan, but unfortunately, you cannot change the outcome. This was the first time Xinguan had been at a disadvantage in a clash, but he didn't retreat. Don't get distracted, big man. I unleashed a barrage of attacks onto Xinguan. However, his arm, like a boneless snake, coiled around me. He used my immovable state to reposition himself. He leapt into the air, then used the martial technique Formwell Fist, Elephant Stomp. With a boom, a huge sound wave created a shockwave that nearly shattered the entire surface of the arena. When the dust settled, everyone looked at the center of the field in disbelief. I was still standing there, motionless and unflinching. Now it's my turn. A circle of blue energy ripples began to glow on my fist, the terrifying heat distorting the air. But before I could make a move, Xinguan suddenly knelt on the ground. Brother E, I surrender. Hearing this, I was stunned and frustrated. The power I had gathered had to be reluctantly retracted. According to the rules, after one party surrendered, the other had no right to attack, and so, the referee immediately announced the result. Match over. Yi wins. The principal of Qingfeng had a livid face. You dared to surrender? Do you know how much money we spent training you? You ungrateful wolf. Don't even think about going to university until you've paid back the money. Before he could finish, Xinguan's large hand landed on his shoulder. I couldn't have taken that punch. I surrendered to avoid damaging my foundation. If I hadn't surrendered, would you have gone up and taken that punch for me? The principal swallowed, and in the end, said nothing more. And so, the top 4 of the college entrance exams were finally decided. The list for the top 4 matches began. I was the first to go up and draw a lot, and it was first again. Meanwhile, Lu Qingju also presented her lot. She was also first. College entrance exam semifinals, first round, an internal battle for Anqing No. 1 High School. Yi versus Lu Qingju. The online chat was hotly debating on what would happen for a match. The information revealed so far is that Lu Qingju has mastered 2 profound yellow martial techniques. She hasn't even shown her 4th tier Nether Sparrow Bloodline Awakening yet. Yi, on the other hand, was forced to use his Bloodline Awakening against his opponent. Although Yi's bloodline seems to be very high, probably also a 4th tier bloodline, he can't compare to Goddess Lu Qingju, who is also a 4th tier bloodline and has a superb martial arts foundation. At this moment, the semi-final matches were now about to start. Anqing No. 1 High School's Yi versus Lu Qingju. Let the fight begin. As soon as the referee's voice fell, a large amount of white smoke rose around me, and I directly entered my Bloodline Awakening state. Yi, I hope you are strong enough. Lu Qingju's martial techniques were far superior to mine. With her divine martial techniques, even with immense strength, I wouldn't be able to harm her. This martial martial arts genius also had a very high combat IQ. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for me, so I had to go all out from the start. I had loudly declared my attack, the martial technique, mountain blocking fist. Lu Qingju's hands moved in a circle, stirring the airflow in front of her, seemingly wanting to absorb the incoming fist, but it was a feint. I had ducked below and swept her with a thick tail of martial energy. Lu Qingju repositioned herself while being impressed at my cunning tactics. I seized the opportunity, and with my superior physique, I relentlessly pursued her. Lu Qingju had skillfully used her martial technique to break free and gain some distance. You aren't getting away that easily. With a wicked swipe, a wave of martial energy had approached her, but she clearly saw this coming and dodged it with a flip. However, as she landed, I was already behind her with my fists at the ready. Another relentless barrage of fists were beaten towards Lu Qingju. She broke in a cold sweat as she defended the attacks. If this continued, she wouldn't last much longer and would be knocked off the arena and lose. Lu Qingju realized she had no other options left, so she decided to use her trump card, Bloodline Awakening. Nether Sparrow. A pair of full, purple-black wings grew from Lu Qingju's back. This was the first time she had revealed her Bloodline Awakening. Classmate Ehe, be careful. In this form, I can't control my strength. Is that so? That's all I needed to hear, because up until now, I've only been using about 50% of my power. Next, I'm going all out too. As soon as her words fell, she instantly appeared behind me. She attacked directly with the profound yellow martial technique, Primordial Jade Finger. Meanwhile, I charged my own martial technique, Atomic Blast Fist. The elegant jade-colored fingertip and the ferocious blue glowing demonic fist collided, creating a huge energy reaction at the moment of contact. With a boom, the massive explosion of light and heat and the surging airflow sent us both flying. Lu Qingju flapped her purple-black wings, counteracting the impact of the airflow, but as the dust settled, she was stunned. Protruding bones had grown on my back, crackling a terrifying wave of martial energy. Lu Qingju sensed a fatal threat. What's going on? Ehe's magical beast true form seems to be charging up. The protruding spine seems to be accumulating a huge amount of energy, and it's being transferred to Ehe's mouth bit by bit. And with that, I unleashed the ultimate skill, Atomic Breath Beam. The martial energy was too overwhelming for Lu Qingju. She could only decisively fold her wings, wrapping herself tightly. At the same time, she charged up her own ability, but the next second, a terrifying torrent of energy instantly engulfed her. Just then, Lu Qingju's martial skill, Feather Deflection, had activated, reflecting the martial energy away and dispersing the force. The spectators were terrified by the oncoming beams of energy. However, a golden martial energy enveloped the entire arena. The golden martial energy completely blocked my devastating attacks without difficulty. This was the mayor of Anqing, Wang Qing. Just watch. The strongest top scholar in our Anqing's history will be born today. At this moment, blood had dripped onto the ground. Lu Qingju's wings were tattered and burnt. He actually defeated my Nether Sparrow's defense with just one strike. Since her birth, the Lu family had placed high hopes on her. Under the family's expectations, she had to fight battle after battle to build the reputation of the Lu family's eldest daughter. The influence of her mother was like a chokehold. I'm so tired. Classmate Ehe is really strong. Facing such a strong opponent, it's only natural that I can't win. You should be able to seize this opening I'm showing. Right, classmate Ehe? Finish me quickly. Lu Qingju thought. Then she delivered an intentionally weak strike. Why didn't you dodge? Classmate Qingju, where has your fighting spirit gone? Since the start of the fight, I've felt you were somewhat distracted. Have you ever taken me seriously? I'm going to win this top scholar title fair and square. Get serious. The strike landed squarely on Lu Qingju, but she was barely able to block it. You better start taking me seriously. I continued beating her to the ground, wanting her to fight seriously this time. I was clearly about to hand you the victory. Why do you keep pursuing me to fight? Don't hit a girl in the face. You damn bastard. Just then, an incredibly powerful martial energy erupted, blasting me away. That's it. If you don't want to be hit in the face, then get serious. The dust scattered, and a giant pair of purple-black wings spread open. This was the taboo martial art, Blood Ignition, revealing her magical beast's true form. Classmate Ehe, as you wish. I will defeat you in my strongest form. You finally revealed your true magical beast form? This is much more interesting. In that case, I can't be lazy either. This was a body technique I created by combining the Godzilla template with hard Qigong, called the Nuclear Light Combat Body. A massive explosion propelled me like a missile straight at Lu Qingju, but she flapped her wings, gathering the surrounding airflow with martial energy, and attacked with the tearing hurricane technique. But I showed no fear, plunging into the hurricane like a torpedo, dispersing the hurricane with my explosive fist technique. Lu Qingju then took a deep breath, and she opened her mouth and let out a loud sparrow cry. The visible sound waves clashed with my fist, eventually blasting me away. You think you're the only one who can scream? The protruding bones of my spine once again lit up with one blue glow after another. I won't fall for the same old trick again. I won't be defending this time. I'll unleash the Lu family's strongest move, and I will face you head on. Just then, I outputted Atomic Breath at maximum power. Meanwhile, Lu Qingju had fully charged her attack as well. Bloodline ability, Netherworld Bloodthorns. Just before the attacks would collide, the mayor of Anqing, Wang Qing, used his own gene technique. The divine leyline wall erupted from the ground. Between the two attacks, the intense martial energies crashed together in the middle. The divine leyline wall had dampened the damage that could have caused many casualties in the arena. Although he had timely released 3 divine leyline wall to slow down my and Lu Qingju's full-powered attacks, it was too hasty, and the 3 walls were not as sturdy as usual. At this moment, in the center of the arena, Lu Qingju lay collapsed on the ground, her 2 wings completely scorched. One of her arms was also severely burned. I can't give up. I can still fight. Then I stepped forward, looming over her, seemingly unharmed by the attack. If you don't remove the nuclear radiation from your body, you'll be crippled in the future. Lu Qingju was silent for a moment, but then frustratingly complained. I never wanted to fight you to this extent. Why did you have to drag me into it? Hearing this, I squatted down and looked her in the eye. Do you really not want to fight me, or are you rebelliously refusing to admit your competitive spirit? When I was fighting you just now, I could feel your desire for victory. Lu Qingju fell silent again after hearing this, because I was right. Just now, she was indeed thinking about winning against me. She contemplated her actions. What's wrong with me? I clearly hate fighting and wanted to lose to him quickly, but during that clash, I felt the exhilarating fighting spirit. Suddenly, I placed my hand on her shoulder, absorbing absorbing all the nuclear radiation from her body. You had too many distractions in your battle. That's why you lost. However, you are still the strongest opponent I have met so far. I hope we have a chance for a pure battle next time. Hearing my words, Lu Qingzhu was visibly happy. Just then, the dust cleared to reveal myself, standing alone and proud. The first semi-final match is over. Yihe from Anshan No. 1 High School wins. Chu Zhou and I both advanced to the finals. The final battle of the Anshan College entrance exam began. The Dark Horse, Yihe, versus the Apex, Chu Zhou. An ice sword radiating a cold aura condensed in his palms. Please enlighten me, then come at me with all you got. Chu Zhou moved like a mirage, unleashing towards me the 7-star steps. Multiple blades of martial energy were oncoming, but I had just reeled my fist and slammed down on the ground. The shockwaves was enough to break the oncoming attacks and mirage clones. Chu Zhou looked at the crater in the arena and felt a deep sense of dread. With his defensive power, he couldn't take me head on. Since I can't fight him up close, I'll wear him down from a distance. Chu Zhou immediately activated his bloodline awakening, the ice elemental dragon. Bloodline power, ice vein. A large number of ice spikes converged into an ice tsunami, rushing towards me. A small iceberg rose from the ground and had frozen me with the whole field. However, unleashing such a powerful burst of ice energy had taken a toll on Chu Zhou's body. Look, the iceberg is starting to melt. The next moment, a brilliant blue energy beam pierced through the iceberg, shooting straight at Chu Zhou. The ever-vigilant Chu Zhou instantly manipulated the ground to raise an ice pillar, pushing himself away. The blue energy beam collided with Chu Zhou's defense. Your ice dragon power has never worked on me, because it seems like I actually counter your abilities. Chu Zhou had realized that the gap in our strength was far too great. Yihe, take my final move. This move is the limit of my current martial arts, originally intended for Lu Qingzhu. Then, a massive sword made of ice and martial energy emerged from his hands, reaching for the skies. The technique known as soul damaging sword intent. The mayor was surprised at this display of technique. He is able to use the sword intent technique at such a young age. With all his power, Chu Zhou had swung his massive sword down onto me. At that moment, a drop of blood fell to the ground. The only damage that Chu Zhou could do was a small cut on the back of my armored hand. You might have a chance if you get a better sword in the future. Chu Zhou could not believe his eyes. His ice sword infused with martial energy was broken to pieces. How much of a chance will I have? And I answered with a smile, a little better than a simp's chance of success. Chu Zhou was speechless, then directly conceded defeat. The referee excitedly announced, Anshan College Entrance Exam Finals. Yihe wins. To the audience here and those watching the 24th Anshan College Entrance Exam via live broadcast, after 3 days of bloody battles, the top martial scholar of our Anshan city has finally been born. He is Yihe from Anshan No. 1 High School. Student Yihe, I hear that your strength came from a late surge, a culmination of accumulated efforts. Now that you've won the top scholar's throne, is there anything you'd like to say? I was impressed that the reporter could describe my cheating in such an elegant way. First, I want to thank my teacher. He was the one who didn't give up on me when I was at my lowest, who encouraged me and gave me the will to fight. Meanwhile, the head teacher was in tears for the praise he received. Just then, the principal in the front row of the spectators' stands suddenly stood up. 2 million. Yihe, promote our Anshan No. 1 High School, and I'll reward you with a 2 million scholarship. I want to thank my alma mater, thank my principal. Without his brilliant leadership, finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own hard work and intelligence, I, Yihe, would definitely not have achieved today's glory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of top scholar. You are rewarded with 1 random template ability draw. Hearing the system's prompt, I was instantly thrilled. I wondered if the next template I drew would be as powerful as Godzilla. I then excitedly headed towards the stadium exit, but as soon as I pushed open the door, I was surrounded by a forest of cameras and microphones. Student Yihe, who do you think is prettier, Lu Qingzhu or Kai Xiaoling? Hearing the reporter's question, I was utterly speechless and ran all the way to the basketball court. However, not long after I arrived to a quiet place, a man in a black trench coat found me. Student Yihe, congratulations on winning the top scholar's throne. I'm from the Imperial Capital. Let's talk about the gene lock issue. This surprised me. I hadn't unlocked any gene lock. All my abilities came from the monster template. Did this guy know about my abilities? Who is he? The term gene lock. You heard it from your father. I confirmed this since according to the original host's memories, that was indeed the case. Student Yihe, aren't you curious how your father, an ordinary taxi driver, knew this term that is completely out of line with his profession? Because of your special situation, the Imperial Capital can unseal a secret file for you. Without hesitation, I opened the file to read it. It recorded the Prometheus incident. Prometheus, once a leading genetics institute on Blue Star, was shut down after a certain incident, forcing its researchers into hiding. Among its key projects was the gene lock technology, so they thought my cheat dad was a senior researcher at Prometheus, and I was Prometheus's secret research result. Student Yihe, please rest assured, the country will not make things difficult for you. I came here this time just to let you understand the situation. Moreover, you are a key target for national training, and we will protect your safety at all times. Hearing this, I nodded and didn't continue the conversation. After sending him away, I was greatly thrilled. I really hit the jackpot with this college entrance exam. I managed to garner a scholarship and a ticket to the Imperial University. Of course, the most important thing was that I could draw a new template ability. Although I knew that a powerful template like the legendary Godzilla was a rare find, I was still full of anticipation. After I clicked to draw, a black vortex appeared on the panel again, and the roars of countless monsters came from within. It wasn't until the sound of earth-shattering footsteps echoed that I understood what template I had drawn this time. D-rank template, Colossal Titan, Bloodline abilities, 60-meter gigantification, high-temperature steam, advanced form, Founding Titan, compatibility, 1%. After reading the information, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but then I realized that the abilities of the templates could be stacked. If the Colossal Titan template was stacked with the legendary Godzilla template, I would become the true king of monsters, Godzilla. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Wolong's index finger tapped incessantly on the mahogany table beneath him, quickly creating a series of dents. His younger brother, Wapeng, had been missing for half a month. The rescue team sent into the secret realm to search couldn't even find his body. However, the rescue team found a small amount of nuclear radiation from the location, and he quickly realized who the killer could be. Yihe must be a rare genius in Anshan. Imperial University will be fighting to get him, but it's a pity they won't won't live to see he enroll. A few days later, I was preparing to go to the secret realm to test my idea of stacking the Godzilla template with the Colossal Titan template. But before I could set off, I received a letter from Chuzhou. According to the investigation by the Imperial Central Research Institute, a new secret realm rift is scheduled to open this afternoon at 3 o'clock at Red Tree Mountain in the suburbs of Anqing City. The estimated secret realm level is around C rank. I want to explore this secret realm. Do you want to team up with me? I was greatly shocked by this, that Chuzhou had still written a physical letter in the current era. Later that afternoon, over 1,000 martial artists gathered here in Red Tree Mountain, since new secret realms were indeed highly sought after. Soon enough, I successfully met up with Chuzhou outside Red Tree Mountain. You've gotten stronger again. Hearing this, I chuckled. I didn't expect this guy's senses to be so sharp. I had upgraded the compatibility of the Colossal Titan template to 35%. It would seem like lower-level monster templates produced results way faster. Chuzhou, what university are you going to apply for? Without hesitation, he answered Imperial University, so it seemed we would be schoolmates in the future. As soon as I finished speaking, the crowd erupted. The secret realm is opening. The secret realm had even released a bird-like monster our way. But unfortunately, what awaited it were thousands of fully armed martial artists. The martial artists let out a battle cry that shook the mountains and forests, all of them charging forward ferociously. The three-headed strange bird looked in terror at the thousands of martial artists swarming towards it like madmen. It wanted to retreat, but awkwardly, it was stuck, and it was soon easily defeated. After the battle, the group continued deeper into the secret realm. Chuzhou and I followed the large group of martial artists into the secret realm. The thick smell of blood filled our nostrils. A beast tide had already gathered inside the secret realm. The martial artists were currently fighting the beast tide, and the sounds of roars and wails all merged, creating a cruel and bloody symphony of war. Chuzhou activated his bloodline, releasing a large swath of ice flow to freeze the feet of the magical beasts in front. On the other side, I had already killed dozens of magical beasts. Chuzhou was shocked that I had already slain so many. It was evident that the magical beasts died and melted from my extreme nuclear radiation. On the battlefield, I was like a humanoid nuclear contamination source, releasing radiation without restraint. Wherever I went, life began to decay and die. The other martial artists recognized what I was doing and had formed a protective positioning. At that moment, a signal flare lit up in the sky. The leader of the beast tide must have been defeated, and the beast tide even began retreating. Of the 1,000 martial artists who had gathered, only about 800 remained. I walked over to Chuzhou with several large sacks on my back. How did you get so many magic cores? This is my spatial ring. You can put them in here for now. A spatial ring is worth tens of millions. I didn't realize you were a rich guy, Chuzhou. Just then, the raid leader, Wusun, had come back. It's a good thing the high-level martial artists went to kill the lord-level magical beasts. Otherwise, we would have all been exhausted to death in the beast horde. Hello, our Anqing's top scholar. My name is Wusun, and I'm the branch leader of the Silver Wolf Martial Troop in Anqing. I just heard from my members about your heroic performance. I wonder if you would be willing to join our martial troop. Joining will not affect your university studies. In fact, it will allow you to enjoy various subsidies and benefits. I, Wusun, am willing to offer you an S-rank member contract. Wusun's words immediately made the surrounding martial artists envious. The Silver Wolf Martial Troop was considered a large martial troop throughout the entire kingdom, meaning an S-rank contract is incredibly rare for a student. Wusun, I was wondering why you ran so fast. It turns out you were rushing ahead to recruit people. Student join our Qingda Martial Troop. Although our troop is smaller than Silver Wolf, you will enjoy 15% of our troop's monthly cultivation resources. As soon as she said this, all the martial artists' eyes widened. Sorry, I currently have no intention of joining a martial troop. Wusun and the others were not surprised by my answer. They considered this recruitment attempt as just a way to build a good relationship. The beast tide crisis was over, which meant the martial artists were free to explore. Chuzhou and I first flew to the tops of the trees, planning to get a full view of the entire area before making a plan. But as soon as we got up there, we were both stunned. In the far distance, by a high mountain, a group of black humanoid creatures were moving slowly. Their bodies were as huge as the mountains. We are still young. In the next few years, we might not only be able to conquer these secret realm magical beasts, but even figure out the truth of the secret realms. Chuzhou was a bit speechless. It seemed that not only in martial arts, but even in willpower, he couldn't compare to Yi. Yi was the true martial artist. At this moment, I detected a strange place through my life magnetic field. It was a lake, and the location of the lake was a complete blank, like a vacuum. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. I decisively decided to take Chuzhou to the lake to try our luck. Soon, we passed through the giant tree forest and arrived at the lake. When we arrived, 3 people had already gathered here, and one of them was a familiar face, Huang Yuli, the one who had once given me a discount business card. Isn't this our top scholar? I never thought you, little guy, were so amazing. Sister Yuli, how long have you been here? We just arrived. 2 of our teammates who are good at swimming went down to scout the lake. Suddenly, a figure leaped out of the water. We've struck it rich. We're going to be rich. There's a relic at the bottom of the lake. We're going to make a fortune. At the same time, I asked Chuzhou what they were talking about. In the secret realm world, there were some mysterious buildings believed to be left by a previous civilization of the secret realm, which experts collectively called relics. After Yu Yang finished his report, he immediately looked at me and Chuzhou with hostility. Who are you two? How dare you eavesdrop on us? Huang Yuli immediately introduced us, and that we could help with exploring the ruins. As for the rewards, they were free to give us what we contributed. Yu Yang led the way, and the others followed him into the lake. Easily, we were able to dive deep within the lake, and eventually, we reached a big cave. Strange. Where's that guy Li Wei? Didn't I tell him to guard here? He took out a walkie-talkie and called Li Wei several times, but there was no response. This place seems very dangerous, and Li Wei is missing. Should we still explore? We must explore. If you don't dare to pick up the riches and honor laid out before you, you'll be a bottom-tier martial artist for life. In that case, let's go. Yu Yang walked in front, leading the way for everyone. Because of Li Wei's disappearance, the group was now very silent, on guard against any possible danger. Something's not right. The timing is off. Huang Yuli said their team had just arrived at the lake, which means at most 10 minutes have passed. Yet Yu Yang and Li Wei were able to find this cave at the bottom of a huge lake, pass through the underground cavern, and find such a hidden route to the the relics. It's like they have a map hack in a game. It's obviously a trap. Should we warn your acquaintance and leave? No rush. I have a trump card. Emerging from the narrow path, there was a massive cavern with dense, dark green vines covering every corner. Many vines were wrapped around the corpses of magical beasts. The relics you mentioned, where are they? Just as she finished speaking, a teammate suddenly screamed. Where she was pointing, the shriveled corpse of Li Wei, pierced by vines, hung in midair. Suddenly, Yu Yang was already kneeling on the ground, muttering to himself, why are there no relics here? Where did the relics go? Li Wei is dead. How did he die? The vines. I think I was also by the vines. You guys, run. The next moment, with a squish, his head exploded like a firework. Several vines extended from the opening in his head, swaying like the tentacles of a demon. While everyone was stunned, I directly used atomic breath. A brilliant blue beam of light engulfed Yu Yang's upper body, and those strange vines were also annihilated by the atomic energy. I didn't expect a magical beast to have such intelligence. After hunting two martial artists, it parasitized one of their brains, using him as bait to lure more prey. It seems we've been lured into its hunting ground. Just then, the passage we came from had been crushed by the vines, blocking our retreat. This is a second-tier king-level magical beast species, the Ghost Demon Vine. A king-level bloodline can't be measured by ordinary levels. This level is not something a few first-tier martial artists like us can fight against. Whatever level it is, just watch me smash it to pieces. Just as I was about to enter Colossal Titan mode, with a boom, the collapsed passage behind me was blasted open. A mysterious martial artist, bursting with terrifying blood energy, swept in. I've come for your life. I heard of someone in the Red Tree Mountain secret realm who used nuclear radiation to resist the beast tide, so I knew it was you. By following the residual radiation, I tracked you to the underground cavern, holding my breath to avoid detection. Yet you still discovered me, blocking the passage with a boulder and even sensing me when I entered suspended animation, halting my breath and heartbeat. Truly, only you could drive my Hua family brothers to their limits. Who are you, uncle? You suddenly rushed in and said a bunch of gibberish. Do we know each other? Stop pretending. Go to hell. Hua Long roared and he leaped to attack me. Is this the lair of the Ghost Demon Vine? Luring me into a monster's nest and letting the monster deal with me. Damn it, was this also your plan? The Ghost Demon Vine's characteristic is to absorb martial energy and release neurotoxins. If this drags on, I'll definitely be defeated here. Damn you, you dared to set me up. Uncle, you have a lot of inner drama. This is our first time meeting, right? Hua Long, now annoyed, unleashed his martial energy to push away the vines. Not good. This cavern is going to collapse because of their battle. Everyone, get out of the way. With my body covered in scales, I was charging another maximum power atomic breath, releasing the torrent of blue light. It broke through the rock layer above. A large amount of lake water poured into the cavern from the opening above, and a passage to the outside was opened. Sister Yuli, you guys go first. Don't even think about running. Chu Zhou unleashed his bloodline ability, soul damaging sword intent, blocking Hua Long's attack with a wall of ice. As long as I'm here, you won't touch a single hair on Yi's head. Little brat, I'm a level 8 martial artist. This little bit of frost can't hurt me. While he was talking, I suddenly got close and used atomic blast fist. A brilliant blue light illuminated the entire underground cavern, and Hua Long was sent flying into the stone wall. You go first. That guy is a high-level martial artist. It'll be a bit difficult for you to deal with him now. You can leave this guy to me. Hearing my words, Chu Zhou knew he couldn't help much anymore, so he decisively retreated, not causing me any trouble. With a loud boom, a brilliant blue lightning bolt shot out from the lake, illuminating the entire lake. Just then, the body of the colossal titan had emerged from the lake. Meanwhile, Hua Long was completely burnt and incapacitated from the hot steam and radiation. Chu Zhou and the others vaguely saw a huge shadow loomed over them in the fog. Just as they were on guard, I crawled out of the river water. What was that explosion just now? It was that mysterious martial artist. He actually brought an electric plasma bomb and took the Ghost Demon Vine down with him. There seemed to be a giant in the smoke. No, it was just the explosion. You saw it wrong. Unfortunately, my opponent was burnt to a crisp, so I couldn't loot his body. But it's a good thing I still managed to grab the Ghost Demon Vine's magic core. We'll be leaving first. We're sorry for not only making you come along for nothing, but also troubling you to save us. When you leave the secret realm, we'll compensate you. But I disregarded the compensation, and instead it was the repayment for the previous favor. So, Chu Zhou, the next thing on our schedule is happy killing monster time. After 3 days of non-stop hunting, we were already heading back to the secret realm entrance, but we were surprised at the sight. In just a few days, the entrance has already been developed into a town. Later in the appraisal office, I provided them with a huge sack of magic cores. Forgive me for being too rash. I'd prefer the appraisal be finished before noon. The staff assured me that they were professionals, so I sighed and took off my spatial ring. Surprisingly, I had taken out bag after bag. The staff could only think that we were hauling these magic cores. Sir, have you finished taking them all out? That part is done, but you better hurry up since I still have spiritual medicine to unload. After appraising the magic cores, I went to the spiritual herb appraisal office. Now, green and white quality magic cores were no longer useful for my improvement, so I could sell them all for money. The 5 third-tier blue magic cores I collected while fighting the beast tide, and the green magic core with golden veins from the second-tier king-level Ghost Demon Vine were the biggest gains. After selling all these things, I had over 20 million in my bank account. Looking at the long string of zeros after the number, I no longer felt the same joy as before. Since genetic potions and the lower grade magic cores doesn't improve my monster template any longer, the template sure has a picky appetite. I don't have the proper qualifications for buying high-end materials yet. However, there was another path to improve my strength: martial arts. In the college entrance exam, I was able to suppress Lu Qingju and the others entirely because of the powerful stats of the Godzilla template. But in terms of martial techniques, I couldn't even compare to those martial arts prodigies. So what I needed to do now was to get my hands on those powerful martial techniques. As for who around me had the most connections in society and could help me get high-level martial techniques, there was only one person: the principal of Anqing's #1 high school. Soon after, I arrived at the principal's office. The principal of Anqing's #1 high school made me a cup of tea. With his seasoned experience, he could naturally tell that I had a favor to ask. I immediately took out a bottle of expensive white wine. Principal, it's like this. I want to learn some powerful martial techniques. Do you have any connections? You've already applied to Imperial University, and you'll surely be accepted. Why don't you wait until you're in university to learn martial techniques? You're in too much of a hurry. Principal, I'm too eager to improve. Alright, I can help you with this. Teachers are meant to guide according to the student's aptitude. Time quickly passed and in the next day, the principal called as expected. Hello, I've arranged things for you. You can go now. Thank you, principal. May I ask which martial artist family it is? What? The Liu family of Anqing is willing to teach me their family's secret arts? Soon after, on the road to the Liu family's estate, Liu Qingjie was driving with a blonde lady on the back. Brother Jia, you're so awesome. Just as he was about to brag, a dazzling yellow shared bicycle appeared beside him. Brother, don't get distracted while driving at high speeds. Damn it, are you crazy? You scared me to death. Riding a broken shared bike and daring to race me? He said as he twisted the throttle to the max. You are not worthy to be riding alongside me. I remained silent for a second, but suddenly a large blue explosion erupted behind them. I quickly overtook him, leaving a blue blur. See you later, Qingjie little bro. The rocket tail like blue fire propelled me, as if I were flying at a low altitude. Are bicycles this fast now? That's almost the speed of a plane, right? Half an hour later, I finally arrived at the Liu family estate. As expected of a martial arts family, their residence was so grand. The estate was built like a castle. At the same time, several powerful presences appeared in my life magnetic field. At the entrance of the estate, a graceful figure in a white dress walked over. It was Liu Qingju. She greeted me with a hint of nervousness. You're here, classmate Yi. My mother asked me to welcome you. Let's go see her now. I nodded and followed behind her. Walking on the expensive, high-end carpet, we entered a delicately and grandly decorated hall. Mother, Yi has arrived now. The head of the Liu family, Qin Lan, descended the stairs, welcoming me to their house. Not long after the college entrance exam, Liu Qingju returned home. She had expected a scolding from her strict mother and was prepared to accept punishment, but unexpectedly, her mother just called her to the study and, for the first time in a long time, they sat down to have tea together. Qingju, don't be nervous. I watched the live broadcast of your battle with that boy named Yi. You did very well. Yi's strength would be a dark horse even in the Imperial Capital's college entrance exam. You don't need to blame yourself. In your generation of the Liu family, only you are capable of taking on the responsibility. Your brother's talent is limited. He can't inherit the Liu family at all. But you are a girl after all, and so beautiful. Your father passed away early, and now our Liu family doesn't have a grandmaster as a backer. Our family's power has been forced to retreat to this small Anshan. If a large family demands a marriage alliance with you, we have no right to refuse. And this means the Liu family will be annexed, and our 100 years of foundation will be handed over. And so, I want to arrange you and Yi to be together. Yi is very good, with outstanding talent, a simple family background, and a limitless future. From my observation, he is by no means an ambitious and ruthless person. You don't have to answer now. You can get to know Yi first. At this moment, Qin Lan walked down the stairs. Welcome to the Liu family. Yi. Hello, Auntie. This is a small token of my appreciation for you. I heard from the principal of Anqing's #1 high school that you want to learn some advanced martial techniques. Let Qingju show you the way. Hearing this, I was surprised. I didn't expect Qin Lan to be so generous. Qingju will take you to the Liu family's martial arts repository. Because the martial techniques in the repository are forbidden to be taken out, you only have one day to study inside. In the depths of the repository, there are 3 profound yellow martial techniques. Whether you can learn them depends on your ability. Then he thanks the Liu family in advance. Qin Lan recognized that I specifically thanked the Liu family, as if I was making a promise to the family itself, and she was satisfied with this, hoping that I will fulfill my promise in the future. Afterward, Liu Qingju took me to the martial arts repository. Classmate Qingju, why do I feel like your eyes are always avoiding mine? I suddenly quickened my pace and stood in front of her, meeting her panicked, doe-like eyes. No, I'm not. Why are you standing so close? I followed her to an underground stone chamber. This is force-dissipating stone, a special stone excavated from a secret realm. It can withstand the attacks of a profound yellow master martial artist without shattering. Can I punch it? You can very well try. I immediately clenched my fist, every cell in my body undergoing a violent reaction of atomic energy. A brilliant blue light covered my fist, and the fist tore through the air, striking the stone wall. The blue energy impact surprisingly didn't explode, but was completely absorbed by the stone wall. It's completely unharmed. It was like punching the sea, sinking into a swamp, and more than 90% of the force was absorbed. Let's go. I'll take you inside to choose a martial technique. The martial techniques here are categorized by movement techniques, defense, body tempering, swordsmanship, and so on. Whichever book you want to learn, just use this identity card to open the permission. The profound yellow martial techniques are in the innermost small stone chamber, which is also accessed by swiping the card. But you won't be able to comprehend a profound yellow martial technique in one day. At most, you'll learn a little bit. I can pick a few martial techniques for you that are second only to profound yellow and suitable for you. Are you thinking for my sake? With a profound yellow martial technique right in front of me, if I want to learn, I'll naturally learn the strongest. Seeing my persistence, Liu Qingju didn't say any more and directly opened the black stone door of the secret chamber. 3 safes appeared in front of me, the fleeting shadow transformation, and the primordial jade finger. The third one was the devil in the flesh, which Liu Qingju did not use in the battle. To learn profound yellow martial techniques, one must feel the martial rhyme left by its creator, not just see it. If you can't sense it, or if your attributes clash with it, you can't practice it. In truth, these techniques are alive. They choose the martial artist, not the other way around. Then I must be the chosen one for the devil in the flesh technique. Liu Qingju then opened the safe, revealing a ferocious bronze statue inside. Isn't a profound yellow martial technique a book? Profound yellow martial techniques are not just statues. They can also be paintings or utensils. Anything can become a carrier of martial rhyme. This is the wonder of a grandmaster. Only a grandmaster can condense martial rhyme and attach it to an object to pass on their legacy to future generations. The rest is up to you. If you have the affinity, you will naturally feel the martial rhyme. I circled around the statue of a strong man a few times, unable to figure out how to feel the martial rhyme. If it's all about affinity, then I'll just take a nap. I immediately lay down and fell asleep, which made Liu Qingju, who was watching on the monitor, silently annoyed. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a dilapidated temple. It was covered in cobwebs and dust, and even the angry-faced bodhisattva on the altar had a broken arm. Is this what they call sensing the martial rhyme? Am I in the world of martial rhyme now? I couldn't feel any martial energy, not even Godzilla's nuclear nuclear reaction. I seemed to have returned to the form of an ordinary person, but thankfully, my monster template was still there. It had prevented me from dying by blessing my spiritual body. Only a true man can inherit my martial arts. Otherwise, I'd rather let my legacy rot in the ground. Boy, prove to me that you're a man of steel. When the storm rages, there will be 100 ghosts parading at night. At that time, you'll guard this broken temple for me and don't let these angry-faced bodhisattvas be defiled by the evil ghosts. If you succeed, I'll reluctantly teach you my skills. If you fail, you'll go mad and never practice martial arts ever again. A cold drop of rain fell through the dilapidated ceiling onto my face. The man disappeared. It looks like the trial is beginning. I then found a rusty, broken sword behind the angry-faced bodhisattva's altar and stood at the entrance of the broken temple, one man and one sword. The rumbling thunder continued, and the pale lightning illuminated my face. This lightning seemed to be a signal, causing the dark world outside to boil. A shadow had pounced towards me, and I met it with a direct slash. The moment the sword blade touched the shadow, the rusty sword body burst with a golden light. As expected, the trial wouldn't let a martial artist fight 100 ghosts with their bare hands. There must be hidden items around. I became excited and no longer defended the broken temple, but took the initiative to attack, rushing out with my sword into the darkness. The 100 ghosts in this trial carry my baleful aura. For a mere martial apprentice to leave the temple's protection is courting death. Another fool. It seems, martial artists grow weaker with each generation. The ferocious man sighed, and just as he was about to go outside to collect my body, he had realized something. How did this kid do it? Why can't the 100 ghosts get close to him? It seems like the system has made me immune to the attacks in this spiritual world, meaning I had an invincible golden body inside this world. With this realization, I had went all out and continually struck any ghosts that got close. Boy, how did you do it? How are you able to be unaffected by my martial rhyme? Nothing else, just diligent practice. I like your excuse. Since you have passed the test, I will pass on the technique to you. However, it depends on whether you'll be able to handle it. The angry-faced bodhisattva in the broken temple collapsed, revealing a dry well it was suppressing. This well contains the essence of the baleful aura I condensed in my lifetime. The devil in the flesh technique is also at the bottom of the well, if you can refine it. Before he could even finish, I had already dived into the well. Alright, I've never seen such a unique young man. In his prime, the ferocious man was a hero who had braved an S-rank secret realm. He had both succeeded and failed because of the devil in the flesh. As he grew old and his energy and blood began to decline, the baleful aura and vengeful spirits suppressed in his body began to backlash. He not only went mad, but also committed murder against those around him. In order not to make another mistake, he chose to end himself, and before he died, he mixed his life's vengeful spirits and baleful aura with his martial rhyme, casting them together into this statue carrier. Though a century has passed and the baleful aura has dissipated, it remains far beyond what a martial apprentice can endure. If I can subdue the aura that defeated him, I will surely surpass him on the path of the devil in the flesh. In the monitoring room, Qin came to Lu Qingju's side, and they both watched me, who had already entered the martial rhyme space. But then, something started to happen to my unconscious body. Mother, what's going on? When he first fell asleep, he had a smug smile on his face, as if he was having a happy dream. Now he's suddenly convulsing and bleeding all over. This third profound yellow martial technique was an accidental find by your grandfather in his later years. He once tried to cultivate it, but despite his grandmaster level strength, the statue's martial rhyme rejected him, leaving him injured. Since then, none of the Lu family has mastered this technique. Such extraordinary power demands a price only the worthy can endure. Since he chose to accept the power of this martial technique, then but suddenly, I had woken up and was even stretching, as if I had slept very comfortably. Thank you for teaching me the martial art, elder. My mind still echoed with the last words of the ferocious man. Boy, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. Maybe you can find out the truth of the secret realms. This is something our predecessors have never accomplished, so I leave it to you juniors. But what the ferocious man didn't know was that I completely cheated the test. Devil in the flesh. The body is like Shura. Although my panel stats hadn't increased at all, now that I had mastered a profound yellow martial technique, my combat power is now doubled. You've mastered it. Yes, I've mastered it. How is that possible? Even with Qingju's talent, to initially master a profound yellow martial technique, she had to stay in the martial rhyme space for a week without sleep. You really just learned it by taking a 1-hour nap. Seeing their doubtful gazes, I decided to show the mother and daughter what I could do. I immediately circulated my martial energy. This was the evil spirit I had mastered from the martial rhyme world. To explain it, it was probably like an enchantment in a game, which could be added to my martial energy, making it more lethal. Mountain blocking fist, and a fist wrapped in black-red baleful aura was thrown out. Lu Qingju thought to herself, such a strong aftershock. There was even a ghost-like howl, like what he mentioned. Qin looked at me with an inexplicable gaze. She didn't expect that she had still underestimated me. I was very embarrassed by Qin fiery gaze. Classmate since you have already mastered one profound yellow martial technique, do you want to learn the other two? You still have 1 day to study. After hearing this, Qin glanced at her daughter helplessly. Although she was investing in me and was prepared to take me as her golden goose of a son-in-law, I was ultimately not a member of the Lu family yet. She couldn't just give me all of the Lu family's heritage. No need, classmate Qingju. One profound yellow martial technique is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn any other martial techniques for now. Auntie, I'm a little tired, and I have some things to deal with at home. I heard from the butler that you came here on a shared bike. Do you know how to drive? Pick a car from the garage and go. It'll be more convenient for you. Speaking of which, I immediately remembered the young man I met on the way here. Auntie, do you have a motorcycle? Yes, you like to ride motorcycles. You have the same hobby as my troublesome son. I'll give you the best one he has in his collection. A few minutes later, Lu Qingju returned home. That kid on the shared bike was so annoying. He scared away the new girl I just picked up. Don't let me see him again. Just as he was fuming, something suddenly whizzed past him. Isn't that the kid on the shared bike? Why is he riding my motorcycle? Time quickly passed to the evening. After returning home, I took out the 5 magic cores I had left from the secret realm, preparing to absorb them all at once. This time, I specially prepared some soul-stirring dipping sauce to enhance the flavor. I picked up a piece of the magic core, dipped it in a sauce, and swallowed it. A hot current instantly filled my limbs. I then summoned the panel and added all the increased points to the colossal titan template. Then I continued to pick up the green magic core with golden veins, and swallowed it. But just Just as I was about to have the Godzilla template absorb this special magic core, an unexpected prompt appeared. The legendary Godzilla template has absorbed the gene sequence of a special plant life form, resulting in a special mutation. Does the host wish to prevent the template from mutating? I hesitated for a moment. Mutation meant it would become a monster template with different attributes. If it became an advantageous attribute, that would be great, but if it became a disadvantageous attribute, it would be a reverse evolution. To hell with it, let's take a gamble. I then clicked the do not prevent option. The next second, the prompt sounded again. Legendary Godzilla is loading the plant attribute mutation path, unlocking the S-rank isotope template, Godzilla Earth. When the legendary Godzilla template reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance of transforming into the Godzilla Earth template. I was greatly satisfied with the successful gamble, and the name sounded powerful as well. However, I needed to reach 100% compatibility to unlock this, and I couldn't wait any longer. Just as I was planning for the future, a huge explosion suddenly sounded outside. What's going on? A terrorist attack. I looked out the window and saw that the SWAT team had already sealed off the area, as if they were searching for someone. Just then, a knock came from the apartment door. I was a loner and didn't have any friends who would visit, nor had I ordered any delivery, so who could be outside? Do you know who it is, miss? It seems the little brother is not an ordinary martial artist. I was just planning to hide something here and modify your memory. Since you've discovered me, I'll have to make you suffer a little. You'd better not run. Forget it. I have so much in savings anyway. I'll just buy another apartment. What are you talking about? I'm saying, you're already dead. Meanwhile, on the street below, several police were fighting with a man. The man, although injured under the siege of many police, had a relaxed smile on his face. Yaoime, you must get the golden gene out of here. I, Joey, will draw their fire for you. Come at me. Trading my one life for all of you is worth it. Just then, a dark figure fell in front of him, creating a large pit in the ground. Yaoime, why is your white nano battlesuit now burnt black? Sis, I risked my life to get you and the thing out. What happened? I've hidden the thing. Let's retreat first. With that, she took out a large number of special smoke bombs, threw them on the ground, and then escaped with Joey through the sewers. Later, the two emerged from a small alley. Finally lost the cops now. You still haven't explained to me why you trespassed into my home. I guess you just happened to pick this great one's place when you were randomly choosing a resident, right? As a reward for trespassing, I'll play with you properly. How did you find us? Of course, I wouldn't explain to him that I could track Yaoime's radiated body. This is the perfect time to test out the devil in the flesh technique. My fist instantly smashed towards Joey. Under the enhancement of the black-red baleful aura, the fist also underwent a violent cell-level atomic reaction. A black-red energy lightning bolt erupted, and he was sent crashing into the cement. Yaoime watched Joey being sent flying and couldn't help but gasp. Whose disciple are you? My master is Godzilla. At this moment, Joey struggled to his feet, steam rising from his bloody arms. This was the true form of a magical beast, the Iron Crown Rhino. Now this is more like it. Just as my attention was focused on Joey, Yaoime used her nano battlesuit's optical camouflage to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, as soon as she got close, she was hit in the abdomen by an atomic beam shot from my fingertip. Her battlesuit was damaged, and she was sent flying. Yaoime is useless. Even her sneak attack failed. Joey roared and charged at me like a runaway train. My eyes showed an excited fighting spirit. The next moment, our two fists met, and the air vibrated with a visible, distorted ripple. However, I was caught off guard. Even with my buffs, his defense had seemingly increased so much that it could withstand my attack. Kid, my Iron Crown Rhino true form can easily block even a tank shell. What are you going to use to break my defense? Not only my defense, but my attack power has also increased even more. Go to hell. And Joey directly closed in for close quarters combat. Little brat, no matter how arrogant you are, you're still no match for my Iron Crown Rhino. Wait, where did he go? Just then, Joey sensed something watching him. At this moment, a gigantic titan loomed over Joey. Is this a magical beast? Where did it come from? Could it be that kid transformed? A large hand parted the clouds and slapped directly at him. However, Joey managed to instinctively jump to dodge, but the titan's other fist had already descended upon him with the force of a mountain. He was directly crashed into the ground, as he couldn't dodge midair. But this was just the titan's first punch. A violent barrage of fists rained down upon Joey, completely destroying him. At this moment, Yaoime, who was struggling to get up, trembled all over at this scene. I'm such a fool. Why did I provoke this monster? If this continues, Joey will be beaten to death. I can't escape. I can only fight to the death. After some thought, a yellow thread appeared in her hand. While Joey was taking the giant's punches, she jumped down from a tall building, her body spinning as she came to the giant's throat with a molecular thread strong enough to cut high-grade alloys. The titan you transformed into through some gene technique is powerful, but the weaknesses of the human body must not have changed. Just like that, the head of the titan was completely cut clean off, crash landing right in front of her. Did I finally succeed? Suddenly, the titan's mouth suddenly opened, and a blue light of destruction brewed in its throat. The sound of gradually increasing energy hummed in Yaoime's ears. With a loud boom, the atomic breath completely engulfed Yaoime, then pierced through a large building, drawing a brilliant blue streak across the sky. After the breath attack ended, the giant's massive body vented a large amount of hot steam like a steam engine, and I returned to my human form from the hot steam, walking up to Joey and looking at him indifferently. It's your turn. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. It's only fair after all. At this moment, the distant sirens were getting closer. Even if I die, you won't live long. Yaoime has already hidden the golden gene in your room. Now the golden gene is yours. You will face endless pursuit. You talk too damn much with your empty threats. The police are here. I need to dispose of the bodies quickly. I might have went a bit too far this time. After disposing of the two bodies, I returned home. I first sent a message to Qinlan, asking her to help pull some strings, because I had used that highly recognizable atomic breath, and the police would inevitably come to take a statement afterward. After finishing the call with Qinlan, I found the golden gene Joey mentioned in the room. It was a sealed cylindrical small can with a Laser Bird Company logo on it. It seemed those two had stolen this thing from Laser Bird and were facing various pursuits while on the run. From what he said, it seemed he was framing me for this. It looks like I have to move. I'll find a hotel for tonight. Sometime later, in the Birank secret realm, inner region of Swan Lake, a group of martial artists had just finished hunting a magical beast, but suddenly, they had seen something terrifying come their way. Countless magical beasts filled the entire horizon, and the sound of footsteps rolled like thunder, crushing everything in their path into pieces. On the head of a crocodile-like magical beast larger than a mountain peak, there was a throne made of white bones. A black ape sat on the white bone throne. This was the 5th-tier sovereign-class magical beast, the blood-eyed black ape. Quickly, notify the army. A sovereign-class magical beast is leading a large-scale beast tide. Anshin can't hold them. We would need grandmasters and senior grandmasters for support. Damn it, high-level beasts rarely leave their own territory. Why is this happening now? The black ape sitting on the white bone throne sensed their presence. It slowly opened its scarlet eyes and glanced at the martial artist team. The crocodile's mouth opened, roaring loudly. Suddenly, spiraling rock missiles aimed right at the running martial artists. The martial artist desperately requested backup on his communication device, but at that moment, he was still crushed to death. However, the message of a sovereign incursion was confirmed by the walkie-talkie. The black ape also stood up from the white bone throne at this time and actually spoke human words. Full speed ahead. The beast tide was headed for the secret realm rift. Soon after, a high-pitched, sharp alarm for an incoming beast tide sounded. The mayor's voice then sounded on the broadcast. It is estimated to break through and reach Anqing in 20 minutes. All current martial artists have been deployed to the front lines to resist the beast tide. All martial artists, come in support. In the mayor's office, Wang Qing's brow was furrowed. He made one call after another, trying to get reinforcements to buy as much time as possible for Anqing. But this time, Anqing was not the only city to encounter a large-scale beast tide invasion. Many places across the country had issued beast tide invasion warnings, and unfortunately, the neighboring region of Imperial City was also facing an outbreak, meaning that the Imperial City forces would lend their aid over there instead of Anqing. There's no time to waste. The battle to defend Anqing has begun. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. At this time, in Chuzhou's house, me and him were training together, sparring like good friends. I was even impressed that Chuzhou managed to take my punch directly. Suddenly, we heard the alarm for the beast tide trigger. An evacuation alert even sounded on Chuzhou's phone, so I then asked Chuzhou if he wanted to go. Chuzhou directly shook his head. Are you staying too? I think with your talent, it's best if you leave. So much nonsense. Don't be so sentimental. Since you're not leaving, let's go fight together. Meanwhile, in the Lu family estate, Lu Qingju wanted to go fight the beast tide but was stopped by Qin Lan. How confident are you of surviving? Anqing has only 30,000 martial artists. Against a beast tide, that's a mere sailboat before a storm, destined to be swallowed whole. And a sovereign-class magical beast is simply not a monster that the current Anqing can face. That's a being that only a grandmaster can barely fight against. Qingju, your life is not just your own, it's the entire family's. A martial artist family that can't resist magical beasts doesn't deserve to survive. Hong Yi, we are leaving Anqing. As for Yi, send him a message and see what he chooses. Meanwhile, in the Swan Lake secret realm where the beast tide invaded, 60% of Anqing's army and all high-level martial artists above the martial master level had entered. This vanguard had one mission, to find out what the high-class magical beasts could do. A temporary military defensive line had already been established at the entrance of the secret realm. This was the final line of defense for Anqing. Mayor Huang Qing stood there proud, hoping that the vanguard could make it out alive. Suddenly, a martial artist with a severed arm and covered in blood stumbled out of the secret realm rift. He held a USB drive in his hand, which contained all the achievements of the vanguard. But where are the others? They're all dead. Mayor, the beast tide trampled everything. We couldn't even bring back the bodies. We must be careful of that blood-eyed black ape. It tricked us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand of us could have made it out alive. As he spoke, a huge stone cone spun out of the secret realm, directly piercing a large building in the distance. The debris from the damage had started to fall onto the defensive preparations. Countless buried landmines were being detonated. They were trying to blow up the unfinished defense. Damn it, it's an attack from the secret realm side. Tank company, don't hold back. Fire at the secret realm rift for me. The tanks and anti-aircraft guns in the rear instantly opened fire, and the soaring flames directly engulfed the secret realm rift. They're not sending out magical beasts, but first using long-range attacks to exhaust our strength. How can magical beasts use tactics like humans? Damn it, you damn beasts. Another wave of stone cones broke through the secret realm rift, crashing nearby the retreating tanks. In the dust, a dark silhouette moved. Magical beasts has broken into the defense. The rat-like magical beast had chomped the head of a martial artist clean off. The infiltrating magical beasts had then charged at the martial artists nearby. Huang Qing ordered the tanks to shoot the stone spikes, since that's how the magical beasts were infiltrating their defenses. But this also led to a decrease in the suppressive fire attacking the secret realm side. It's about time. The humans are already powerless to resist. Soldiers, trample that land for me. The beast tide rushed towards the secret realm rift. Emerging on the other side, the first line of defense outside the secret realm rift was now facing the beast tide. The white-furred giant ape king withstood the bombardment of several cannonballs as it charged out. The first line of defense was utterly destroyed. At this moment, I stood on the rooftop of a tall building. After today, who knows what Anqing will become? Anqing became a place I grew fond of. I naturally didn't want the city to be destroyed under the iron hooves of magical beasts. Without further thought, I roared and jumped down from the tall building, having activated Godzilla's bloodline awakening. In the midst of the battlefield, Luo Xian kicked the head of a magical beast. Kai Shaoling was also here to fight. Chu Zhou walked over, holding a blue third-tier magic core in his hand. As geniuses of the academy, they could have left, but they still chose to stay. Luo Xian suddenly looked up at the sky. A tank was soaring through the air, uncontrollably headed towards them. Just as the tank was about to crush the three into a meat pie, Chu Zhou instantly drew his sword. The blade slashed through the air, directly splitting the falling tank in two. Seeing the true culprit who had thrown the tank, Kai Shaoling's pupils shrank. It's the Lord-level magical beast that first rushed out of the secret realm. How did it get to the rear lines? The three had no time to think, because the white-furred ape had already raised its truck-sized fist and was smashing it down. Chu Zhou was stunned in place. There was no time to dodge at such a close distance. However, a black and blue meteor suddenly crashed into the white-furred ape's head, causing its head to flip and its entire body to topple over. In an instant, it stretched out its large hand to swat the figure away, but its huge palm was firmly held by my small palm, unable to move. I stepped on the white ape's jaw, prying its mouth open with immense force. Open your mouth, I'll give you some oral care. As soon as my words fell, a brilliant blue stream of light light shot from my mouth directly into the white ape's fragile oral cavity. Kai Xiaoling and Luo Xian were dumbfounded, looking at the familiar blue light, but Chu Zhou reassured them that it was just me. Chu Zhou, seeing the sight in front of him, thought that maybe Anshin could now be saved. Chu Zhou, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to support other places. I then blasted off into the sky. With a better vantage point above the buildings, I used the life magnetic field ability to track down the biggest magical beast cluster. This was one of the defensive points closest to the secret realm rift. The martial artists equipped their swords and charged at the mammoth-like magical beast. However, they were met with its sharp tusks, ultimately perishing. The remaining martial artists and even ordinary soldiers had no intention of retreating. Even if it meant shedding their last drop of blood, they would never hand over this stronghold to the magical beasts. Suddenly, a large number of black-red demonic shadows appeared on the battlefield. They didn't attack humans but went to interfere with the beast horde. At the same time, a brilliant blue stream of light struck the mammoth magical beast. The mammoth magical beast let out a painful roar and dropped to the ground dead. At this moment, all the surrounding magical beasts besieged me. However, I was like an unstoppable missile as I unleashed the Thunder Fong Cleave technique, causing a great explosion as I crashed into the ground. On the other side, in a different battlefield, the high-level magical beasts instantly realized my threat and decided to prioritize eliminating me. Anqing's top scholar has entered the battlefield. The magical beasts are all swarming towards him. We can't let him be overrun. Kill the runaway magical beasts. Protect our last hope. At this moment, a single atomic breath blast pierced through the head of a huge magical beast. The ground was littered with mangled corpses melted by nuclear radiation. My atomic breath swept through the battlefield, preventing the oncoming beast tide from reaching me. Meanwhile, the martial artists were standing their ground and protecting me. A Lord-class beast is locked onto Yi. Protect the pride of Anshin. Just then, a raging magical beast came rushing towards us. However, it was instantly stopped by gigantic golden walls. Huang Qing had made a perimeter of walls all around. This won't stop all the primal beasts. We need to take down the sovereign class to end this beast tide. A white-furred magical beast suddenly leaped with great force, wanting to jump out of the stone walls to attack Huang Qing, but as soon as it got close, it was blasted into smithereens by the energy he released. But suddenly, Huang Qing had sensed something at the secret realm rift. At this moment, a huge crocodile head barely squeezed out of the secret realm rift. The mountain-crushing crocodile, a 4th-tier king species lord class. However, if the strongest mount had arrived, it means the blood-eyed black ape was starting to get nervous. Huang Qing then placed his palms on the ground, and his endlessly powerful martial energy spread throughout the earth. The earth's crust in front rose by over 100 meters. The mountain-crushing dominator hammer technique collapsed towards the half-exposed head of the mountain-crushing crocodile like a tsunami. Facing the collapsing mountain, the mountain-crushing crocodile's deep green vertical pupils flashed with a hint of contempt. However, under the will of the mountain-crushing crocodile, the center of the rock and stone tsunami began to continuously shrink and gather, forming a huge stone ball. You think I don't know you have control over earth-type attacks? I'm using it for a reason, and you fell for my bait. Burst martial, serpent surge. A spiral energy cone drilled into the magical beast. This was the outer peak earthquake strike. The crocodile's wails and roars echoed throughout Anshin, and the glass of the surrounding buildings was all shattered. The pain made the mountain-crushing crocodile completely enraged. The ground in a several hundred-meter radius instantly sprouted sharp stone thorns under its control, turning into a huge stone forest in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Huang Qing had known this might happen and evacuated everyone in time. If your entire body had entered Anshin, I'd hardly damage you, but with only one head exposed, you're a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Huang Qing used several powerful martial techniques in a short period of time. The air was cut by his high-speed punches and kicks, creating flames, but this just made the mountain-crushing crocodile mad. Several spikes shot out from its body, making Huang Qing back off. But just as Huang Qing stopped on the giant crocodile's body to briefly catch his breath, a stone pillar behind him suddenly cracked, and an arm covered in black fur reached out, grabbing Huang Qing directly. Insignificant human, what are you doing to my mount? It was the blood-eyed black ape, hiding in the stone spikes. Now let me crush your head. Let me show you how powerless humans are in front of me. Just as Huang Qing's head was about to be crushed by the blood-eyed black ape, he instantly used a flash to dodge. I have confirmed that no one in this city can stop me. I can kill with no restraint now. Huang Qing's face was expressionless. Although the opponent's strength far surpassed his, he showed no fear at all. The next moment, countless wide and sharp stone knives gathered, forming a storm beast, the Blade Wind Tempest, which roared and swept towards the blood-eyed black ape. Your resistance is meaningless. You're just delaying your death. In its eyes, this was no longer a war, but a game to gradually make the humans feel fear and despair. The storm of stone knives rushed into the blood-eyed black ape, but it didn't even defend itself. The attack could not pierce its skin. Good speed, but the power is too weak. Huang Qing didn't respond, but raised another sea of stones to attack the opponent. This one is powerful, but way too slow. The blood-eyed black ape easily maneuvered across the sea of stone, suddenly reappearing in front of Huang Qing. Kneel! I don't like lowly creatures looking at me at eye level. The blood-eyed black ape swung its arm, smashing Huang Qing to the ground. Although Huang Qing was severely injured by this blow, his weathered face was incomparably calm. You think you're so smart, but you still miscalculated. In the end, you're just an arrogant beast. Blood forbid dance technique. Earth vein seal. The ground turned into a quicksand with a terrifying suction force, trapping half of the blood-eyed black ape. Are you trying to seal me underground? How naive. Human, do you think you can trap me forever? As soon as this quicksand slackens even a little, I can break out and tear all the humans here to shreds. You're wrong. This isn't a backup plan. It's a hymn. A hymn to humanity. A hymn to courage. After saying this, he suddenly struck, piercing his own heart. What are you trying to do? At the start of this war, I buried Anqing's only nuclear warhead underground, and it would trigger if my heart stops beating. You're bluffing. Who would bet their life on something like that? Do you think I'd fall for your bullshit? You see, I never plan to walk away from this. My name is Huang Qing, and I am the mayor of Anshin. I am willing to give everything for Anshin and its citizens, including my life, but I suppose I've finally done enough. The next second, the nuclear bomb buried underground was finally detonated. Endless light and heat instantly engulfed everything, including his and the blood-eyed black ape's bodies. The area of 1,000 meters in radius turned into a dark red lava pool. A towering mushroom cloud, like a tombstone, rose from the ground. The martial artists artists who had received the information and evacuated the nuclear blast range had tears in their eyes, all looking at the center of the nuclear blast with the utmost respect in their eyes. This was a grand funeral. Soon after, in the boundless, dark red lava swamp, the blood-eyed black ape skeleton, which had not yet been melted, suddenly moved. An orange magic core floated out from where its heart was originally located. The magic core released a soft glow and began to repair the broken skeleton. In a few minutes, the skeleton, which was about to be burned to charcoal, had grown a large amount of flesh and blood. The near-death blood-eyed black ape weakly opened its eyes, feeling the depleted life energy in its magic core, and was instantly enraged. I didn't expect to almost be taken out by the hands of humans. I will kill everyone in this city. I will torture all humans in the most cruel way. First, I'll return to the Sin domain, our place of origin as magical beasts, and after I've recovered my energy and blood, I'll trample this place. Just then, I called out to the blood-eyed black ape, "Where do you think you're going?" The blood-eyed black ape had realized who I was, and knew he was in grave danger. It's a shame I was too late, but I found you at last. I charged in with an atomic blast fist, blasting it with a great blue explosion. However, the magical beast was unshaken, even wanting to take the opportunity to kill me. If you had run from the start, my mini-nuke might not have been able to hit you, but since you are so eager to die, you can have this instead. The blood-eyed black ape sensed the energy of the nuclear bomb, cursed under its breath, and urgently wanted to retreat, but I had already awakened my colossal titan bloodline, condensing blue nuclear energy in my center. In the moment the light ball was fully charged, it was immediately detonated, causing a massive blue explosion. Why did another nuclear bomb go off? Could it be a backup plan left by Mayor Huang Qing? After the nuclear explosion, the blood-eyed black ape was reduced to a withering mess. You are just a monstrous being. My bloodline awakening's powers had fused together. This was the armored titan form. You're more beastly than me. Even sovereign class beasts don't carry an aura like yours. That's the difference. I'm not a bald chimp like you. I had lifted my giant foot while the blood-eyed black ape was stunned and stomped at it with all my weight. However, the blood-eyed black ape managed to roll out of the range of the stomp. It's useless to run, bald monkey. I swung my arm, as big as a great pillar, and used a black flash mountain blocking fist. The arrogant blood-eyed black ape couldn't tolerate the taunt of a martial apprentice and swung its arm. Our fists collided with a crash, and dark martial energy shot out. The next second, the blood-eyed black ape was sent flying in a straight line. It was a sovereign class magical beast after all. Even severely injured, it wasn't something I could easily suppress. Despite my bloodline awakenings, our clash had still damaged my arm, but this damage was still effortlessly regenerated. The blood-eyed black ape, seeing how difficult I was to deal with, finally gave up the idea of killing me. The blood-eyed black ape had now sprinted towards the horizon, but behind him, I was already charging another blast. You don't deserve to stain Mayor Huang Qing's sacrifice. The atomic blast was unleashed towards the running blood-eyed black ape, engulfing its whole being as it cursed me away. After taking a hit from my atomic breath, the blood-eyed black ape burrowed underground and played dead. However, it could not escape my life magnetic field. Now that it was gravely injured, it's easier to track, unlike before. Found you, you damn monkey. I grinned and fired another atomic breath at it. The next moment, the explosive energy directly cut open the surface of the ground, blasting the blood-eyed black ape out of the soil layer. Damn it, just a little bit more. I could already feel the entrance to the Sin domain was not far away. If I hadn't been tricked by that damn human mayor. Suddenly, my huge fist was already smashing towards it. With a loud bang, the black ape was once again slammed into the ground. This is the price for defiling Mayor Huang's name. I will make you wish you were dead. Being repeatedly chased and beaten by a young martial artist had already made the black ape feel extremely ashamed and angry. I'll burn the last of my magic core's energy and drag you to hell. It squeezed the last bit of energy from its magic core in exchange for its right arm temporarily recovering nearly half of its strength. You despicable worm. Go to hell. I was not afraid at all, and my fist, wrapped in a gust of air, also smashed towards him. The large and small fists collided, and the terrifying force squeezed all the surrounding air, forming a temporary vacuum. However, my arm that had clashed with the blood-eyed black ape's fist exploded. Blood and gore rained down, creating a bloody rain in this nuclear wasteland. On the other hand, even the blood-eyed black ape was too severely injured after that clash. It was finally at the end of its rope. My atomic breath charged to maximum, but before the breath could be released, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my mind. This was a mental attack by a different creature. The ground in the wasteland was now covered with delicate hands. Don't even think about escaping. I tried to grab the blood-eyed black ape, but there were also hands between my joints, restraining my movement. You think you can trap me like this? My bloodline awakening form had began to erupt in flames. The hands that were restraining me had no chance. Taste the burn of flames at 1,000 degrees. At this moment, the blood-eyed black ape was now almost to the entrance of the secret realm rift, but then he saw the sight before him. The burning colossal titan was closing in with a terrifying flaming aura. The blood-eyed black ape began to panic, ordering the hands to hurry up his escape. But just then, a form of a woman peeked through the secret realm rift. What the hell is that thing? Is it also a magical beast? With power that terrifying, it must be a sovereign class too. If its true form appeared, I'd probably be on my knees immediately. The woman's head seemed to sense my approach. She opened her mouth and let out a loud scream. The scream managed to get through the colossal titan's layers and reach my mind. I couldn't take it anymore, and my human body had pierced through my colossal titan's flesh. You've killed so many people, and you think you can just leave Anqing like that? You've got to be kidding me. I roared, pouring all my atomic energy into the giant's body. Nuclear energy overflowed within the colossal titan's body. I also ejected from the volatile body. This is a local specialty from our hometown, a nuclear bomb. I hope you like it. A dazzling blue-white light engulfed everything. The woman's head stared at me, her eyes filled with endless anger. The blue-white light passed through the secret realm rift, dispersing the lingering smoke from the nuclear explosion, like a small sun rising in a nuclear wasteland. This obvious anomaly was quickly noticed by the martial artists several kilometers away. Look at the secret realm rift. It seems to have exploded. Even the spectating martial artists were dumbfounded. After the blood-eyed black ape died, the number of magical beasts that were constantly pouring into Anqing through the secret realm rift began to decrease. The martial artists of Anqing began to surround and kill the magical beasts roaming the city. This siege lasted for a day and a night, and it wasn't until all the findable magical beasts were killed that the exhausted martial artists stopped stopped. The battle to defend Anqing was finally won, even at the heavy cost of nearly 80% of the martial artists and soldiers being killed or injured. Meanwhile, inside the Swan Lake secret realm, at the site of the final nuclear blast, I had woken up from a coma, finally opening my eyes. Although I had poured all the nuclear energy in my body into the colossal titan to trigger a nuclear explosion, this place itself was full of fresh nuclear radiation and residual atomic fission energy. It was like recharging on the spot after running out of battery. This battle was too difficult. It was thanks to Mayor Huang Qing that I could do what I did. Although my infinite monster template is strong, it is still far from being a match for a sovereign-class magical beast. This victory was due to the right time, the right place, and luck. I need more time to grow, but this nationwide secret realm riot has also given me a sense of urgency. I don't know when I'll be able to draw the next template, but fusing with the Godzilla Earth template is the fastest way for me to become a top-tier powerhouse. Perhaps being transported into this world was part of my destiny. A month passed in a flash after the beast tide. I learned about the damage to other cities from the news. In Guangshan City, an S-rank secret realm appeared that was shrouded in an impenetrable gray fog. The National Martial Artist Organization, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, dispatched 30 Xuanwu martial artists and 5 Grandmaster experts, led by the senior Grandmaster Du Jingming, to investigate. The unusual event prompted the strongest nation guardian martial artist, Fu Hongsheng, to act, but the aftermath of his expedition, he was severely wounded and only 2 Grandmasters survived with him. As such, Guangshan City was labeled as a danger zone with millions of casualties. Even a nation guardian martial artist was severely injured. As the human survival situation becomes so urgent, I can't wait any longer. After turning off the news, I directly called Qin Wan, saying I wanted to ask her for a favor. Qin Wan thought I wanted to learn the remaining 2 profound yellow martial techniques of the Lu family. No, I want to ask you to help me purchase some high-quality plant attribute magic cores, preferably blue magic cores, or even purple lord-class magic cores. Plant-type magical beasts are already rare, and lord-level magic cores are even more precious. You have grand ambitions. Since you want so much, what can you offer in return? Imperial University has a freshman secret realm assessment every year at the beginning of the school year. I can team up with Lu Qingzhu and help her get first place. You're underestimating the genius top scholars from other provinces and cities, aren't you? I can tell you that Qingzhu's strength wouldn't even be in the upper echelons. Although you suppressed her in the arena match with Qingzhu, you are still a bit behind the top-tier prodigies. But Aunt Qin, you can only bet the revival of the Lu family on me, right? I can write an IOU. If I fail to get first place among the freshmen, I will come to the Lu family to be your workhorse and take care of you in your old age. A workhorse, you'll serve and do menial tasks. Fine, I'll help you one more time for now. After finishing the call with Qin Lan, I went to the hospital to visit Chuzhou. Many people on the road recognized me, and some avid fans even came up to ask for my autograph. As soon as I entered the hospital room, I couldn't help but laugh out loud at Chuzhou's state. Beside Chuzhou was Luo Xian, whose leg got amputated during the battle, but will get surgery to recover. While visiting, we received a phone call. It was from the head of admissions at Imperial University, informing Chuzhou and me that the university would be starting a month early, and a special train would come to pick us up in 3 days. With school starting soon, I still had important things to do. I then said goodbye to Chuzhou and rushed to the old site of Swan Lake, because the massive mushroom cloud from the nuclear explosion had thrown hundreds of tons of dust into the clouds. My main purpose in coming here was to absorb the residual nuclear radiation and increase my strength, but this could also be considered helping Anqing solve a nuclear contamination source. While in the Godzilla state, I began to try to use my martial energy to guide the radiation energy in the air into my body. In just 3 days, my compatibility with the Godzilla template reached 38.9%. Unfortunately, it was time for me to go. With atomic energy, I blasted off into the sky. Soon after, at the Anqing high-speed rail station, the special train from Imperial University was about to arrive. Chuzhou, who had packed his luggage, was waiting by the tracks. Soon enough, I descended into the train station. How lucky. I made it in time. You've gotten stronger again. I took one last look at the city being rebuilt, and then strode towards the train platform. Goodbye, Anqing. Imperial City, here we come. A moment later, the golden and red train of Imperial University pulled into the station. Chuzhou and I entered the train together. The train was already filled with many people, mostly top scholars from various cities. The entire train was made of the most advanced structures and materials, easily capable of withstanding the impact of several thousand tons of force. On top of that, there were high-level martial artists as escorts inside the train, but I had actually already known this with my life magnetic field. But just then, a level 1 alert sounded out inside the train. The Imperial City train was under attack by an unknown enemy. The Imperial City train was under attack by an unknown enemy. The professor and other teachers are investigating the situation. All other students, please evacuate the carriages as soon as possible. Do not engage the enemy. The entire carriage was silent for a moment, then became extremely chaotic. The freshmen were discussing the current situation. Meanwhile, Chuzhou turned to me and asked what I thought. Let's get out of the train first, or go to other carriages to see the situation. We walked forward along the carriages. When we reached the 5th carriage, we met a freshman who was covered in blood and looked terrified. The enemy has already taken over the first 3 carriages. The opponent has a special domain that can pull people into an independent space. There are also terrifying enemies inside chasing everyone. The martial artists and teachers worked together to send me out of that domain and told me to tell you to run quickly. This is not a drill. Hearing this, many of the freshmen who wanted to investigate the situation were stunned. But a freshman, Yin Xiangxin, complained, "Where's the proof? If you say there's danger ahead, you should show some proof. I have a friend I know well in the front carriages, and his strength is enough to compete for the top freshman spot. I don't believe you could get out," but he couldn't. After Yen Jingxiong finished speaking, he strode towards the front carriages. Many freshmen who supported the trial theory followed behind him, preparing to go and see what was happening. "Yuri he, right. A girl named Lu Qingzhu showed me your photo. She told me to tell you not to go to the front carriages. Is that what she told you?" "That's right. To cover for me, she was severely injured by a single slash. I can't persuade those people who are seeking death, but I must fulfill that girl's last wish and make sure you survive." "Damn it, she's not even dead yet, and you're already talking about her last wish." With that, I directly ran towards the front carriages with Chuzhou. This should be the so-called separate space entrance the freshman mentioned, right? I casually picked up a heavy object and threw it in, but no sound came out, as if the thrown object had been silently swallowed. Even the life magnetic field couldn't penetrate this hazy color to sense anything, but many freshmen had just walked this way, so it seemed they had all gone in. Interesting, let's go in. Chuzhou and I then stepped into the chaotic thin film. Underneath me was a thin curving pathway. Wait, we came inside together, but now Chuzhou is gone. However, I just continued towards the light at the end of the path. What the hell is this freaky place? And it seems like my life magnetic field still was being blocked, and so I flew high in the sky, landing on top of a skyscraper. Don't play tricks on me. I gathered my martial energy into a ball and filled it with unstable atomic energy. I'll blow this damn place up. The next moment, the energy ball was thrown into the clouds. The massive light and heat dispersed the surrounding gray clouds, and the explosion in the air instantly broke the city's silence. The Imperial University freshmen hiding in various corners were all dumbfounded when they saw it. In the distance, Chuzhou raised his sword and quickly rushed towards the location of the explosion. In a certain building, the pale-faced Lu Qingzhu watched the blue glowing explosion in the sky and also knew that I had entered the scene. At this moment, watching the restless city, I understood that my position was exposed to everyone. What I attracted was not only teammates but also enemies who had already arrived. The person was wearing a pig head mask and holding a blood-stained sharp knife. Damn bastard, playing mysterious. I'll rip your mask off. My fist connected right at the pig's mask, blasting it with my atomic punch. The mask menacingly burns with blue nuclear energy. Just then, the sharp knife in the pig-headed man's hand stabbed out at an even faster speed, directly ignoring Godzilla's skin defense and piercing my abdomen. He exerted force with his arm, wanting to cut my body open, but he couldn't succeed. The sharp knife was actually stuck by my rapidly self-healing muscle layer. Your strength isn't great, but your weapon is very special, seemingly able to ignore defense. What the hell are you? Open your mouth obediently and let me check you out properly. With that, I directly released atomic breath down his throat, ripping his head off as his body burned away. There's something inside the headpiece. It was a pendant with a marking, so I thought that this might be a trial by the Imperial City, where we get loot for beating monsters. Just then, the weapon stabbed into me had started to disappear, since the wielder infused it with his martial energy. Suddenly, an arrow suddenly shot towards the back of my head. However, a ferocious and evil shadow instantly shot out from my body, blocking the attack. I then looked in the direction the arrow came from and saw a chicken-headed figure. However, a spear tip emerged from the ground, and the new enemy even continued its attack with multiple arrows. Unable to stop, I had ran right into the spears that split, stopping my tracks. Just then, I began to form my Colossal Titan. The Colossal Titan's form continued to assemble, hurling a fist right at the enemy, crashing all the way down to the first floor. I want to see who this guy is, the one who nearly skewered me. I then noticed the rabbit head, which makes me feel uneasy as well, having noted their connection to the zodiac signs. Just then, the muscles on the rabbit's leg grew tenfold, gathering his force. Like a bullet, the rabbit had hurled itself towards me, but all it met was a kick as it flipped away. What the hell? It knows martial arts. As the spear of the rabbit got closer, an ice wall suddenly formed right in front of me, blocking the attack. And then, a thick ice wall created a perimeter around the rabbit, trapping him there. That was close. Leave this rabbit to me. Chuzhou's ice sword instantly stabbing towards the rabbit-headed man. However, the rabbit-headed man's reaction was also extremely fast. In an instant, their weapons clashed dozens of times. However, Chuzhou managed to trap the spear in ice, and with a palm strike, had blasted the rabbit-headed man away, crashing into my Colossal Titan, and my huge bone palm, grabbing towards him, crushing him to death, and causing a great explosion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, why is there no movement? He must be dead. Those masked men weren't even injured when we surrounded them. Their weapons can break through any defense. We can't handle them with our level. The guy who came in and shot cannons into the sky was too arrogant. He must be a student from a small place who got into Imperial University. Scholars from big cities are on another level entirely. I heard Yan Jingxiong and Ouyang of Modu, Lan Yusi of Shindu, and Xian Chen of Lili Island have already begun hunting masked men. I can't imagine how they managed it. In the past, freshman presidents have all been locals of Imperial City. In front of those Imperial prodigies, their conversation was interrupted by a loud noise. They looked up at the sky and were dumbfounded. What was that ridiculously powerful beam of light just now? A railgun? Don't be ridiculous. How could there be a railgun here? Others in the city also stopped in their tracks, silently watching the exaggerated beam of light in the sky. Ouyang, what do you think? This attack style doesn't seem like the masked men's. It's most likely the work of a freshman. A freshman, besides those few from the Imperial capital. How could anyone else possess such exaggerated power? We have to go. After all, I've already collected the pendants for the rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Lan Yusi from Shindu has at least one goat pendant, and Xian Chen from Lili Island has at least one snake pendant. A girl named Lu Qingzhu also seems to have taken down the ox-headed man and got the ox pendant. If the masked men are really arranged according to the 12 zodiac signs, then only the pig, rabbit, chicken, tiger, and dragon pendants are left. As for the dragon, you know that monster. It's a touch-and-eye situation, a boss we can only run from, not fight. And the remaining pendants, the freshman who released that blue beam of light definitely has a few. Xian Chen and Lan Yusi will probably be attracted there too. Jingxiong, this game has entered the final round. If we want to win, we can only snatch them from others. At this moment, I was now in possession of rabbit pendant. Before you came, I had already taken down a guy wearing a pig head mask and got a pendant from his mask. If I'm not mistaken, this trial should be about collecting all the pendants from the animal heads. So we should go and actively look for the masked men. That's right, just now on the rooftop, another guy shot a hidden arrow at me. He should also be a masked man. Although he escaped in the chaos, his arrow hit me, so I can track him through it. The two of us then quickly gave chase, arriving soon after. Something's not right. There are traces of a battle here. Someone beat us to it. This scorch mark is still warm. The other party hasn't gone far. They should be nearby. Hearing my words, Chuzhou's ice elemental dragon bloodline had instinctually reacted to something. Relying on his senses, he instinctively slashed his sword in a certain direction. A 10-meter high ice spike rose from the ground, crashing straight into a certain spot in the air. My optical camouflage was actually discovered. You're up to no good if you're hiding in the shadows. Get out of the way. Gene technique. Flame demon battle body. His palm quickly turned as red and bright as a branding iron, and he met the incoming ice cone cone head-on with his palm. Lan Yusi, your optical camouflage is too weak if you've been found. I question whether the two of them were ambushing us. Little brother, you've misunderstood. We dealt with a guy in a chicken mask and we're hiding just to bait out more. Xian Chin casually lit a cigarette with a snap of his fingers. Then what does this mean? I said, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the air nearby, revealing an invisible clone. Even my clone was discovered? It seems these guys have some skill. Then, I guess it's my turn. Suddenly, his cheeks suddenly puffed up. Then he spewed a large cloud of black smoke towards me and Chuzhou. Seeing this, I instantly retreated with Chuzhou. Just then, Lan Yusi took out a yellow fan with glowing runes and fanned the black smoke Xian Chin had spewed, and in a blink, it had engulfed us. It's not over yet. Let me add some fire for you. The black smoke instantly ignited, turning into a fiery cloud, and the scorching temperature twisted the air into a knot. So what if you have skills? You still can't beat us? However, I replied to them still. What the hell are you laughing about? With a strong and loud clap, the smoke and fire quickly dissipated from the air pressure. Just clapping was enough to dispel my fire cloud. Suddenly, I instantly smashed my fist into his face. He was sent flying in a straight line, rolled a few times, and crashed a distance away. Lan Yusi began to panic, worrying about how there's no way to deal with me. But lost in thought, she didn't realize she was already trapped in ice. She knew that even with a team up, they couldn't defeat any one of us. Lan Yusi cried out in alarm, waved her fan with all her might. The ice under her feet was cut by the wind blades, and her body was then lifted by the wind, wanting to retreat. However, I was quick to grab her ankle. Get down here, I roared and slammed Lan Yusi to the ground. Seeing that I was about to throw another punch, Lan Yusi created multiple clones and tried to escape. However, I unleashed the vengeful spirits inside my body, and it had quickly subdued all of her clones. You can't win, and you can't run. Just accept it. Lan Yusi, in despair, directly chose to surrender and took out the goat and chicken pendants she had obtained. From her, I learned that to win this trial, one had to collect all 12 pendants. Now, in the late stage of the trial, even if you didn't actively rob others, others would actively come to rob you. Ouyang Zhe and Yen Jingxiong from Modu were the top freshmen in this batch. They had probably already snatched a lot of pendants. How about it? Do you need me to take you to find Ouyang Zhe and Yen Jingxiong? Lan Yusi understood that she had no hope of winning, so she might as well stir up trouble and let us kill each other. You don't need to worry about that. I think your fan is not bad. Meanwhile, Yen Jingxiong and Ouyang Zhe were rushing towards this direction. Although they knew that Xian Chen and Lan Yusi had probably already gone over, it didn't matter to them. They were extremely confident that no matter who won, they could just snatch the pendants from the other's hands. Before they reached their destination, the two suddenly stopped. In front of them was a corpse that had been cut in half at the waist, Xian Chen's face still showing extreme fear. Just a few minutes ago, Xian Chen, who had been sent flying by a single punch, had landed in a trash pile far away. He understood that he couldn't beat me, so he wanted to team up with Ouyang Zhe and the other. But before he could act, a figure holding a tang knife suddenly appeared behind him. The figure was wearing a majestic and ferocious dragon mask, and his eyes were actually double-pupiled. Xian Chen understood that this was the dragon masked man. In the blink of an eye, he was cut in half at the waist. Now, the dragon masked man was in possession of the snake and tiger pendant. Upon inspection, the two also recognized that this was done by the dragon masked man. Isn't the dragon mask only able to operate in that underground parking garage? At that time, I even brought more than 20 followers to the underground parking garage to find you, and we met that dragon. Only the two of us escaped alive. I can't believe that guy would actually kill people. Wasn't it supposed to be a trial? But that hot blood didn't seem fake. What now? It seems the pendant on Xian Chen was also taken. Dragon mask likely left the underground garage because we freshmen triggered a condition, perhaps killing all the masked men, freeing him to move. Just as the Zodiac masked men hunt freshmen, he may now actively target us pendant holders. He's impossible to fight against. We must get the pendants from the others before Dragon Mask does. We can't let the pendants fall into Dragon Mask's hands. After Ouyang Zhe finished speaking, he activated his bloodline awakening, the Golden Winged Dragon Rock. He decided to actively release a signal to attract the other pendant holders for a decisive battle. His golden wings flapped lightly, and he flew high into the sky, letting out a provocative cry. Lu Qingzhu, drawn into the dead city with the Imperial University train's first carriage, fought alongside two freshmen to kill an ox-headed man. She then stumbled into an underground garage, where the Dragon Mask struck her down before she barely escaped, gravely wounded. Learning I was also inside, she planned to recover before seeking me out, but then a fierce cry of a kindred bloodline made her heart seize. Lu Qingzhu wondered if she had been discovered. Despite not being able to fight, she strengthened her resolve, trying to lure them to her, since she thought I might need the pendants. Ouyang Zhe had sensed Lu Qingzhu. From the entrance exam, he realized their bloodlines shared a heritage. He also noticed that the ox pendant was with her, and that she was moving towards the Dragon Mask's parking lot. But he knew the Dragon Mask wasn't there anymore, and decisively headed her direction. Ouyang Zhe crashed through several floors in pursuit of his target. Lu Qingzhu, you can't hide. Come out. Just as he finished speaking, a sense of fatal crisis suddenly filled Ouyang Zhe's heart. In the darkness ahead, a pair of eerie, blood-red double pupils were staring intently at him, and then he realized a devastating truth. The Dragon Mask was hunting the pendants, so naturally he would prioritize the one that has the most. Ouyang Zhe wanted to escape from here as soon as possible, but he was forcibly pulled into the other's domain space. He could only leave if a certain condition was met, or if he defeated the caster, Dragon Mask. The next moment, Dragon Mask's figure instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Ouyang Zhe, launching an attack. Ouyang Zhe could only focus on defending himself. Dragon Mask's attacks became increasingly sharp and fierce, continuing its assault. Meanwhile, on the outside, I punched Yen Jingxiong with a disdainful look on my face. So it's you, making a server-wide taunt here? Eehee, leave this person to me. I want to test my strength. You think you've got me? Don't be so arrogant. Chuzhou's expression remained calm as he drew his sword, and a pillar of ice had appeared where the sword had struck. Where are you running to? He skillfully retracted his force in midair. He once again chopped at Chuzhou from another angle. Chuzhou instantly shut off his five senses and entered a profound state of unity between man and sword. The broken cold sword in his hand unleashed a pure sword gleam, which violently collided with the broadsword imbued with a tiger's roar. The sword energy and blade energy fought each other, and the sounds of a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar echoed through half the street. At this moment, Yen Jingxiong suddenly suddenly sensed Ouyangze's aura calling for help. He had no desire to continue fighting the Chu Zhou in front of him. If I wasn't in a hurry this time, I would have broken at least 8 of your bones. You're going to talk trash and then just leave? Did I say you could go? I struck him with a powerful atomic blast, sending him away. You ambushed me, but I replied, this isn't a sneak attack. It's just that your brain is too slow to react to my fist. Arrogant bastard, I'll take your life. But in the next moment, he was beaten black and blue by me and was lying on the ground again. This weapon has a good weight to it. I'd like to borrow it. You don't mind, do you? But it still needs a little strengthening. I fused my martial energy with it, and black scale spikes formed at the base. Although there was no zodiac jade pendant, there was a pendant that seemed to be sending a signal. Ouyangze barely lasted a few minutes against Dragon Mask, his golden wings and one arm being severed from the fight. He had exhausted all his life-saving measures, even using the energy-locking nail, a relic from a secret realm ruin. It could seal an opponent's martial energy if it struck the heart, but unfortunately, he had missed by inches. Ouyangze had now accepted his own fate. A few breaths later, the lights in the underground parking garage turned on again. At this moment, the winged Ouyangze had been pierced through the heart and nailed to the wall. On the other side, Lu Qingzhu quickly left the underground parking garage and ran towards the rooftop. She understood that Ouyangze couldn't last long, and she didn't have the strength to run far either. To survive, she could only find a way to get me to come and take her away. She was going to send out a signal to me using her bloodline awakening, Nether Sparrow. She gathered her remaining energy to let out a cry. However, just then, the sound of a blade dragging on the ground suddenly sounded. She stood on the edge of the rooftop in disbelief and looked down. She saw Dragon Mask approaching her vertically on the surface of the building. She could not believe she was found so quickly and wanted to send another signal, but it was too late. The domain had already been activated. Dragon Mask entered the blackened domain, raising its weapon up with a menacing grin. Lu Qingzhu knew she could not dodge this attack, but suddenly, the domain around them started to crack. Suddenly, I broke into the domain with an incomparably barbaric posture. I promised your parents, and I keep my word. The Dragon Mask immediately noticed my presence. As for you, what even are you? A rolling baleful aura and martial energy rich in atomic energy were poured into the broadsword, slashing towards the opponent. The force was strong enough to split the building in half. Chu Zhou and my new little brother are in the alley to the east. You go there first. I'll deal with this guy wearing the Dragon Mask. After instructing Lu Qingzhu, I turned into a blue meteor and flew directly towards Dragon Mask's position below. After landing on the ground, I found that Dragon Mask was now bare-chested, his clothes completely destroyed by the crescent moon black flash just now. I keenly noticed that there was a bronze nail stuck in his chest. That nail, could it be the plan Yan Jingxiong mentioned that could solve Dragon Mask? Just then, the Dragon Mask moved so fast that it left after images. I instinctively sensed danger and quickly swung the black scale reinforced broadsword to block. Dazzling sparks flickered continuously, and the swords were glowing with martial energy. The Dragon Mask overpowered me and threw me to the ground, but in the dust, a blue glow emerged, and an atomic breath pierced through multiple floors, directly hitting the Dragon Mask. It seems like I've finally encountered a worthy opponent. However, the Dragon Mask still managed to get back up, still ready to fight. That's more like it. The invincible boss Dragon Mask wouldn't be defeated so easily. Just then, Dragon Mask's figure flickered and attacked again. The entire street instantly cracked, and I was pushed back continuously by his relentless slashes. After his mask was broken, not only his speed but also his strength has increased. The broadsword in my hand couldn't withstand such high-intensity slashes and broke in half. At that moment, Dragon Mask accelerated in an instant, appearing behind me. However, I had bitten down on the blade to prevent the attack. I finally got you. I then delivered an uppercut with atomic energy directly to Dragon Mask's chin. The mask on his face was completely shattered. Not giving him any chance to breathe, I grabbed Dragon Mask's sword-wielding arm with one hand. I reeled back my fist, ready to strike, and a barrage of attacks hit directly at the vital points of the Dragon Mask. This attack, in addition to the energy-suppressing nail, would surely cause deep internal destruction. But even so, he still maintained a strong killing intent and hostility towards me, his long sword slashing at my chest from a tricky angle. Seeing this, I quickly took out the yellow fan and directly blocked his attack. Your best chance to kill me was at the beginning, but now you only have a 30% chance of defeating me. With the rapid fanning of the fan, a crimson whirlwind instantly rose from the ground, engulfing the Dragon Mask. The dark red wind blades continuously cut at Dragon Mask's body, and the suction force of the strong wind threw him dozens of meters into the air. I leaped into the air, transforming into a dazzling blue meteor and arriving in front of Dragon Mask. First punch, an atomic blast fist. With a loud boom, the violent atomic explosion erupted. Dragon Mask was now falling in a daze. I once again caught up to the falling Dragon Mask. Second punch, mountain blocking fist black flash. The Dragon Mask bounced between the buildings, finally crashing into a wall. I thought you would be more powerful than this, Dragon Mask. The Dragon Mask still tried to move to attack, but in an instant, I had already decapitated him. His lifeless body remained pinned to the wall as his head fell to the ground. I finally have the Dragon Pendant. It's time to end this game. At this moment, all the freshmen had witnessed my powerful strength. Yan Jingxiong didn't even dare to look at me directly. You shouldn't have gone to fight that Dragon Mask alone. Besides, if we had gone up, we would have only been a hindrance. With our strength, we wouldn't even have been qualified to assist. We would have just been killed by Dragon Mask. Lu Qingzhu fell silent because Chu Zhou was right. She herself was so injured that she couldn't even perform a martial technique. For the first time, she had a heartfelt desire to become stronger, at least not to drag a certain someone down. What are you thinking about? The Ox Pendant. Can I borrow it for a bit? I arranged all the pendants in the order of the 12 zodiacs, from rat to pig, but nothing happened. This most special Dragon Mask was not designed as a huntable masked man at all, but a hunter specifically to kill pendant holders. In that case, to clear the game normally, we probably don't need to add the Dragon Pendant, right? I heard this and took out the Dragon Pendant, rearranging them in the order of rat to pig again. The next moment, the entire city space began to tremble violently. The gray fog in the sky began to swirl into a vortex, thunder striking the tops of the buildings, and a huge, white gold pupil appeared in the center of the vortex. After seeing the white gold pupil in the center of the vortex, I felt as if the world had turned upside down, and my body was actually falling from the ground towards the pupil in the sky. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I was still sitting in my seat seat on the Imperial University train. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. Just then, a broadcast announcement suddenly sounded. All students, please do not be alarmed. You are all just drawn into a dream illusion created by the artifact Mirage Eye. This is this year's Imperial University freshman trial. Please relax. A special announcement. In this freshman trial, the team of Ihi from Anshan collected all the zodiac pendants and took first place. Among them, student Ihi's performance was outstanding. A special reward will be sent after enrollment. After the train broadcast ended, the carriage was silent for a moment, and then an even more clamorous debate erupted. As the center of the candidates' discussion, I sat silently in my seat, completely ignoring the discussions around me, because my monster template finally had a new prompt. Congratulations to the host for suppressing all freshmen in the Imperial Mirage Eye trial. You are rewarded with one template draw. Immediately after, I had used it and drawn a new monster template. This new draw was the D-class magical beast, Vampire Dio Brando, with the bloodline abilities, blood manipulation, and immortal body. And after evolving, this bloodline could even stop time. Just as I was overjoyed, Ouyang suddenly walked over to talk to me. Ihi, you beat Dragon Mask? It wasn't beating him, it was killing him. Beating and killing are two different levels of difficulty. Ouyang, who had personally fought against Dragon Mask twice, naturally understood the significance of this. I plan to establish a new club at Imperial University, different from the student union, and I hope you will join. I will support you as the president. For years, the positions of top freshman and student union president have been firmly held by students from the Imperial capital. Ihi, your strength has shown me an opportunity to break this Imperial University tradition. Join us. The students were surprised that the arrogant Ouyang would actually do this. Sorry, I'm not interested in competing with the student union or establishing organizations. I prefer to be a lone wolf. He smiled and handed me a business card. Ihi, we will always look forward to cooperating with you. Soon after, the train finally arrived safely at its destination, Imperial City. A big city was indeed different. Soaring skyscrapers pierced the clouds, and the flowing light strips on the buildings formed unique light trails, decorating the city's night sky like a sci-fi dream. After the train stopped at the Imperial Capital high-speed rail station, we were taken to a helipad where a levitating passenger plane was parked. All students, please board the plane in an orderly manner. Hearing the prompt, I directly poked Lu Qingzhu in the lower back. What are you doing? We're still outside. Lu Qingzhu's face turned red, because her mother reminded her that they were only fiancé in name, so they shouldn't be too close in public. I asked in confusion, I wanted to ask you, why are we taking a plane? Because Imperial University is in the sky. The plane that we boarded emerged from the clouds, revealing the Imperial University in the sky. I had realized that there was an electromagnetic field surrounding the university. It even decreased my life magnetic field's effectiveness. Upon disembarking the place, the students received their own student identification cards. Next, the freshmen all took the maglev train on campus to the student dormitories. The student dormitory was a skyscraper with over 100 floors. My room was on the 42nd floor, and Chu Zhou's was on the 45th. I was amazed upon entering the room. Not only was it nearly 100 square meters, but it also came with the latest model of computer and a massage bathtub in the restroom. There was no time to experience these configurations now, because I had more important things to do. Max out the Vampire Dio's template first. By scanning the student ID, I was able to open the Imperial Pass application. This application served as the Academy's marketplace, which had its own currency. Unfortunately, the conversion rate was abysmal. However, the actual items in the market were all top tier, so I prioritized buying blood attribute magic cores, which was enough to reach 100% compatibility with the Vampire Dio monster template. In just a few moments, a drone arrived at the window with a package. I opened the package and swallowed the magic cores in one go. A powerful energy entered my stomach and was quickly converted into nutrients, appearing on the panel's compatibility. The template Dio Brando was now at 100% compatibility, and the bloodline ability, the world time stop, has been unlocked. As the prompt sounded, my body also began to change. My skin became paler, my 2 canine teeth became sharper, and blood grooves even appeared on the back of my canine teeth. I opened my hand and saw that the nails on my 5 fingers were growing at a visible rate. After observing for a moment, I suddenly had a bold idea. Then, without any hesitation, I suddenly stabbed my hand into my own throat. But not only did I not die, the wound healed completely in a few seconds. The self-healing speed was even faster than Godzilla's self-healing speed before. The vampire's abilities were not bad. I nodded in satisfaction and then began to test my new ability. Entering the training room, I began to unleash my skill, the ability to manifest an exterior physical fighting spirit, known as a stand. This was the stand, the world, and I had to find out how strong it could be. Come on, punch me. The world swung its gauntlet fist, breaking the sound barrier, and struck me fiercely. The bones in my arms completely shattered as I crashed into the wall of the room. Next, I tested the next ability. Time, stop. The world. With a buzz, a gray spherical domain began to expand from me as the center. The domain stayed strong for a few seconds, but it began to crack by the 5th second, but I still tried to push through. By 5.2 seconds, my blood was already bursting out of me. Finally, it reached 5.7 seconds before the time stop domain completely shattered, and I understood that the 5-second limit was for the original host's limit, but I still had potential to grow. Time quickly passed to the next day. Chu Zhou and I entered the Imperial University campus together. After fusing with the vampire bloodline, although the sunlight didn't harm me at all, I still inexplicably began to dislike the sun. Chu Zhou told me that this year, Imperial University had changed its past class-based learning model to a small group mentor system. It was basically following a main mentor for each academic year, during which one could also seek guidance from assistant mentors. Other freshmen needed to find a mentor after the start of the school year, but I didn't have to. As the one who had collected all the zodiac pendants, I had the right to directly choose any mentor, and the mentor couldn't refuse. All the way to the stadium, I found a long queue outside. Generally, 3 people would enter the stadium for an assessment as a group, and then the mentors would light up their lights to choose them. Chu Zhou, you go in first. I'm going to wander around somewhere else. Since I can choose any mentor, it doesn't matter when I go in. After saying goodbye to Chu Zhou, I left the stadium, but I suddenly caught a faint smell of blood. This smell of blood contained a hidden yet ferocious killing intent and sin, which actually stirred the murderous aura in my body. I followed the scent, and finally seeing the source of the aura aura in a small alley. Surprisingly, the trail led to a little girl that was eating a sweet potato. I never expected that this cute little girl would have such a terrifying aura. Hey kid, you've practiced the devil in the flesh? How did you know? Because I was the one who helped Lu Chenghu perfect this martial technique. I heard this and immediately thought of the ferocious man in the martial rhyme space. Lu Chenghu, he was my disciple over 90 years ago. Are you kidding me? Sure, martial artists can live beyond normal limits, and grandmasters stay in their prime even in their 80s or 90s. But you're just a kid who hasn't even grown up. A martial artist with special techniques could alter their bones to appear childlike, but the pure, almost naive innocence of this white-haired girl couldn't be faked, not even by an Oscar-level actor. You don't believe me? I began to mock the little girl. Before I could finish my sentence, I sensed incredible danger, like my head was in a guillotine. The purity of this killing intent was so high that it made me hallucinate the scene of my own head falling off. I was speechless when I came back to my senses. Just as I was about to use my time-stopping ability subconsciously, a candy was suddenly stuffed into my mouth. Sorry, kid, I think I went a little too far. Please don't report me to the school, okay? I can only come out for an hour or two a week. I'm very pitiful. Just who are you? My name is Gong Ku, and I'm a very powerful grandmaster. Let me tell you a secret. The principal of Imperial University, that guy Shi Jingwen, I even made him cry when he was a kid. I have drifted for half my life without finding a wise master. I wish to take teacher Gong Ku as my master. I hope you will grant my wish. Gong Ku, seeing this, blinked her eyes in confusion. Meanwhile, in the stadium, 5 deans of Imperial University sat at the front table. It turns out that this year's mentors were the 5 deans of the major schools. All of the students knew they were all going to be disappointed because the 5 deans were all here for the sole purpose of competing for EE. The freshmen didn't know the Zodiac competition was broadcast live to Imperial University's teachers, who scored them on combat IQ, practical ability, and leadership. Even without defeating a masked man, excelling in these areas earned high marks, and I was the only freshman to receive top evaluations from start to finish. But this alone was not enough to alarm the 5 deans. What truly shocked them was that I had killed the boss, Dragon Mask, who was not part of the trial's attack targets and was a guaranteed death upon encounter. That was a model trained by the Xia Kingdom's supercomputer Manhwa based on the data left by the nation-protecting level martial artist Fu Hongsheng when he enrolled at Imperial University. Although it couldn't replicate the ability of those gods' double pupils in the illusion, Fu Hongsheng was the strongest martial artist in the history of the Xia Kingdom and even the world. The record he left at Imperial University had never been surpassed in 100 years. The fact that I could kill such a divinely trained model, even if it didn't replicate the full strength of the original, was enough to prove my astonishing talent. As long as I didn't run into any trouble on my path of growth, I could at least become a grandmaster of a generation and even challenge the senior grandmaster realm. But just then, an urgent announcement came in. Bad news. Deans. He has taken the former Imperial University professor, now special personnel, Gong Ku, as his master. Hearing this news, the 5 deans were instantly stunned. At this moment, outside the stadium, I was shamelessly kneeling and hugging Gong Ku. Master, I've set my heart on you, but it seems I've already been expelled from Imperial University. Teacher, you said you can only come out for an hour or two a week. If you take me as a disciple, I'll find a way to get your freedom back. With that, she immediately agreed. But suddenly, the 5 deans appeared before us. Didn't you promise not to interact with students, Senior Gong Ku? You aren't even allowed to teach with your current mental state. Unfortunately for you, this Yi is coming home with me. Later, in the Imperial Research Institute, my master and I were walking through the halls. Teacher, you live way out here? That's right. There are incidents where I hurt people, so this is where they settled me. Lately, I've gotten more in control, so that's why they can let me out. This hallway is this narrow because I'm supposed to be the only one that goes through here. Seeing the timer on the door, Gong Ku began to sprint towards the entrance. If I don't get inside before the timer runs out, I'll officially become hunted by the university. Hearing this, my master and I managed to make it inside with less than a second on the clock. Behind us, the vault door slammed shut. There was even an electromagnetic field for added protection. This also meant martial art techniques would be significantly weaker here. Welcome to my confinement cell, a 3-story house filled with anything I could need. Meanwhile, at the Imperial President's office, President Shi Jingwen just received the news of Gong Ku being my master. He responded by telling the messenger to leave me be with my decision, since their purpose was to cultivate geniuses, allowing me to train under Gong Ku. Currently, it was also confirmed that I was locked inside the confinement cell with Gong Ku. Upon checking the stats, there was at least a 5% chance of Gong Ku going berserk, with a 89% chance of me dying before getting rescued. The president understood that I have already been ready to face death to train under Gong Ku. At least, Gong Ku could finally pass down her knowledge and techniques. Meanwhile, back in the confinement cell, inside the training hall, currently, we were about to spar to figure out where my current level was at. I'm ready now, Teacher Gong Ku. I had readied myself to face the same killing intent from earlier, but suddenly, Gong Ku was now charging at me at great speeds. She was aiming straight for my vitals. This was no longer just a friendly spar. In this split second, I knew that any way I dodge, she would predict it and still hit me, so I could only face this head-on with my Godzilla bloodline awakening. I blocked the vital point strike and prepared to counterattack. Meanwhile, Gong Ku was amazed that I could use my bloodline awakening to achieve multiple things at once: speed, defense, and countering. But too bad, I'm still way faster than you, kid. With a strong kick, my spine and neck crumbled, and all I could do was let out a painful scream. You're really not holding back, teacher. You just knocked away my bloodline awakening. It's been a long time since I tasted blood. I can't match your physical technique at all, teacher, so I have to resort to my martial techniques. Just then, the aura of the Colossal Titan emerged. It turns out that I had already maxed out the compatibility for the Colossal Titan template last night. As your teacher, I have to match your intensity. A wave of martial energy came towards me, slicing the Colossal Titan in half, causing a big explosion. Just then, I emerged from the smoke in a new form, Founding Titan split form, Armored Beast Titan. Even Gong Ku recognized the danger in front of her. I charged right at her with my armored fist, but Gong Ku retaliated with her own martial technique. As it connected, the Colossal Titan's arm was completely destroyed. You brat, are you hiding inside this thing's mouth? Come out already, before I make you. I activated the split form once again. With the Warhammer Titan, I managed to block her attack with bone spikes, forcing Gong Ku to retreat. Teacher, since your strikes are so powerful. I wonder if you can cut through this one, I said while charging up the atomic breath. I know this won't melt you, but let's see how you'll defend against it. Just then, it felt like spiky iron chains had wrapped around me. The guillotine appeared once again, and the blade was already coming towards me. Time stop, the world. Fortunately, the guillotine did not reach me in this time stop technique, but I knew that my teacher had pulled me into her killing intent domain. This was a mental illusion, and I needed to break free. My stand, the world, began to barrage the killing intent domain with a multitude of punches, managing to crack the domain with this attack, eventually shattering it to pieces. As I came to my senses, I was already laying on the ground. So you're awake now? You're quite tough. You know that? It seems like my teacher had ripped me out from my Titan form. She even destroyed the hardened defensive crystal I formed to protect my body. But teacher, you cheated just now, didn't you? I beat you fair and square. Where's the cheating in that? I may have used a bit more force than necessary, but it's hard to hold back when you're super strong like me. But I just stared at her judgingly, and Gonku couldn't keep a straight face. Okay, I won't bend the rules next time, alright? Please don't be mad. I haven't had anyone to play with in decades, but I reassured her that I wouldn't leave. I worked so hard to become your disciple. Why would I leave? Well, I wasn't crying just now. Just so you know, I've got a good sense of your strength, so we can start training now. Is there anything you want to learn? Advanced martial techniques, and how you manage to slice through lighting and even my Titan form's arm. You mean the slashing? It's hard to teach. You have to get a feel for it after cutting enough things. What do you mean by that? It's the phenomenon known as the line. Any creature has a precise point of entry, a line that can be cleanly severed. You can call it the kill line. I understood that my master's slash was like a butcher with perfect precision, a clean and perfect technique. To learn it, you have to become a full-fledged martial artist first. You need a solid martial foundation to learn most of my techniques. That's the difference between a martial artist and a martial disciple. You know, it's improvement of the body and improvement of the mind as well. Martial artists have a certain ability that disciples do not have. It's called inner vision. With inner vision, martial artists understand their own body and martial energy more. It can be said that a strong spirit comes first, and then comes the strength of the body. I was greatly satisfied with my teacher. Her words were profound and actually taught me something. So what's the difference in advancement methods once you reach that level? They are ranked in 4 tiers: Tiangang, Disha, Xianhuang, and unranked. Typical students only have access to unranked advancement techniques. While they are easy to use, about 80% use these to make a breakthrough, but Imperial University students start with Xuanhuang tier methods at minimum. What about the higher tiers? The Tiangang tier skills are basically sacred relics. Even our Imperial University has just one. However, you can learn a Disha tier advancement technique. I'll teach you the Killer's Bodhi Sutra. This is a Disha level cultivation method. This is what inspired your devil in the flesh technique. She snapped her fingers, and the surrounding environment instantly transformed. I was no longer in the comfortable training room, but standing in a field covered in a thick layer of blood. Around me, spectral figures of countless monsters shrieked and lunged, their eyes glowing with red malevolence. I wasn't allowed to use any martial skill or power, just the blade in my hand to fight these zombies. The point of the exercise is to let my body remember the sensation of slicing skin and splitting bone, training the muscle memory to instinctively locate the kill line. And so I finally understood the assignment. I began to move and slice all the enemies around me. Gonku was even impressed. She still couldn't believe I could withstand her killing intent domain. After the training, I was back in my dorm room, taking a bath after the tiring training session. Just then, Lu Qingzhu called my phone. She called me to let me know that the delivery I asked from her mom had arrived. I also asked if she finally met her mentor today, and she replied with, "Dean bye." She said I had potential, so she took me in as her student. But who's your mentor? Ehe. I couldn't bear to tell her that I rejected the deans, so I dismissed her question, but she continued to tell me the events of the first term. Ouyang had formed the Dragon Blood Society. Naturally, the seniors who returned began to clash with this new Dragon Blood Society. Soon enough, there were duels between the factions, and the Dragon Blood Society lost its momentum from the losses they incurred. Currently, the most popular first year is Xiang Jianhui, a top scorer in the Imperial College entrance exam. As for Yi, no one remembers him anymore, since he vanished from the public view over 3 months ago. Time passed. Back inside the confinement room. Go faster. With each step, I'm injecting you with refined martial energy. It'll help you get used to the Killer's Bodhi Sutra, and it can also help solidify your newly broken through martial artist stage. Come on, are you tired already? You haven't even hit 1,000 yet. Who are you calling scrub? Watch me pick up the pace then. As I reached 1,000 push-ups, my body exploded with martial energy. My old worn-out muscles started to peel off, replacing them with brand new muscles charged with martial power. Alright, it's time to end this retreat. You're finally leaving? I've been holed up with you for 3 months now. I need to see the sun again. Do come back for me. Ehe. Of course I will, but try to get better at video games before I return, so we can have more fun. It's been 3 months. Even if I don't love the sunlight anymore, I still miss it. However, I can't just stroll around now. There's still plenty of work to do. At the Imperial University, a key component to your grades is off-campus missions, hunting criminals, investigating secret realms, beast-tide defense, etc. So for my first stop, the Student Activity Center, to grab a mission and to reunite with my good old buddy. Long time no see. Chuzhou, you're finally come out of seclusion. You really kept me waiting this time. Ehe. How's the power-up going? Chuzhou, I broke through to martial artist 2 months ago. Seeing me for the first time after 3 months, Chuzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Although my aura and physique hadn't changed obviously, he could still sense that my strength had improved massively. 3 days ago, Chuzhou was invited to watch a private duel between the freshman representative of the Imperial capital, Xiang Jianhui, and the vice president of the Dragon Blood Club, Ouyang. Unexpectedly, Ouyang was defeated by Xiang Jianhui in just 10 minutes. Facing this record, Chuzhou, who watched in person, could sense that Xiang Jianhui hadn't even used his full strength. Yet, even so, he still believed that my strength was above Xiang Jianhui's. Just then, Lu Qingzhu finally appeared in my field of view. Even in Imperial University, where beauties were as common as clouds, her appearance still made the surrounding beauties look dim. Sorry, I'm late. Hearing Lu Qingzhu's apology, I raised my eyebrows and asked, and Lu Qingzhu was a bit confused. And what? Suddenly, Lu Qingzhu remembered what her mother told her. Qingzhu, remember, you and Ehe are a couple now. You need to show some things that couples do while at school. Thinking of her mother's words, Lu Qingzhu's face instantly turned red. Things couples do Do we have to do them now? After thinking wildly for a while, she mustered up her courage, pouted her small mouth, and leaned in. Seeing this, I was instantly dumbfounded. What are you doing? You haven't seen me for 3 months, and you won't even say hello? Lu Qingzhu didn't expect me to say that. She awkwardly turned around immediately and ignored me. Subsequently, we entered the University Activity Center. This was a 5-story domed building. The lobby on the first floor had a huge central screen scrolling through the latest popular mission information and the students who had completed them excellently. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu had already completed 3 missions, exceeding the quota. They came here this time just to team up with me. After querying the missions, we selected the 3 most suitable ones currently available. The first was Hengqin serial psychopathic killer. The second was the investigation of the Lianqing beast-tide anomaly. The third was the Lingshui County abnormality. Originally, these 3 missions were all level 2 missions, but Lingshui County suddenly was upgraded to level 3 today. Off-campus missions for Imperial University students were divided into 5 levels, with higher levels being more difficult. Generally, freshmen could only accept level 1 missions. The only level 2 mission Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu had participated in was a 10-person team mission. For a small team of 3 freshmen like us, it was usually very difficult to apply for a level 2 mission, but I had the privilege card given by Gongku. This was something she stuffed into my hand when I left. You can stand on your own now. There are a few among the freshmen and sophomores who can exchange blows with you. What you need now is to find a few high difficulty missions to sharpen your edge. With this card, you can accept any level of mission in the school, but don't accept level 4 or 5 missions recklessly. The variables in those levels are too great. There's a risk of falling even for Xuanwu martial artists. To be honest, I really wanted to take a level 4 or 5 mission to taste something fresh, but considering the pressure on my 2 teammates, I gave up on the idea. Chu Zhou asked me what to choose. I thought for a moment, then replied, risk and profit coexist. The first mission is just pure pursuit. I personally think the efficiency of handling this mission will be very low. After all, it's a cunning rat that the criminal investigation team hasn't been able to find for months. The difficulty of this mission lies in tracking, not killing. The second mission is an auxiliary investigation. I feel it will be hard for us to grow from it. With the great Xia Dragon Sparrow there, we will definitely only be assigned very simple work. Whether it's combat or reconnaissance, it won't be our turn to act. The third mission allows the 3 of us to control the entire process. Although having no one to back us up will lead to huge variables, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. If we are afraid of danger and always grow in a greenhouse, then why be martial artists? I leaned towards the third mission. Chu Zhou agreed, and Lu Qingzhu had the same thought. Seeing that the 2 agreed, I handed the mission registration form to the reception desk. The staff member at the front desk stared with wide eyes. This is nonsense. Didn't you see that a sophomore team had already failed in Lingshui County? A team entirely of freshmen daring to take a level 3 mission? You're overestimating yourselves. Hearing this, I flashed my privilege card. The front desk staff's expression instantly tightened with irritation. After calling the supervisor of the University Activity Center to confirm, she very respectfully approved our registration. I wish you all great martial fortune. Walking out of the activity center, I stated that I needed to pick up something first before setting off for Lingshui County. Immediately after, I went to the forging factory of the College of Mech and Magitech Foundry. The reward for first place in the Zodiac Pendant battle was a choice between a dish of martial technique and a weapon made of special alloy. With an old monster like Gongku as my teacher, I certainly wouldn't lack high-level martial techniques to learn, so I chose a handy weapon. After all, the materials of ordinary weapons couldn't withstand my violent fighting style. Now that 3 months had passed, the weapon should have been forged. This weapon was a horse-chopping saber forged from the special alloy Starfall Gold, perfectly tailored to my physique and strength. This saber was about 1.2 meters long, with a broad and flat blade. The color of the blade was dark, but it revealed shining spots like the starry sky. This was the characteristic of Starfall Gold. The back of the blade was also covered with dense sawtooth patterns, increasing its weight and impact force, allowing every swing to produce amazing power. The handle was wrapped in non-slip special black leather, with metal wires threaded through it, which facilitated the infusion of martial energy into the Starfall Gold. Every swing was accompanied by a howling wind and dazzling light, making one shudder. Not bad. The weight is up to standard. It doesn't feel light and floaty. It's very handy. Funny, it was customized using my old measurements 3 months ago, yet still matches my strength after breaking through to the martial artist realm. I have to say, the swordsmiths of Imperial University are truly awesome. After putting away the saber, I set off for Lingshui County with Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu to keep the mission secret. The identities of the 3 of us were those of ordinary university students. Imperial University had already completed the forgery of our identities and file procedures. After arriving here, I expanded my life magnetic field to sense the surroundings. Although my life magnetic field was enough to cover almost the entire county, I shrank the perception range to less than 100 meters in radius because I was afraid our arrival would wake up some rats in the gutter. If those rats ran away, it would be troublesome. After all, the trouble with exterminating rats has always been finding them, not killing them. Let's go check out the house arranged by the Imperial University for us first. Just as we were preparing to go to our residence, a tricycle slowly stopped in front of us. Hey kids, where are you going? Do you need a ride? Tricycle is cheap and fast. Hearing this, I smirked and said softly, the mission starts. After getting on the tricycle, the old man asked tentatively with confusion, young man, you look gentle and educated. Where are you students from? Are you here for a holiday tour? Hearing this, I followed the forged identity and narrated, I'm a local of Lingshui County. I brought 2 classmates over to have some fun. We are currently attending university in Yunqing. The old man was very surprised to hear this. A local of Lingshui County? Who is your family? I don't recall seeing you before. My grandfather was named Ishorong. He passed away a few years ago, and I moved away after that. The tricycle driver actually knew Ishorong, and he believed more than half of it. It's good that you still remember Lingshui County. You still remember your roots. That means you will definitely have a blessed life. Arriving at the old house arranged by Imperial University, which was Ishorong's old house, we thanked the old man, picked up the luggage, and got out of the tricycle. Interestingly, the old man didn't charge a fare. He just reminded us, there are still 2 days until Lingshui County's grandest gala, held once every 3 years. You must come to participate then. If you are shy and don't want to leave the house, I will personally come to fetch you. Afterward, the three of us entered the courtyard of the old house. Because no one had lived there for more than 10 years, the cement floor in the yard had been pierced by wild grass, leaving it riddled with holes. It looked very desolate. I told Chu Zhou and the other two to step back, and then I stomped on the ground. Intense radiation instantly covered the entire yard and the interior of the house. All the mosquitoes and insects died instantly, and the wild grass all over the ground visibly withered and rotted. In just an instant, the work of weeding and pest control was completed. Lu Qingzhu didn't stay idle either. She went to check the situation of the entire house. Chu Zhou secretly arranged micro cameras at the entrance of the house and around the windows. Look at this. Following Lu Qingzhu's voice, I entered the original owner's bedroom and found a shrine embedded in the wall. Inside the shrine was a statue, and the head of the statue was covered with a small piece of red cloth. The material of the shrine was wood. If it had been placed in the old house all along, it would have rotted long ago. The shrine is covered in dust, but once you wipe it, it's practically new. That is to say, someone else put this here in this old house. Chu Zhou felt very uncomfortable looking at this statue. Lu Qingzhu thought Chu Zhou was too impulsive when he drew his sword, deciding to chop it first. Wait, Chu Zhou, don't be hasty. What if it's an important clue? I agreed with Chu Zhou's idea. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu also compromised, but at least before chopping it, let's see what this statue looks like under the veil. After saying this, she pinched the veil of the statue, wanting to lift it. At this moment, I suddenly felt an evil energy and quickly stopped her. Something's off. I knew it. It's a dirty thing. Chu Zhou, cut it down. Hearing my words, Chu Zhou didn't hesitate at all. A flash of cold light unsheathed instantly, slicing the statue in two. Immediately, a strange scene occurred. A large amount of black blood actually flowed from the fracture of the statue. Seeing this, I immediately summoned my stand, the world, and it firmly grabbed that black blood in its hand. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu couldn't see the stand. What they saw was a twisted mass of flesh flowing out of the statue, and this mass of flesh was still wriggling. It was alive. Chu Zhou extended his palm, instantly freezing the black blood. At this moment, Lu Qingzhu felt a chill on the back of her neck. What the hell is this thing? It was her first time seeing such a strange scene. Lu Qingzhu could destroy this strange black blood with a wave of her hand, but she was still afraid of its filth and weirdness. I patted Lu Qingzhu on the shoulder and injected some pure martial energy into her body. Lu Qingzhu only felt her body warm up, and all uneasiness was dispelled. It seems the anomaly in Lingshui County is related to this strange statue. Our investigation has taken a big step. You two stay here and watch it in case anything changes. I've got something to take care of. It turns out that I had left a radiation mark on the tricycle driver earlier. There's no need for you to come get me. Uncle, I'll come to you instead. Meanwhile, in the Jinshan Buddhist temple of Lingshui County, this Buddhist temple with a 1,000-year history was the most magnificent and prosperous place in the entire Lingshui County. Almost everyone in the county was a believer of Jinshan Buddhist temple. People from Lingshui County came to offer incense devoutly 24 hours a day. Lu Zhenxing rode his tricycle to the back mountain of Jinshan Temple, and a young monk greeted him. Benefactor, the abbot is waiting for you inside. Lu Zhenxing was unable to control his excitement at the thought of the upcoming blessing. The two entered a secret passage within the stone wall. Moments later, they arrived at their destination. Two 20-meter-tall angry-faced bodhisattvas painted with gold lacquer stood on the left and right of a vermilion gate, holding demon-subduing pestles or precious swords and broadswords. Buddhist scriptures were also carved on the door. The young monk came to the door, bowed, and said, "Abbot, this is Benefactor Lu Zhenxing. He has reached the standard for blessing, and also says he has something to report." The young monk was about to push the door open, but suddenly frowned, looking coldly at the empty air behind him. Someone else is here. As he spoke, his black muscles churned and swelled. His fair and handsome face of a beautiful youth was replaced by a terrifying visage resembling a lizard. Behind him, Lu Zhenxing hurriedly knelt on the ground, crying out that a god had descended to the world. However, the next moment, I descended from the sky and stomped down on the head of the monster the monk had turned into, blowing it apart in a burst of gore. So dirty. Good thing I blocked it outside, otherwise it would be hard to wash off if it splattered on my clothes. Lu Zhenxing recognized me and trembled uncontrollably in fear, but I had no time to pay attention to him, because the two angry-faced bodhisattvas in front of me had moved. Their eyes glowed red as their gold-painted bodies charged, one holding a demon-subduing pestle and the other swinging down a monster-slaying sword. I stood still. My stand behind me raised its muscular large hands and directly caught the attacks of the angry-faced bodhisattvas. Realizing their attacks could not get through, the angry-faced bodhisattvas decided to use the rest of their arms at once. Instantly, 6 giant arms bombarded toward me at the same time. Seeing this, I rubbed the ring on my finger and took out the Starfall saber. The next second, with just one slash, their hands instantly shattered and their weapons and arms fell apart. The air around the angry-faced bodhisattva's crimson pupils distorted. Several scarlet beams mixed with an aura of destruction shot out, attempting to kill me. However, I was faster than their laser eyes. In the blink of an eye, I jumped above the two statues. A cold glint flashed, and the heads of the two angry-faced bodhisattvas flew directly into the air. At the same time, the scarlet lasers they shot drifted uncontrollably. Before Lu Zhenxing could react, a laser sliced him in half at the waist. With a loud boom, the two huge bodhisattvas fell to the ground, revealing the sparking cables and mechanical structures inside. So these are not living things? From the beginning, my life magnetic field had not sensed the aura of life that should be present in these two bodhisattvas. But how could a backward small city like Lingshui County have such advanced technological creations? Is the answer behind that door? I issued a command to my stand. The stand immediately punched towards the main gate with full force. Golden fists fell like a meteor shower. Hundreds of punches were thrown fiercely within seconds. The vermilion gate in front of us became visibly dented and tattered, finally turning into a pile of scrap iron and flying away. After walking through the vermilion gate, I discovered that this was a massive underground palace. Vermilion pillars held up the space, and the walls were covered with lotus lamps, illuminating the entire palace brightly. The most eye-catching feature was a 70 or 80 meter tall gold-lacquered great Buddha located in the center of the underground palace. Such a massive object would naturally make people feel afraid to offend it and generate a sense of awe, but I was not included in that list. Hey, your guest has entered. Are you still gonna hide like a little mouse? At this moment, a monk draped in a purple gold cassock walked out from behind the great golden Buddha. This temple bears you no grudge, benefactor. Why come to offend defend this temple. Hearing this, I sneered and drew the Starfall saber. Damn you, you robot, are you addicted to role-playing? Instantly, I split him in half. At this time, another monk appeared behind me. Benefactor, your killing intent is heavy. Cut the crap. Just as I wanted to act to cut this guy down, the entire floor of the underground palace suddenly began to sink. After falling for a while, I finally hit the bottom. Looking around, there are 18 large holes in the surrounding walls. Immediately after, a black mass of humanoid monsters poured out from those 18 holes. They had black gelatinous skin and faces resembling lizards. These lizard monsters actually each carried the fluctuation of a first or second tier martial artist. Their life fluctuations were highly similar. It seemed they were all mass-produced, trying to overwhelm me with numbers. The grass on the graves of the guys who tried this before is already a meter high. After saying this, I poured intense baleful aura into the Starfall saber. Rolling baleful aura condensed on it, directly extending the blade to 30 meters. Profound yellow martial technique. First form, Cull 1,000 leaves. I swung the 30-meter long blade in a horizontal sweep, and a wheel of scarlet blade energy directly covered the entire underground palace. Those lizard monsters that couldn't dodge in time were directly cut in half at the waist. Even though lizard monsters continued to drill out of the 18 holes, it was meaningless in the face of my crowd-clearing skill. Moments later, holding the head of the monk, I was surrounded only by corpses and blood covering the ground. Although this biochemical human's head had been torn off, it was still repeating the pre-recorded lines. Benefactor, your killing intent is truly heavy. The puppeteer behind the curtain, are you still not gonna come out? As soon as I said this, a burst of laughter echoed in the hall. It seems we've provoked a formidable enemy this time. However, that is all. As that voice sounded, the giant Buddha originally sitting cross-legged in the hall suddenly began to move. The groaning sound of gears turning rang out constantly inside the Buddha. The prayer beads hanging around its neck suspended in the air, turning into floating cannons. The shoulders on its back opened, revealing the rocket thrusters inside. In just the blink of an eye, this giant Buddha transformed into a magnificent mecha. Benefactor, you are beyond salvation. Re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The gigantic Buddha palm slowly lifted, pressing down on me like a great mountain. The turbo accelerators at the arm joints pushed with full force, seemingly wanting to crush me directly into mud. Seeing this, my fighting spirit soared without any fear. As the giant palm fell, I directly activated the giant Godzilla form. Before the Buddha could figure out what was happening, he saw a black armored giant, larger in size, appear before his eyes. Giving it no time to react, I sneered, recited a Buddha's name, and then, relying on the superior agility of a biological body, swung a huge fist and punched it heavily. I'm not done yet. Immediately after, I grabbed the Buddha's head and slammed my hard knee into it violently. Under this collision, the Buddha's faceplate was severely damaged and cracked directly, revealing the sparking steel skeleton inside. The mecha Buddha swayed its body backward. Under its control, the prayer bead floating cannons floating in the air crossed fire, forming a rain of lasers, all bombarding my giant body. Immediately after, the Buddha's chest cracked open, revealing countless crimson missiles inside. The missiles flew in unison, all hitting my giant body. Violent explosions made the entire underground palace tremble ceaselessly. What kind of monster are you? I had to deploy all these weapons just to erase you. However, when the smoke cleared, I still stood tall on the earth. Those toys of yours are just hot weapons. They are useless against a martial artist. After saying that, I directly used the Warhammer Titan's ability. Several hardened bone spikes rose from the ground, skewering the Buddha in midair. Immediately after, I opened my giant mouth and unleashed a blast of atomic breath. The heavily damaged Buddha could no longer rely on its electromagnetic shield to protect itself and was finally blasted into a pile of scrap. I turned back into human form and landed on the ground, discovering that on the lotus throne where the Buddha sat before, there was actually a passage extending underground. Time rewinds to half an hour ago. In a clean, tidy research institute filled with futuristic designs, a researcher looked at me on the monitor and said confidently to the old man beside him, "Doctor, that man took out the mechanical bodhisattvas at the gate, but rest assured, with our latest materials and structure, that door is absolutely unbreachable." A moment later, on the screen, I didn't even lift a hand, and the vermilion gate in front of me was beaten into scrap iron by some attack and flew away. The researcher feigned calm. "It doesn't matter, Doctor. We still have the army of biochemical humans. Tens of thousands of biochemical humans can exhaust him to death, even if he is a great martial artist, and it will help us clear the surplus inventory." After a while, watching me on the screen holding a 30-meter long blade and surrounded only by corpses and blood covering the ground, the researcher took a deep breath. "Doctor, we still have a trump card. Trust our design. The combat capability of this mecha Buddha is specifically designed to target large lord-class magical beasts. Dealing with a small martial artist is a piece of cake." However, moments later, seeing the mecha Buddha being torn apart by my bare hands, the researcher was speechless. "It's fine, Doctor. We still have." Before he could finish, he was angrily interrupted by the old man beside him. "Shut the hell up. What kind of cursed flag are you raising? The enemy has pushed right to your doorstep, and you're still saying it's fine? The guards above should be able to buy us a few minutes. Evacuate quickly. After getting out, activate the self-destruct sequence for this research base. We cannot let the information here leak out." The old man was called Dr. Fong, a former level 3 researcher at Prometheus. After Prometheus was disbanded, he was secretly recruited by Laserbird. 10 years ago, Laserbird set its sights on Lingshui County, a mundane small county town. After secretly replacing all the monks in Jinshan Temple, Laserbird used the people of Lingshui County's faith in Jinshan Temple to start brainwashing and controlling the whole county. In the name of blessings, they attracted Lingshui residents to accept human modification, becoming Laserbird's free test subjects, providing a vast amount of material and clinical data for Laserbird's biological research technology. Unfortunately, this base had to be abandoned. Just as the core researchers were preparing to head to the escape tunnel, a blue beam suddenly sliced open the ceiling above. "Where do you think you're running?" Seeing this, the guards immediately pulled out their guns. However, before these guards could pull the trigger, I instantly snapped their limbs. "What do you want? We can talk this out." While Dr. Fong spoke, he reached his hand into his pocket, preparing to activate the base's emergency self-destruct sequence. Laserbird had buried miniature bombs inside every key researcher or person in charge. Their family and friends were also within Laserbird's surveillance range to ensure absolute obedience from employees. employees and prevent leaks of company secrets. However, I had long noticed his small movements. Before he could detonate it, I instantly crushed his arm. Dr. Fong screamed in pain, but I tightly clamped his mouth shut, and his two short legs hung helplessly in the air. Only when he was about to suffocate, I released my hand. Seeing him thoroughly subdued, I began the interrogation. Now then, tell me everything you've done in Lingshui County. 2 weeks ago, are you the one who murdered those 3 young martial artists? What the hell are you doing here? Hearing this, Dr. Fong sneered, his expression becoming twisted and crazy. I can't tell you about the experiments here. There is a signal monitor in my brain. Once I speak keywords involving company secrets, the bomb inside me will detonate. If I'm going to die either way, then I'd rather make it quick. As he spoke, he bit through a poison pill pre-planted in his mouth. Are all the laser bird staff death seekers or something? Just then, red lights symbolizing danger lit up the entire research lab, along with ear-piercing alarms. It seemed that with Dr. Feng's heartbeat stopped, the self-destruct system got activated. That's too bad. With me, even death is too much of a luxury. I immediately used the vampire ability. My index finger inserted into the main artery on Dr. Feng's neck, injecting the vampire's ghoul virus into his body. The ghoul virus flowed quickly through Dr. Feng's main artery to his whole body. The stopped heart beat again, and beat even more powerfully. Ordinary vampire bloodlines can infect humans or corpses into ghouls. But unfortunately, after becoming a ghoul, except for a few talented individuals, most are no different from zombies. No self-healing ability, low intelligence, and bodies that rot. However, the vampire virus in my hand was modified with the power of the founding titan. I could create thralls that perfectly retain their memories and talents from life, feared no sunlight, possessed powerful self-healing abilities, and were absolutely obedient to me mentally and physically. With the restart of Dr. Feng's heart, the entire research base's self-destruct sequence was terminated, and because of the powerful vitality emerging in his body, Dr. Feng's sparse hair became dense again. His dry, short, and small body developed once more, finally turning into a sturdy middle-aged man. Master, I nodded with satisfaction. This was the first time I converted a human into a thrall. It seemed the experiment was very successful. From now on, your name is Mad Doctor. Everything in your past has nothing to do with you. The only thing you have to do hereafter is serve me. At this moment, a spiritual link existed between Mad Doctor and me. This was the authority of the founding titan. As the founder, I had the right to access the spiritual world of any bloodline subordinate. This way, I didn't need to waste time watching surveillance. Through Mad Doctor's memories, I discovered that 8 years ago, Dr. Feng's team was sent to Lingshui County by the Laser Bird Company to use the villagers here to secretly research biochemical humans and mechanical creations. Just as their research was achieving success, they didn't expect that a cult organization named Divine Descent Nation had unknowingly infiltrated the place. This organization used strange means to subtly change the cognition of all Lingshui villagers and Dr. Feng's team members. Gradually, they began to eat raw meat, sleep excessively, mass sleepwalk, and worship clay statues. Eating raw meat was the body's alienation after the mind was initially influenced by that will. Excessive sleep was deep mental alienation. Worshipping clay statues represented that the body and mind were severely polluted and basically incurable. Collective sleepwalking meant that they had already become food for that will. According to the investigation, in these 2 years, the maximum lifespan of Lingshui people could only reach 50 to 55 years old, because people older than that had all been eaten by that will. Eventually, the people of this entire city would become food for that will. And this organization named Divine Descent Nation was an anti-human cult that worshipped the secret realm civilization and supported the destruction of humanity. Dr. Fong speculated that the thing they used to pollute the spirits of Lingshui people and devour their life energy should be a demon fetus brought out from a secret realm relic. According to calculations, the demon fetus's maturation day was 2 nights later. Having found the cause and effect, I exited the spiritual link. I remembered the tricycle old man also said that 2 days later, Lingshui County would hold a grand evening gala, and everyone would attend. That old man gave me the crucial intel, and thanks to Mad Doctor, I've learned a few things of Laserbird's secrets, including their lovely illegal experiments. I don't have the energy to deal with Laserbird right now, so I'll just leave it to the Imperial University and let them deal with it. There's also an unexpected surprise. That is, Mad Doctor had not only participated in the research of the Golden Gene in his life, but also understood the usage and effects of the Golden Gene. However, we'll think about that after we clear the Lingshui anomaly. Although according to Imperial University's requirements, I could choose to end the mission after finding out the truth. What I wanted now wasn't just Imperial University's mission reward. I wanted to hijack the Divine Descent Nation's fruits of victory. Immediately, I issued a task to Mad Doctor. Next, you go hide in Lingshui County. I will provide you with my blood. Find an opportunity to put it into Lingshui County's water system. In short, ensure maximum infection. Mad Doctor instantly thought of my purpose for doing this. His face was incredibly excited. Are you going to fight for believers with the Divine Descent Nation's demon fetus? That is truly madness. By now, all residents of Lingshui County have entered the 4th stage of contamination. There is no possibility of returning to normal. I do have selfish motives in converting them, but after this storm ends, I will try my best to let them return to their old lives. At the very least, under my control, they won't endanger society. Then, bidding farewell to Mad Doctor, I returned to the old house to reunite with Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu. At this time, the two were eating combat rations provided by Imperial University. Obviously, they also knew about the Lingshui County residents eating raw meat and people, so they didn't dare eat the food in the county. Chu Zhou spoke of his and Lu Qingzhu's findings. For example, all food in restaurants was raw, and every household enshrined a clay statue. He guessed that the whole city was enslaved by something due to some cognitive distortion. Hearing this, I couldn't help but look at him with new respect. Not bad. His guess is pretty close. Next, I also told them about my trip to Jinshan Temple, though I omitted the assimilation of Mad Doctor and my plan to hijack the Divine Descent Nation's fruit of victory. Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened. An illegal lab that's been in Lingshui for years? Why is this county such a mess? Chu Zhou was equally surprised. I didn't expect a powerful biotechnology organization to also fall in the Lingshui County anomaly. This has already exceeded the difficulty of level 3. Do we need to call Imperial University for support? Hearing this, I thought to myself, are you kidding me? If Imperial University comes, how can I hijack the goods? No need to worry. This mission is only difficult in its weirdness. It doesn't threaten our safety. Don't scare yourself. If you think about going back for reinforcements whenever you encounter danger, what can you achieve? We'll hold our positions until night. We have seen eating raw meat and worshipping clay statues in the Lingshui County anomaly. There is one last anomaly we haven't seen, which is mass sleepwalking. Perhaps this severely twisted city will reveal its full face at night. At the same time, in the Laserbird headquarters, the board of directors held an emergency meeting. The topic of discussion was the sudden loss of contact with the Jinshan Temple base. Half an hour ago, Laserbird headquarters received a signal that the self-destruct sequence of the Jinshan Temple base in Lingshui Temple had started, but it was terminated within dozens of seconds. This aroused the vigilance of the information department. They tried to communicate with the Jinshan Temple base, but no one answered. Realizing the seriousness, the head of the information department immediately reported the matter to the board of directors. Acting on the principle of better to kill the wrong person than leave witnesses, the board decided to first activate the heart bombs of all researchers in the base to avoid any surviving witnesses, and then dispatch a special squad to rush to Lingshui County to investigate the specific situation. Not long after, in the central water plant of Lingshui County, an explosion erupted. While slowly healing his heart, Mad Doctor sent me a message. My lord, Laserbird just detonated the bomb in my body. Good thing I removed it in time. But knowing them, a special squad will arrive in Lingshui County soon. I replied to him to continue with the plan. Yes, my lord. When night fell, a train arrived at the Lingshui County railway station. 5 passengers stepped off the train. One ordinary-looking middle-aged uncle said, "It's really secluded. No wonder the company chose this place as a secret base." Another woman pulling a suitcase and holding a baby replied, "The company has investigated. Great Xia Dragon Sparrow was not involved in the Jinshan Temple base center. So who did it?" The leader, a man with glasses, issued instructions. "The company has too many enemies. Let's go to the base first to check. Destroy all experimental equipment and data that can be destroyed." This young man, who looked no different from an ordinary programmer, was the captain of Laserbird's third squad, the king of killers who once terrified the entire underground world. After dividing the work, Gold Snake and Bluebird of the Laserbird Special Ops Squad were responsible for investigating the situation in Lingshui County. Programmer Captain Black Lion, the middle-aged pot-bellied man Catfish, and the woman holding the baby, Aries, were responsible for investigating the situation at the Jinshan Temple base. Gold Snake and Bluebird were masters of stealth. They hid in the city's darkness, quickly sorting through the information they saw. The two quietly sneaked into a resident's home. As soon as they entered, they smelled a pungent scent of rotting meat. Upon inspection, they found the source of the rotting smell was a head placed in the kitchen. Bluebird entered the master bedroom and saw a clay statue covered with a red cloth veil. Out of curiosity, she lifted the red cloth from the statue's head, and her consciousness was instantly controlled. At this time, Gold Snake stood in the living room, listening to the progress from Captain Black Lion's side through wireless earphones. They had found the cause of the Jinshan Temple base accident. A powerful martial artist had pierced through the entire base alone. The corpses of tens of thousands of biochemical humans paved the outer underground palace of the base. The fortress-level combat mecha Buddha was also violently dismantled into pieces. There were no survivors in the base, and the top researcher, Dr. Feng, was missing. At least his corpse was not near Jinshan Temple. Just as Gold Snake heard this, he suddenly found the signal was jammed. After seeing the scene outside the window, he was stunned on the spot. He saw the originally empty street was unknowingly crowded with residents. They all had serene expressions, closed eyes, and moved slowly forward, seemingly surrounding his position. After seeing a large number of county residents surrounding them, Gold Snake hurriedly wanted to notify Bluebird to retreat. But just then, a dagger coated with anesthetic plunged directly into his abdomen. Gold Snake, whose consciousness was blurring, was shocked to discover that the one attacking him was his teammate, Bluebird. Before he completely passed out, he saw the clay statue in the bedside shrine with the red cloth lifted. That statue in the shrine is the moon demon Barros brought out from a secret realm relic. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, I stood on the spire of a clock tower overlooking the entire city. Tonight's moon in Lingshui County was exceptionally large. It seemed no light source was needed. The cold white moonlight could illuminate every corner of the dark night. After telling Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu that mass sleepwalking was happening in the southeast, I jumped off the clock tower and rushed to regroup with them. At this time, Gold Snake, in an anesthetized state, gradually woke up. He and his companion Bluebird were tied to 2 pillars. "Bluebird, wake up!" Looking at the crowd surrounding him, Gold Snake wanted to communicate with them. "Are you from the Divine Descent Nation? We can talk this out. The organization behind me has a lot of power." However, no one responded. These controlled people all had weird smiles on their mouths, looking just like lunatics. Just then, a bell rang, seeming to announce the descent of a certain existence. Gold Snake instinctively looked up at the sky and saw the moon become larger, as if it were about to touch the ground. At this moment, all the sleepwalking people were like ants climbing a tree, forming a human ladder connecting heaven and earth. The remaining people carried the 2 pillars binding Gold Snake and Bluebird, stepping onto the human ladder and began the moon ascension. At this time, in the Jinshan Temple base, after Gold Snake and Bluebird lost contact, Black Lion realized something was wrong. It's likely that the person who destroyed the Jinshan Temple base made a move. No matter what, a major change has likely occurred in the city. We must seize the initiative. Let's return to the city now. Just as the 3 arrived outside the temple, they saw the huge full moon in the sky. In the center of the full moon, a visible beam of moonlight projected onto a certain direction in Lingshui County. Facing such a strange scene, even the knowledgeable Black Lion was somewhat dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that the destruction of the Jinshan Temple base seemed not as simple as the company executives thought. "Move! Go check the place illuminated by the moonlight. That might be the reason for Gold Snake and Bluebird's loss of contact." Black Lion said and took the lead, rushing towards the center of Lingshui County. Moments later, the 3 got closer and closer to the destination. But just then, Black Lion sensed that someone was nearby, and his first reaction was to quickly eliminate them. He threw a short knife with lightning speed. However, it was blocked by a large blue umbrella, and the short knife bounced away. Seeing this, Black Lion realized it was not an ordinary person, and that person was Lu Qingzhu. "Who are you? Why attack us?" Hearing this, Black Lion sneered. "Judging by those clothes, you're not a local, so the vermin who destroyed the Jinshan Temple must be you." Immediately after, Catfish and Ares attacked. Chuzhou saw this and quickly protected Lu Qingzhu behind him. However, the fatty's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he instantly appeared in front of Lu Qingzhu. Pity to kill such a top-quality chick, but I don't mind enjoying the corpse properly. Chuzhou decisively attacked with full force. A huge ice peak rose from the ground, charging straight at the three of them. Black Lion released the full pressure belonging to a great martial master. With a raise of his hand, he shattered the oncoming ice peak. Seeing that his ice wall was shattered so easily, Chuzhou threw several specially made smoke grenades to shield the enemy's senses in sight, then sprinted away from the scene with Lu Qingzhu. Those three possess at least the strength of high-level martial masters. We shouldn't tangle with them too much. Let's retreat first. However, Black Lion's speed was even swifter. In an instant, he appeared behind the two with short knives aimed at their throats. Just as he was about to decapitate them, an extremely heavy horse-slaying broadsword fell from the sky, stabbing directly in front of Black Lion, separating him from Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu. Just then, I flashed behind him and appeared at Black Lion's side. Black Lion decisively used his assassination technique. His body turned into 13 afterimages, slashing towards me. Seeing this, I directly used the time stop ability. The assassination phantom clones were indeed clever. I couldn't recognize which was the real body at all, but I didn't need to recognize it. Simultaneous with the time stop, I acted. Throwing punches, I shuttled constantly between the 12 clones, killing them one after another. Finally, only Black Lion's main body remained. Under the talent of vampire blood manipulation, the blood in the air turned into a blood arrow. Without hesitation, I hurled it straight at Black Lion's head. The moment the blood arrow pierced him, the time stop ended, and the battlefield instantly fell silent. The unassuming generation's king of killers died so hastily. The only thing he couldn't figure out before he died was how I arrived in front of him instantly. I grabbed Black Lion's corpse and began to suck his blood to refine it. Even though a lot of energy was wasted during the sucking process, the physical foundation of a great martial master still lifted me to martial artist stage 8. And just a day ago, I had just broken through to martial artist. Facing the situation of Black Lion suddenly dying, the battle-hardened Catfish and Ares fell into a daze. What happened? The captain was killed by that kid in an instant, and he drained his blood too. He's a monster. We're not done here. Let me show you something interesting. I smiled mockingly and used the flesh prison demon blood fiend puppet. Instantly, a large hand rolling with black-red baleful aura reached out from that pool of blood. Seeing the complete form of this demon shadow, Catfish and Ares were horrified, because this demon shadow looked exactly like their captain who had turned into a dried husk. Who are these people? Each one is worse than the last. Are they really just a martial artist? Just then, Ares threw the baby in her arms with a grave expression. The baby grew visibly fast in midair, soon turning into a 3-meter-tall muscular monster. Baby, hold them off. After issuing the order, Ares and Catfish scattered and fled. Chuzhou, Lu Qingzhu, you two cooperate with my demon shadow to stay and deal with this biochemical human. I'll go hunt down those two martial masters. After hearing this, Chuzhou didn't hesitate and immediately activated his bloodline awakening, the ice elemental dragon. At the same time, the black muscles on the biochemical muscle man's body surface glowed red. Raising two huge palms, it smashed directly towards him. Chuzhou dodged and simultaneously swung a wave of ice sword energy. The overwhelming cold current turned into a giant dragon, colliding heavily with the biochemical muscle man's fist. Just then, Chuzhou suddenly appeared in front of the biochemical human, slashing towards its neck. The biochemical muscle man tilted its head to dodge, but part of its skin was still frozen by the ice and shattered, revealing the alloy structure inside. Having dodged the blade edge, it slapped horizontally with its large hand, smashing extremely fast towards Chuzhou, who had just landed. Just then, the blood fiend demon shadow suddenly pounced. In midair, it turned into 13 blood shadows. The blood blade in its hand swung into a dense blood net, slashing through the biochemical muscle man's body. Immediately after, Lu Qingzhu was fully charged. Huge purple wings spread behind her back, standing high in the sky like a goddess. Countless purple-black feathers gathered in her palm and spontaneously ignited into purple-black-gray energy, forming a sphere that burst into a purple blazing sun. This was her gene technique, purple nether sun flame. At this moment, the biochemical muscle man's legs were frozen by the cold ice exerted by Chuzhou, preventing his escape. It could only watch helplessly as that purple blazing sun smashed down towards its position. The next moment, with a loud boom, a huge pillar of flame rose from the city. The biochemical muscle man was submerged in the sea of purple fire, wailing and screaming as it was completely burned to ash. Meanwhile, at the sewer entrance of the town, Catfish was fleeing in panic. However, before he ran far, a blue beam like divine punishment suddenly cut open the stone bricks and bombarded in front of him. Rats really like to crawl into sewers. My mocking and provocative words entered Catfish's ears, but Catfish couldn't generate any anger. Only fear remained in his heart. Outside in the alley, Ares fled while staying alert to her surroundings. Suddenly, she saw a crescent blade energy in the distance shooting straight into the clouds. Ares' heart sank, estimating that Catfish should have met his doom, and she would certainly be caught up with. I can't die. I want to live. But where can I run to now? At this moment, the only thing Ares could think of to stop the pursuit was the Moon Ascension human ladder in front of her. She wanted to survive, even if it meant selling her soul to the devil. But when she arrived in front of the Moon Ascension human ladder, Ares was still afraid. Dense crowds of people formed a bridge connecting heaven and earth. Their faces all bore creepy serene smiles. Suddenly, Ares' fear was infinitely magnified. She seemed to see me carrying a large blade walking step by step from the distance. A mocking, indifferent voice reached Ares' ears. Do you want to go up? Ares could no longer care about anything, and frantically climbed up the Moon Ascension human ladder. The ladder looked long, but it didn't take much time for her to climb it. When she climbed to the top, an exquisite white jade relief gate appeared weirdly. As a dazzling light shot out from the door, Ares' consciousness was completely bewildered. She saw her parents standing inside the door, waving to her, so she walked into the door with a face full of happiness. Seeing this, my phantom turned into a beam of moonlight and disappeared on the spot. Actually, that wasn't me at all, but the Divine Descent Nation using the fear in Ares' heart to conjure a phantom of me to force her to ascend to the moon. From my calculations, the people from the Divine Descent Nation should arrive tomorrow, and Laserbird, having lost a base and a squad, would likely hold their position, so the external factors were considered gone. After working so hard, the big show was finally about to begin. Soon after, the huge moon began to move away from the surface, and the beam of light projected from the moon finally dissipated. The Lingshui County people forming the Moon Ascension human ladder also returned to the ground one after another. They returned to their respective homes with serene expressions as if nothing had happened. The three of us silently watched this weird scene. Lu Qingzhu was somewhat worried. The weirdness of this mission has exceeded our imagination. Do you really want to continue? Don't worry, I'm confident. Besides, it's not just the three of us. There's also a powerful ally helping in secret. He just doesn't want to show his face. Hearing the word ally, Chuzhou thought that he was definitely not from an ordinary family. Warrior bloodlines differed, and high-level warriors were already far above normal humans. He was either the illegitimate son of a powerful warrior or a young master in training. If it was the latter, then having an ally nearby made sense. Chuzhou, Qingzhu, I have a very important task for you. You two will go with my demon shadow and smash the clay statues in the houses of the whole city. As I spoke, countless demon shadows burst out from my body, densely standing on the surrounding rooftops. Chuzhou said nothing and left, with the demon shadows following behind him. When Chuzhou destroyed the clay statues, they would be responsible for devouring the filthy spiritual energy within. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhu looked at me worriedly. Just as she turned to leave, I suddenly stopped her. Qingzhu, believe in me. Hearing this, Qingzhu responded with a smile. Yes, I believe you. But please trust your teammates more in the future. Don't handle everything by yourself. Afterward, I went alone to the Jinshan temple base. Mad Doctor in a white coat had been waiting here for a long time. I glanced at the mountain of biochemical human corpses in the pit of the underground palace, then began to use the power of the Titan bloodline. A 50-meter-tall Titan body was created, and it tore open its own chest, revealing the pounding heart inside. Large amounts of Titan blood poured down like a waterfall, irrigating the mountain of biochemical human corpses. A biochemical human on the top layer, who first came into contact with the Titan's blood, had eyes with dilated pupils suddenly tremble, then refocus. That dilapidated body began to wriggle with flesh threads and slowly heal itself. My purpose in doing this was to create an army of undying Titans. First, use the vampire virus to resurrect these biochemical human corpses, then use the authority of the founding Titan to endow them with the power of Titans. When needed, they would transform into an undying Titan army completely obedient to me. On the other side, Mad Doctor controlled nanomosquitoes through the base computer to fly into every household in Lingshui County, delivering my vampire blood to them. Mad Doctor's work didn't stop there. Later, he also had to repair that fortress-level mecha. Although there was no possibility of repairing it after being torn apart like that, salvaging some weapons and modifying them was still achievable. While I was preparing for war at full speed, another force was also about to step into Lingshui County, the Divine Descent Nation. It is said that its predecessor was the human extinction faction born in society when the Secret Realm invasion first broke out. Initially, no big shots cared about this force. After all, those who believed in this were a group of losers marginalized by society without willpower or religious fanatics. But later, a mysterious pope suddenly appeared, bringing terrifying power from the Secret Realm relics. He allowed this group of believers to grow at an extremely terrifying speed and renamed it the Divine Descent Nation. The doctrine was to grow the demon fetus brought out from the Secret Realm by sucking the physical life and spiritual soul of living beings. It would create a vessel capable of brief activity for the god, leading the backward human civilization into the true kingdom of heaven. Bishop, ahead is Lingshui County. The god fetus planted by the Archbishop 4 years ago is there. Poor Archbishop, he contributed so much to the Church of God, but in the end, he was killed by a group of ignorant people. He didn't get to see the god fetus he had worked so hard to plant grow to maturity. This is truly a horrible world of cannibalism. Therefore, we must not let the Archbishop's sacrifice be in vain. We cannot allow this world to fall into a deeper abyss at the hands of a group of ignorant people. Otherwise, this place will become the second sin zone. We are about to welcome the arrival of the god. Children, this is a relief. We are liberating humanity. Hearing this, all the surrounding believers were infected by his emotions, widening their eyes with fanaticism, shouting the slogan, God descends to the human world, kingdom of heaven on earth. Time quickly reached night again. That exaggeratedly large full moon appeared above Lingshui County once more. At this time, the moon looked very uncomfortable. Two obviously huge lunar craters in a row of crooked cracks below formed a weird optical illusion of the moon smiling. At this moment, seeing the Moon Ascension human ladder had been built, the bishop said excitedly, truly exciting. Throughout the history of the sacred cult's development, only 2 god fetuses have successfully hatched. Now I will be recorded in the history of the sacred cult. The first god fetus hatched caused global climate anomalies, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and derivative disasters, causing hundreds of millions of people to die, get injured, or be displaced. And this was the result of the god being active for only 1 minute. The second descended on the Australian continent, causing fog and undercurrents to rise in the surrounding seas, completely sealing off the entire continent. And then, nothing happened. All contact with the Australian continent was lost. That area was completely blank in satellite reconnaissance. The allied forces of various countries suffered heavy losses. Since then, that dark forest sea was listed as an S-level life-restricted area, and no one set foot there again. Now, this Divine Descent Nation wanted to welcome the arrival of the third god. 50 believers formed a human flesh magic circle under the Moon Ascension human ladder. While chanting the sacred cult hymn loudly, they dripped blood onto a crystal brought out from a secret realm relic on the ground. The bishop stepped on the Moon Ascension human ladder, chanting and walking step by step towards that weird moon. Only when the bishop saw the gorgeously decorated moon gate on the moon did he kneel on the ground, then cut his wrist with a golden short knife, sprinkling blood on the ground. As if confirming his identity, behind the moon gate, a large hall appeared. The bishop kept his head down, daring not look directly at the details of the hall. A voice appeared in his mind, guiding him constantly forward until he found an altar made of moonstone. On it lay a coffin carved with the sacred cult symbol. The god fetus cultivated by the archbishop back then was inside. Now, having sucked the nutrients of Lingshui County's entire population for 4 years, the god fetus had almost reached the day of maturity. Meanwhile, under the Moon Ascension human ladder, the congregation waited eagerly. Moments later, they finally saw the figure of the bishop carrying the divine coffin. The bishop entered the center of the formation, put down the divine coffin, then opened his arms and shouted, "Children, let us begin to welcome the god. Great Moon, demon god of the dreaming world, your most loyal servant calls to you here. Please allow me to call your name." Moon demon borrows. Coincidentally, at this time, the clock tower in Lingshui County struck the midnight bell. The bell sound was like opening fireworks, telling everyone the show had begun. At this moment, a white spiritual body floated out of every resident in Lingshui County. This spiritual body condensed the power of human faith. Tens of thousands of spiritual bodies gathered into a white wave flying together towards the divine coffin. But just then, a high-pitched beast roar suddenly exploded like thunder. Under this cry, almost half of the power of faith in the white wave was suddenly dyed blue. The bishop looked at this scene in disbelief. The originally pure white spiritual bodies turned blue. Were they polluted by that roar just now? How is that possible? How could the god fetus's spiritual body be polluted by an unknown roar? Who is behind this? The ritual could not be reversed. All the divine descent nation's congregation could only watch helplessly as those impure spirits entered the coffin nurturing the god fetus. Just as they were dazed, I suddenly appeared behind the bishop. "Sorry for the wait, Your Excellency. Who are you? In this situation, can't you tell who I am?" At this moment, a new perspective appeared in my mind. No colors, but dense lines. Lines formed the contours of the human body and internal organs. Among them, there was a particularly dazzling red line at the throat of the bishop in front of me. Found it. The kill line. Instantly, the starfall saber glowed red, and before the bishop could react, he felt the world spin. Even though the strike was already incomparably ferocious, the kill line's critical hit triggered an execution effect, rendering the red-robed bishop's 3 life-saving magic tools useless. But just then, a red-robed man walked over with a smile. Truly an incredible slash. "Do you want to join the sacred cult? Let me introduce myself. I am the current leader of the sacred cult in Xia Kingdom, Lin Chi. The person you just killed was my archdeacon." Well, being a believer in our sacred cult is a high-risk job, so it's reasonable for me to let my subordinate pretend to be their superiors, right? Hearing this, I didn't speak. My eyes narrowed, and I made a prompt decision to distance myself from the battlefield. Seeing this, Lin Chi extended his palm. "This is an important place for welcoming a god, so you can't just come and go as you please." The next second, a burst of pure spiritual energy erupted, instantly binding me firmly. I immediately activated my stand and tore the energy rope apart. Perhaps due to his extremely high spiritual power and frequent listening to divine sounds, Lin Chi actually saw my stand. He asked in amazement, "The figure behind you, have you also practiced divine arts?" "God damn it. The reason I want to leave is just that I don't want to fight near this damn coffin." "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Blue lightning instantly erupted from my arm. Bones thick as pillars proliferated amidst the lightning. The impact formed a roaring, humming flesh and blood-long dragon, like a sky-supporting tower pillar. The flesh dragon arm arrived before Lin Chi's sluggish face in a flash of lightning. A loud earth-shattering noise came, and Lin Chi was sent flying directly. But this wasn't enough. That flesh and blood-long dragon pushed him forward fiercely with matchless force, smashing through the buildings. As the dust cleared, his originally exquisite bishop's robe was torn into rags. His whole body had blood vessels bursting out, turning him into a bloody man. However, these seemingly severe injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. "You can't hurt me. I am a person blessed by God." Hearing this, my face instantly darkened. Sure enough, lunatic cultists are hard to kill. At this time, the others also recovered from the terrifying momentum just now, and they surrounded me. Just then, they raised their daggers simultaneously and stabbed directly into their own throats. Mass suicide? These lunatics really are something. Cultists' minds are truly incomprehensible. I'd like to see what tricks they come up with. Immediately after, the bodies of all the believers who committed suicide began to tremble ceaselessly. A moment later, a blood-red hand suddenly tore open the body of one of the believers and drilled out. When its whole body crawled out, it finally revealed its true face. Blood-red skin, cow horns on the head, and fangs in the mouth. They were demons. In just a moment, all the believers became flesh and blood gates. Demons crawled out from them continuously. Seeing this, I grinned. These cultists are really dedicated. They're using their own bodies as conduits to summon demons. But unfortunately, now I also have troops to spawn too. The next second, countless blue lightning bolts exploded in the city, and large numbers of titans appeared. Seeing this, the demons immediately attacked. However, the titans' strength could not be underestimated. Meanwhile, seeing the titans, a vice bishop at the side was instantly shocked. But he couldn't care about these titans anymore, for I was nowhere in sight. Soon, he saw me walking towards the coffin. The vice bishop wanted to stop me, but at this time, Lu Qingzhu and Chu Zhou appeared behind him. "Your opponent is us." On the other side, I arrived in front of the coffin. Just getting close, I could feel a chill that seemed to freeze the soul. The guy in this coffin seemed to hold great hostility towards me, but that was normal. At this time, the infinite monster template suddenly issued a prompt. Host gains special energy, 5 points of divinity. Then it explained that in the final link of the divine descent nation's ritual, half of the power of faith used to condense the body was polluted by me, and these polluted powers of faith were also taken by the demon fetus to construct a body that allows the moon demon to move in the human world. This resulted in part of the moon demon's divine power being stolen by me when it was born. But even if the divine power was stolen by me, if this demon fetus is a malnourished premature baby, it should have awakened. Why is it still hiding in the coffin? After pondering, I directly lifted the coffin's lid. However, I found it empty inside. Immediately after, I took out the starfall saber. At this moment, the surroundings were deadly silent. The killing roars of titans and demons had disappeared unknowingly. The battle between Chu Zhou, Qingzhu, and that vice bishop also vanished. It was as if the whole world was left with only me. Just then, I found Lin Chi standing under the full moon, looking at me with a smile. "I guess you entered the dream." Hearing this, I immediately understood that I had fallen into an illusion. At the same time, in the outside world, the vice bishop, who barely summoned a great demon to stall Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu, finally had a chance to escape and catch his breath. He used his spirit sight again and saw me motionless in front of the coffin. "I must get to the coffin. The sinful soul shall be punished by God, and that filthy flesh will be executed by me." He then took out a short sword inlaid with emeralds, rushing straight over. This was a wood attribute magic tool. Once it pierced the enemy's body, it would cause blood thorns to grow inside until the enemy is shredded into pulp. Seeing I was in danger, Chu Zhou instantly became anxious. "Crap, that person's is heading straight for Yi. Lu Qingzhu, go save Yi. I'll hold this one back." Then, using ignition blood forbidden technique, technique. He overdrew his life to erupt with full cold ice attributes to freeze the enemy briefly. Freezing a huge guy drained almost all his martial energy, but he told Lu Qingzhu not to hesitate. Neither of our lives is as valuable as Yi's. I understand. Don't die, Chuzhou. Without any hesitation, Lu Qingzhu flew directly to intercept the vice bishop. A moment later, unextinguishable hellfire evaporated the cold ice, and the great demon broke through the ice seal. Hellfire gathered in its hand, turning into a hellfire battle axe. Then it swung with all its might at Chuzhou. You think that will kill me? I haven't finished my revenge yet. Just then, several ice spikes suddenly hit him in the back. It turns out, Chuzhou activated the powerful family bloodline from the imperial capital hidden in his body. Bloodline secret technique, Storm Chi Sword. Chuzhou raised both hands high. Invisible martial energy stirred the airflow, constantly rotating and expanding between his hands. Finally, it converged into a storm greatsword, stirring the air with bursts of explosions. The next second, as the sword fell, a spiral sword energy storm swept towards the great demon. With a loud boom, a sea of fire and cold currents divided the place, plunging the entire street into a dual realm of ice and fire. Chuzhou thought this would kill the great demon, but to his surprise, it actually caught his Storm Chi Sword with its hellfire battle axe. Just as the great demon was about to scorch the Storm Chi Sword into pieces, an anti-material heavy sniper armor-piercing round shot from nowhere and hit its head, followed by several more rounds. There's another expert. Could it be the ally he mentioned? Kilometers away, seeing the great demon successfully obliterated, Mad Doctor, who had set up the heavy sniper, breathed a sigh of relief. He thought this boy named Chuzhou was the weakest in the Master's team. He didn't expect him to hide such a trump card. Not only the suddenly erupting Chuzhou, but the situation on Lu Qingzhu's side also interested Mad Doctor greatly. Those who can stay near my master indeed tend to have good potential. Anyway, send a drone to help that kid recover his strength first. After that, taking that big demon will be a piece of cake. Moments later, after killing the great demon, Chuzhou caught up with Lu Qingzhu. The vice bishop didn't expect the two young people in front of him to be so strong. So young, yet each one more of a freak than the other. But just then, 6 large coffins fell from the sky. The coffins opened, revealing 6 corpses exuding the aura of martial masters. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu froze in shock. 3 of them were the missing sophomore team members they were supposed to find in this Lingshui County anomaly. Another one was Ares, with whom they had a conflict earlier. As for the 2 Lu Qingzhu didn't know, they were Bluebird and Gold Snake. God is favoring me. Seeing this scene, Mad Doctor felt bad. This girl, whom the master ordered to take special care of, would definitely die facing the siege of 6 living corpses with martial master auras. He hurriedly sent the Titan army to support. If he failed to complete the master's task, Mad Doctor felt he would truly die 10,000 times without excuse. Dozens of Titans immediately surrounded them. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu took the opportunity to fly to my position, wanting to take me away. Stop her. Hearing this, the 6 living corpses surged forward. Even though Titans transformed from biochemical humans were comprehensively optimized in strength and defense compared to the pure Titans of the original world, they were still too weak against martial master level living corpses. Just as Lu Qingzhu was about to reach me, the vice bishop threw a flying sword, hitting Lu Qingzhu's shoulder. The drilling pain made her break out in cold sweat, but she didn't give up, and soon, she finally arrived at my side. Ehe, I've got you. Lu Qingzhu held me and flew hurriedly into the sky. I need to get Ehe out of here as quickly as possible. The arm I just injured is throbbing painfully. For now, I can use purple flame to suppress the spread of the blood thorns, which should prevent it from affecting our movement. At this moment, the ground below was already littered with the corpses of Titans. Although the Titans possessed a weakened version of a vampire's self-healing ability, the 6 living corpses cast down by the moon demon each contained a trace of his power. Now, they were formally beginning their hunt for Lu Qingzhu. The Titans, shattered by their attacks, were utterly unable to regenerate. Suddenly, a highly hypnotic whisper sounded in Lu Qingzhu's ear. Put him down. You have done enough. He won't blame you. Hand him over to me. Lu Qingzhu took a deep breath. I won't give him up. Get lost. The cry of the purple nether sparrow resounded through the clouds, shattering the moonlight phantom before her eyes. Only a burst of disdainful laughter remained, drifting into Lu Qingzhu's ears. This laughter was accompanied by a mental attack. Lu Qingzhu felt an agonizing pain in her brain, and unable to control her wings any longer, she plummeted toward the ground. Seeing this, the 6 living corpses below immediately craned their necks, utilizing the trace of moon demon power within them to form spikes. They thrust them simultaneously at Lu Qingzhu in midair. At this critical moment, I woke up and used my time stop ability to freeze everything in the vicinity. I'm sorry, I woke up a bit late. Seeing Lu Qingzhu's exhausted appearance, my heart ached. Rest well. Leave the rest to me. The vice bishop on the ground looked incredulous. Damn it, how did this guy break free from the god's illusion? Let's attack together. He can't withstand the siege of 7 martial masters at once. Immediately after, along with the 6 living corpses, the vice bishop launched an attack. After sending Lu Qingzhu to a safe place, I immediately summoned the colossal titan and stomped down on them with full force. With a loud boom, blood splattered everywhere. Without any ability to resist, the 6 living corpses and the vice bishop were instantly crushed into meat paste. I looked at the corpses beneath my feet as if they were garbage. At this moment, Lin Chi, who was not far away, also woke up. In the illusion just now, he had lost count of how many times he had been killed by me. Each time, Lin Chi could feel the visceral pain. Even though his willpower far exceeded that of an ordinary person, his mind was on the verge of collapse under my endless torture. It was clearly an illusion I created. Why could he torture and kill me at will? How did he break free? Is the dreamscape completely useless against him? Forgive me, Moon God. I have no choice but to shut down the dream and kick him out. The Moon God was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Chi's incompetence and angrily transmitted a sentence into his brain. Lie down in the coffin. I can only use your inferior body to complete the vessel. Immediately, Lin Chi's eyes became vacant, as if he had been bewitched by the moonlight. A moment later, sensing something, I looked up at the moon. I saw a figure in a silver-white robe standing in the void, backed by that eerie, massive moon. The moonlight draped over him, covering him in a hazy silver glow that resembled a royal robe. The figure before me had silver-white hair reaching his shoulders, while his facial structure bore some resemblance to Lin Chi. His features were sharper and more defined. His eyes were like 2 silver moons, radiating the moon's aloofness and purity. I immediately guessed his identity. identity. Moon God or Moon Demon Barrows. Finally, you reveal yourself. Moon Demon Barrows seemed to have invisible steps under his feet, stepping on the void step by step, walking towards me. As he approached, I suddenly realized that the city background around me had disappeared, replaced by an endless void. Judging from the gray-white soil underfoot and the large and small craters around, this was the moon, but this couldn't be the real moon. After all, I didn't feel the extreme cold of space or the lack of oxygen. It should be a kind of intent similar to Master Gong's killing intent domain. Domain is different from illusions that touch the spirit and soul. Domain is more like a certain field covering reality. The damage caused is real damage. So inside a domain, I didn't have the panel's invincible golden body. While I analyzed my situation, Barrows also came down from the void. I admire you. In a sense, you are the most excellent human I have ever seen, especially since you stole part of my divinity. Your compatibility with me should reach over 96%. You are simply the perfect other half to complete my human vessel. Seeing me silent, Barrows continued, I am willing to give you the right to retain your consciousness after completing me. You will step from mortal into the realm of gods. You may not know how big and vast this world truly is. Whether it is Blue Star or the Sin Domain, you currently only see the tip of the iceberg. Your talent is your admission ticket to step into a higher level. Ascend to the moon. Join me in overriding the heavens. An invitation and promise from a god. Perhaps not even 10 humans on the entire Blue Star could refuse. But I refuse. I thought you mysterious gods would have such high style. Turns out you're just a group of intelligent creatures with a higher life level. Because you can't threaten me in an incomplete form. You just drag a useless vessel for completion, then come over with threats and inducements. It's just these few sets over and over. Not much difference from humans. Honestly, I really overestimated you. Facing my provocation and ridicule, Barrows' cold and handsome face didn't change at all. He didn't seem to take it to heart. After all, after his human vessel was completed, even if it was a low-quality completion using a body with less than 20% compatibility, it wasn't something the current me could oppose. I was now just food prepared to be enjoyed. It was just out of appreciation that Barrows ceremonially asked for my opinion. But my opinion wasn't important. No matter what, the final result couldn't be changed. Barrows extended his cold white palm, grasping the void at the Titan in front of him. The Titan's body seemed to be held by an invisible large hand. In just a moment, he tore open my Titan body. Immediately after, I couldn't move. Barrows pressed his finger on my forehead, but in the next second, his eyes showed an emotion of surprise for the first time. Why can't I sense his consciousness? I laughed loudly and mocked. Idiot, you found out you can't touch my soul, right? Although physically I can't beat you, mentally, I have the panel's boost. It turns out, using my vampire's powerful self-healing, I left half of my body with Mad Doctor. It was a body divided vertically down the middle. This could ensure that after my main body was destroyed, my consciousness would be activated in the other half of the body. Just as Barrows couldn't understand for a moment, the boundless space background overhead was split open on the spot by a super large heavy sword, shattering the entire Moonstar domain. Amidst the constantly collapsing domain, a heroic fierce man with pale azure hair scattered wildly on his back looked down at Barrows below. Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, National Grandmaster Azure Dragon, is here to spar. Seeing this scene, I was instantly excited. Finally here. Luckily, I reported this broken place to Dragon Sparrow. Honestly, I didn't think I could defeat this moon demon Barrows. I just wanted to snatch the divine power descending on the human vessel. Barrows' moon eyes flickered slightly, looking at the madman standing in the air above. Is this kind of body really human? It seems your race's potential evaluation needs to be raised. Are you really a xenomorph? The purity of your body is so low, so mixed. When the first xenomorph in human history descended, Azure Dragon, who was still a master, participated in that battle. That was the first time Azure Dragon realized what a scene of destroying heaven and earth looked like. In comparison, the silver-haired man in front had a similar xenomorph aura, but the gap was too large. Facing this ridicule, Barrows got angry. Using Lin Chi, that inferior body, to complete his human vessel was the thing Barrows found most disgusting. To avoid hurting this perfect body of mine in this level of engagement, Barrows slapped me away. Azure Dragon saw the xenomorph in front of him actually valued that youth so much and was slightly confused. After suppressing this demon, I'll question that youth later. Before setting off, sure Jingwen mentioned him to me. His name is Yi. After saying this, Azure Dragon immediately swung the giant sword in his hand, slashing towards Barrows. And Barrows also erupted with all his power, unfolding a world-shaking battle with the opponent. Meanwhile, after being slapped away by the moon demon, my vision blurred, and I instantly arrived in a mountain forest. Even fully expanding my life magnetic field, I didn't detect the location of Lingshui County. This meant I was sent a considerable distance by Barrows, and he knew that his battle with Azure Dragon would destroy the entire Lingshui County, along with the surrounding areas. Fortunately, I had already asked Mad Doctor to leave with the two wounded, Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu. I didn't expect that moon demon Barrows actually had this teleportation ability. If used to find me, that would be troublesome. Not to mention, I have the moon demon's gaze. Whether in dreams or under moonlight, one might catch sight of the moon and the dream demon's master. It felt as though I were being stalked by some obsessive pervert. Since I was far from the battlefield, I finally had time to study this so-called divinity. Having spent so much effort to poach this corner, surely it won't disappoint me. Looking at the panel's explanation, I largely understood what divinity was. Either reaching a kind of extremity and transcendence in a certain field or attribute through constant cultivation, or being born divine, possessing a high-dimensional racial talent in a certain field irreplaceable by other life forms. The source power of both is divinity. No wonder after I snatched Barrows' power, he was so jumpy and dead set on me. I didn't expect the effect of divinity to be so strong. Simply put, it can improve the aptitude of the template. Dio's template hasn't developed many abilities, merely using them subconsciously as racial talents. The Godzilla template already has a mutation path, so there's no need to disrupt its growth direction. As for the Colossal Titan template, not only does it not fit the divinity attribute, it's just a toolman template to buff the Godzilla template, so there's no value in upgrading it. And the Dio template, possessing the ability to interfere with time, has unlimited potential. It is my most important trump card besides the Godzilla main combat template. So upgrade Vampire Dio. Instantly, large strings of text appear out of nowhere on the panel. I looked at the advanced template abilities and couldn't help but hold my breath. Truly strong. Although the advanced main ability abilities all have a requirement of moonlight or night. As long as the conditions are met, the amplification is simply terrifying. The superimposition of amplifications in all aspects allows my combat power to grow exponentially in actual combat. It is simply a top-tier auxiliary functional template. As expected, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. This trip to the Lingshui County anomaly was worth it. Of course, I couldn't forget my good teammates who fought desperately for me. The difficulty of this mission definitely reached the standard of level 4. In terms of the danger cost, reaching level 5 would be no problem. Imperial University would definitely issue the top-tier rewards. Right now, academy credits and most school resources aren't of much help to me, but to Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu, they're invaluable. I stood up from the forest and leaped to the treetop, standing above the sea of trees. Cold white moonlight sprinkled on my body. I felt comfort all over, and endless power surged from my bloodline. It seemed the moonlight enhancement of the Dio template was taking effect, trying to throw several punches in succession. Just the base physical strength and speed made the air snap and pop. One could visibly see the ripples generated by the distorted air. After simply stretching my muscles and adapting to the current physical fitness enhanced by the moonlit night, I opened my arms like a giant bat, moving through the forest as fast as lightning. My communication equipment had long been destroyed in the high-intensity battles. I needed to find the nearest human town first to contact Imperial University. Time quickly reached the next day. A supersonic fighter jet carried us back to Imperial University. At this time, inside the cabin, only I was fully awake. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu were still undergoing emergency treatment in life support pods. Walking off the fighter jet, an elegant man in a crisp tunic suit appeared before me. Hello, Yi. I am the president of Imperial University, Shi Jingwen. Hello, President Shi. You are the idol of all our Imperial University students. It's an honor to finally meet you. I'm not a person who cares much about formalities. No need to be so polite. Relax a bit. Hearing this, I stretched comfortably. President Shi, are you here to ask me about the Lingshui County matter? I came to tell you that your team has excellently completed the Lingshui County anomaly mission. You don't need to worry about the aftermath. Hearing this, I felt slightly strange. It involved a cult sacrificing to a moon demon's descent. How could it be brushed so easily? No investigation or anything? Please trust the Imperial University. Leave the aftermath of the Lingshui County anomaly to us at the top to handle. I also know what you are worried about. Please rest assured, I respect the personal secrets of geniuses. However, when the mission is announced to the whole school later, the Lingshui County anomaly will only report your team completing a level 4 mission anonymously. Of course, this is because level 5 missions usually require a professor to lead. You freshmen directly reporting the completion of a level 5 mission is too shocking to the world. But in terms of rewards, Imperial University will issue them to you according to a level 5 mission. I thought to myself, this treatment is simply like a dream. Does this old fox suspect that I'm cheating? A day later, Mad Doctor finally sent me the post-battle footage of Lingshui County. Looking at the picture on the phone, I swallowed slightly. If I remember correctly, Lingshui County was mountainous terrain. How did it turn into a large basin? The huge crater was simply like a meteorite impact site. The entire Lingshui County turned into a desolate large basin. It seems the high martial world is still too dangerous. With my current strength, I still don't feel safe. Thinking of that Barros guy gave me a headache. I still had the moon demon's gaze hanging on me. Yesterday, I also told Imperial University President Shi Jingwen about this. Shi Jingwen told me not to worry. Azure Dragon had a way to seal the moon demon's gaze on me. So at this time, I was waiting for Azure Dragon in the reception room. Finally, the mahogany door opened. I saw the man I was waiting for, one of the men standing at the peak of the entire blue star. However, his condition at this time seemed not very good. He was draped in a black thick mink coat, and the clothes inside were also very thick. He seemed very cold. There is only one reason for Azure Dragon being cold: the after effects of the battle with Barros. Azure Dragon noticed my expression and explained, I indeed suffered some frost damage from that cunning moon demon, but I still won that battle. That moon demon began to crack and disintegrate after only exchanging 100 moves with me. If not for his many means of escape, I would have killed him long ago. I didn't expect Azure Dragon to actually start explaining things to me. It's not quite the aloof, unfathomable image I imagined. Oddly enough, it's kind of cute. Let's begin. I'll help you seal that gaze. Azure Dragon took off the mink coat, revealing the bandages underneath. Shi Jingwen could calculate astronomy and fate. He told me about your uniqueness, so some top secrets can be revealed to you simply. Have you ever thought that magical beasts were once intelligent life forms similar to humans? According to him, when he was still a Xuanwu martial artist, he followed his teacher and 5 fellow apprentices to a newly unearthed relic in an A-level secret realm. Then only Azure Dragon came out alive, and he contracted a terrifying curse from the relic. His body would gradually turn into a magical beast, and his rationality would disappear during the process of beast transformation, even when all the top doctors at home and abroad were helpless. So Azure Dragon decided to exile himself. He didn't want to be turned into a mindless magical beast in his motherland and finally hurt his compatriots or be killed by them. So Azure Dragon went alone to an S-level secret realm located in the Great Eastern Ocean, prepared to die inside. But a tsunami storm brought him to an island where humans had never set foot. The rest is top secret and relates to the strategic plan for the future national destiny of the entire Xia Kingdom, so I can't say more. In short, someone on the island helped me, allowing me to avoid the fate of becoming a magical beast. Azure Dragon then tore off the bandages on his body, revealing the body covered with mysterious black runes underneath. I just accidentally took a glance and felt my eyes sore as if pricked by needles. A few drops of blood dripped from the fingers covering my eyes. Although my eyes healed themselves, the feeling of falling as if my soul was about to be sucked in by that glance just now made me dare not look more. Seeing this scene, Azure Dragon fell into deep thought. An ordinary great martial master would faint just by glancing at the runes on me. Lower-level martial artists would directly suffer brain death and become vegetables in severe cases. He just bled a little from one look. Just as expected, he's special. Up to now, that guy Shi Jingwen hasn't misjudged people. Perhaps he really might change the increasingly dangerous situation now. Don't resist. Now I will imprint 2 runes in your sea of consciousness. From now on, you can sleep peacefully. Azure Dragon pressed his finger on top of my head, and the runes on his fingertips seeped into my forehead like black worms as if they truly possessed life. And with that, the moon demon's gaze was finally sealed. Done. Thank you very much. much, Senior Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon put the domineering black mink coat back on, looking quite like a big shot. Your teacher is Gongku, right? Hearing this, I sweated a little, not knowing if I should answer. Gongku once told me she seemed to have been a big sister at Imperial University and bullied quite a few guys. Now they have all grown up. Xuanwu martial artists are considered low achievers. You must be careful. Don't say you are my student when you go out. Azure Dragon, as a figure who had been around for many years, naturally knew what I was thinking. Don't worry, I have no conflict with Gongku. I only mention her because, before her spirit was damaged, she was the martial artist most likely to reach Grandmaster by walking the path of slaughter. It's a real shame. So then, shall we spar? I want to see what level of purity the successor of the famous Rose of Slaughter has reached. Hearing this, I was speechless. As expected, the stronger the warrior, the more eager they are to fight. Mr. Azure Dragon, how about we spar under the moonlight? Recalling some disgusting and troublesome illusions, Azure Dragon frowned slightly. The moon again. A moment later, we arrived at the Imperial University's 4th panoramic arena. This time, I won't take the initiative to attack. You can display your talents to your heart's content, and I will only use the pure physical strength of one hand to block. As long as you can make me move half a step from the spot, you win. If you do, you'll earn one free request of my aid, and I will also directly list your name in the first division of Great Xia Dragon Sparrow without an exam, obtaining the corresponding privileges and treatment. Alright, Mr. Azure Dragon, please give me your guidance. At this moment, moonlight pierced through the clouds. Under the moonlight, my whole body burst with crackling firecracker sounds. Azure Dragon's pupils condensed. He actually felt an aura similar to the moon demon on me, but it wasn't the aura of pollution eroding the world found on xenomorphs, but an attribute of the same origin as the moon. Mr. Azure Dragon, here comes my first strike. Slaughter intent. Moon of carnage. Azure Dragon was secretly alarmed seeing this. What an overwhelming killing intent. At the same time, beneath the Imperial University Research Institute, in Gongku's confinement hut, Gongku suddenly became alert. That killing intent, it's Yi. Impossible. How could Yi develop such a terrifying aura after just a few days outside? In a luxury hotel inn, Xiang Jianwei sat on the bed and looked intently in the direction of the academy arena. A woman breathed scent into his ear. What's wrong? What could possibly be more important than the fun we were about to have? Nothing. I just felt a terribly strong killing intent just now. I didn't expect it could spread this far. Probably half the Imperial University campus can detect this killing intent. What a show off. Meanwhile, Azure Dragon shattered my attack with his fist. He didn't cut into the weak point of my attack like Gongku to make the offensive collapse instantly. Instead, he met it head-on, directly met force to force, with pure violence, a straight confrontational attack. His stalwart body remained motionless like a mountain. No matter how fierce my offensive was, it couldn't shake him a bit. Just then, Azure Dragon clenched his fist again and swung it forward, punching towards me. The massive blood moon in front of me collapsed with a boom. I, with overdrawn martial energy and weakened vitality, fell crumbling towards the ground. Seeing this, Azure Dragon frowned. This kid, to win my approval, he actually released a forbidden technique with such severe consumption. He was afraid that a pillar of the future Xia Kingdom like me would hurt his martial foundation, so he instantly left his original spot to support me, who almost fell, but only after supporting me did he realize something was wrong. He was tricked. Mr. Azure Dragon, you've moved more than half a step now, right? That means I won. This kid not only excels in martial arts, but he's also quite cunning. Fine. You won. What do you want? Mr. Azure Dragon, I'd like to keep this promise for now. That's quite far-sighted. Not bad. Your killing intent and martial arts level are quite good. Gongku taught reasonably well. However, having only killing intent is not quite enough. After all, without a stronger body as a pillar, killing intent can only float on the surface. You mean I should exercise my physique? I said with a laugh. The reason I laughed was that just now I didn't display my Godzilla body. If Azure Dragon saw my Godzilla body, he definitely wouldn't say words like letting me exercise my physique. But the key is who you train with. Your physical foundation must be solid. You can't afford to take the wrong path. At this time, it's very important to have a teacher who's very strong physically to serve as a guide. I understand, Mr. Azure Dragon. Tomorrow, I'll seek out the Dean of the Body Cultivation Academy to guide my physical training. Hearing this, Azure Dragon roared inside. Just take me as your teacher. I've explained it so clearly, and you seemed quite smart just now. How come you suddenly became so stupid? I, the great Azure Dragon, have never taken the initiative to accept a disciple, but he is indeed a good seedling. Thinking of this, Azure Dragon decided to give me a top-level body tempering technique. This body tempering technique was looted from a Western powerhouse's corpse after he killed him for invading the South Sea of Xia Kingdom back then. It was said to be a national treasure-level martial skill of a certain Western country. Study hard and practice diligently. You will be able to master this kill in due time. After saying this, he turned to leave, thinking to himself, that technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. The martial rhyme space from the West doesn't recognize Easterners, so I'll have to conquer it by force to obtain the inheritance. If I pass it to Yi now, he'll struggle to learn it and will have to ask me for advice. This way, I'll be his master in disguise. Later, I'll give it a formal title and that'll settle everything. Immediately after, I went back to my dormitory and took a bath. Speaking of which, having been at Imperial University for half a year, I was cooped up underground with Gongku. I barely stayed in my own dormitory. Just then, the room doorbell rang. Opening the door, I saw an unexpected figure. It was Ouyang. At this time, he looked very exhausted. His hair was messy, showing none of the high-spiritedness and strategic calmness of when we first met months ago. Can I come in? Come in. Unexpectedly, as soon as I closed the door, Ouyang knelt on the ground with a snap. Brother there were many people outside just now. Now that we are inside, I kneel to you. I'm begging you. You must become the president of the Dragon Blood Society. Looking at Ouyang hugging my towel and yelling, I found it somewhat hard to handle. Although a person's personality changes with time, Ouyang, you changed too much. What did you encounter in Imperial University this half year? Where are your high spirits, strategies, and ambitious words of splitting the world with local students? How did you end up like this loser? Also, how did you know I returned to the dorm? We, the Dragon Blood Society, happen to have members who saw you come back. Did you peek using secretly installed surveillance camera? I was a bit angry. I dragged him directly to the training room. Come practice with me. Ouyang hurriedly explained. Brother listen to my explanation. We didn't install it in your room, just in the corridor. We had no choice. Moments later, later, the beaten and swollen Ouyang-Zhe lay weakly on the ground. I calmed down and handed him a few blood-transforming pill for healing, asking him why he came to find me to be the president. Did he encounter some trouble? Under the martial artist's powerful digestive ability, Ouyang-Ze's swollen body quickly absorbed the medicinal power and recovered rapidly. He said helplessly, "Our organization can't hold on much longer. Please come back." At Imperial University, students can independently establish clubs and organizations, but unless special contributions are made, the school will not provide organization operating funds. When the Dragon Blood Society was first established, the summer special training for the first-year reserves in the Imperial capital had not yet ended. This emerging organization was in the limelight for a while, receiving sponsorship from many martial groups in society. Under my leadership, the Dragon Blood Society opened up many discount channels with businesses. As a benefit for Dragon Blood Society members, it further attracted other students to join. This was originally a virtuous cycle, but as the Dragon Blood Society grew, it was suppressed by the student union composed of Imperial capital locals. The result was that under the leadership of Xiang Jianhui, the Dragon Blood Society suffered a series of setbacks. Its commercial value decreased constantly, investors left gradually, business welfare channels closed, and ordinary members, seeing the Dragon Blood Society failing, all had thoughts of jumping ship and leaving, and outsiders wouldn't join a declining Dragon Blood Society. Finally, the Dragon Blood Society fell into a situation where it was hard to operate. Hearing him finish, I understood what happened. "So you lost to that guy named Xiang Jianhui, right? We could ask senior students to help suppress Xiang Jianhui, but there are unspoken rules between grades. Conflicts within a grade must be handled within that grade. If we call in a senior today, he'll definitely bring senior-level locals to overthrow the Dragon Blood Society tomorrow. Only you, our classmate, meets these requirements. So, please, save the Dragon Blood Society." Hearing this, I reluctantly agreed. Ouyang-Zhe excitedly widened his eyes and clenched his fists. His Dragon Blood Society finally had hope of coming back to life. "I haven't finished yet. Rather than saying that you want me to be the president, it's better to say you found someone to protect the Dragon Blood Society. So stop talking nonsense. Let's directly discuss what you plan for me to do next." The Great Xiao Recovery Plan. It was revealed to me by a teacher I know well. Of course, since this isn't classified information, it's not against the rules. The Great Xiao Recovery Plan is Xia Kingdom preparing to gather martial artists nationwide to conquer the 12 cities and surrounding areas completely occupied by magical beasts. National universities will also participate in this recovery plan. Our senior students at Imperial University have to rush to the front line. Although we freshmen don't have to operate in the most dangerous frontline areas, we are at least responsible for the surrounding areas of the fallen cities. This year's final exam and the selection of the year chief will be conducted in this recovery plan. So Brother E, in this recovery plan, our Dragon Blood Society will obey your orders completely. You must get the highest score. All of that can be discussed, but before that, there's one more thing you need to take care of. What is it? Take that surveillance camera away from me. After Ouyang-Zhe dismantled the hidden surveillance camera, I sent him away. The reason I agreed to Ouyang-Zhe to revive the Dragon Blood Society was not out of pity for him. It is related to my important subsequent template draws. I had confirmed it. As long as I obtain achievements, I can get a chance to draw a template, and the higher the achievement, the greater the probability of getting a high-level template. Ouyang-Zhe is a talent in management. If I can help him clear all obstacles, it is achievable for him to raise the scale of the Dragon Blood Society to another level with his talent. If I can really make the Dragon Blood Society big and strong, making it the #1 organization in Imperial University, the rewarded template will definitely be stronger than the templates I got in the Anshan College entrance exam in the Zodiac City. Martial arts, templates, I must master both. Time quickly reached the next day. Inside the Dragon Blood Society conference room, the core members of the Dragon Blood Society were all here. Among them were many old acquaintances I taught a lesson to in Zodiac City. Xian with a middle-part hairstyle put his legs on the table and asked arrogantly, "Yan Jingxiong, is Ouyang-Zhe still not here? He's way too slow." Yan Jingxiong looked at Xian and fell into deep thought. When the Dragon Blood Society was developing prosperously, this guy always called Ouyang-Zhe president and was polite to me. Now, not only is he calling me by my full name, but his actions are also extremely provocative. Looks like this guy came with ill intentions today. The vice president went to pick up the true president of the Dragon Blood Society today and will be here soon. Everyone understood what Yan Jingxiong meant. After all, Ouyang-Zhe had always called himself vice president, unreservedly claiming to outsiders that the Dragon Blood Society's presidency was always reserved for Yi. At this moment, Xian and Lan Yuxi's faces changed. They all recalled bad scenes. However, they didn't forget today's task. If Yi hadn't abandoned martial arts in this half year, they must seize the time to finish things and leave before Yi arrived. Otherwise, a beating would be inevitable. Yan Jingxiong, you wouldn't be pinning your hopes on Yi, right? You should have seen Brother Jianwei's strength. No one in the freshman class can compete with him. Letting go when it's time to let go is what a smart person does. Ouyang-Zhe has no chance to turn the tables. Anyway, the benefits you got in the Dragon Blood Society are enough. Withdrawing in time counts as being smart. Lan Yuxi also spoke out in support. That's right, pinning hope on outsiders is meaningless. Good birds choose trees to roost in. The Dragon Blood Society is destined to be only a flash in the pan. Trying hard to stop it will only result in being crushed by the general trend. Yan Jingxiong stared deadly at the two. What do you want to do? He understood. These two came to rebel today. Xian ignored Yan Jingxiong. Everyone, you should all know the imperial capital Zhou family, right? A true great Xiao martial arts family. Brother Zhou Kai, a direct descendant of the Zhou family, has promised to give us a good place to live. Isn't following young Master Zhou better than staying in this half-dead Dragon Blood Society waiting to be purged by Brother Jianwei? That's right. Do you really believe in that Yi, who hasn't shown his face for half a year and didn't come out when challenged by imperial capital people? Everyone had contributed to the Dragon Blood Society before. Now that the Dragon Blood Society collapsed, we don't owe them anything. Defecting for a better future is not wrong, right? Xian and Lan Yuxi had arranged these actors in advance, bribing the wavering cadres ahead of time. Yan Jingxiong looked at the cadres in the conference room. 8 people chose to leave. Only he and 3 other cadres remained. Cadres leaving in bulk not only meant a massive spread of secrets and connections. Most ordinary members would probably leave leave without hesitation. It was simply hollowing out the Dragon Blood Society. Like this. Even if Yi came back to take charge, he could only face an organization that had become almost an empty shell. Just as Yan Jingxiong was about to stop them, the conference room door was kicked open. Xianchen, why are you so slow? I'm getting impatient waiting downstairs. Brother Kai, everything's done. We are just about to leave. This is the Dragon Blood Society Hall. How did you get in? Shokai laughed arrogantly. How else could we get in? We fought our way in. Don't worry. Afterwards, I will compensate with money and cultivation resources. Those wounded guards might be overjoyed seeing they can get resources they couldn't earn in several years for being beaten once. Hearing this, Yan Jingxiong attacked directly, aiming at Zhou Kai's face. But just then, a black-clothed woman suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Kai and blocked Yan Jingxiong's attack. Seeing this, Yan Jingxiong's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack had been blocked like it was nothing. Trash. You actually failed to take down this big fool immediately. Xianchen, Lan Yusi, and everyone who wants to join me, all of you attack. Beat him so badly that he ends up in the hospital. This is your pledge of loyalty. All the cadres wanting the defect stiffened. They could leave for their future, but to bear fangs at their old employer before leaving, this was a bit disgusting. Their character wasn't that low yet. You don't want to? If you aren't willing, don't think about walking out of this door on your own feet. Do you really think I, Zhou Kai, am a shelter? That I would take any kind of dog? What use do I have keeping dogs that don't bite on my commands? Just then, a slightly harsh friction sound attracted everyone's attention. Ouyang-zhe, is this kind of mess you left me with? I heard the commotion all the way from the second floor. Sorry, Brother E, please forgive me, but our Dragon Blood Society indeed needs a major exchange. Zhou Kai looked at the person walking in, ignoring him and talking to himself. The veins on his temples bulged with anger. How dare you grab my hair? Do you know who I am? Before Zhou Kai could finish, I grabbed his flashy afro and threw him out the window, together with that black-clothed woman. Now it's finally much quieter. Immediately after, I threw Xianchen and Lan Yusi out too. After throwing out 4 pieces of trash, I clapped my hands, looking unkindly at those cadres who stood up preparing to leave. What are you still doing here? The cadres instantly sweated profusely. Sorry, President, I was blinded by greed that I actually believed the lies of that nasty Xianchen and even thought about leaving the Dragon Blood Society. Other cadres also reacted quickly, hurriedly apologizing. This time you won't be expelled from the Dragon Blood Society, but your cadre positions will enter an observation period. If unqualified, you will be stripped of them. Furthermore, you have no right to participate in the Dragon Blood Society activities this week. Do you accept this punishment? However, there was no response. He's asking you a question. Do you accept it? I released a few wisps of killing intent from my body. The cadres instantly felt their hearts oppressed and suffocated as if held by a large hand, answering one after another that they accepted. After letting them out, the people left in the conference room were Ouyang-ze's trusted own people. I sat in the main seat without any politeness. Ouyang-ze, I already looked into the current situation of the Dragon Blood Society. It's a lack of money and investment, right? Since I returned to Imperial University, I kept hearing about Xiang Jianhui. I'll just ask the source of the Dragon Blood Society's decline out and beat him up. Won't it be over if I win? Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Although it sounded a bit mindless, it seemed to really be the principle. But Xiang Jianhui announced this morning that he would enter seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. Hearing this, I felt some regret. So I can't ask him out for a beating? Well, if we rely on displaying force to attract investment, we don't necessarily have to limit the opponent to this freshman class. Attracting investment is about creating momentum. Wouldn't the momentum be bigger if I challenged experts across the whole school? I thought of the promise Azure Dragon made that night about listing my name in the first division of Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. This title also seems very prestigious. It can be used for packaging. How much do you know about the first division of Great Xia Dragon Sparrow? Hearing my question, Yan Jingxiong's eyes instantly lit up, his face full of yearning. Great Xia Dragon Sparrow is our Great Xia's strongest martial artist agency. In the first division is the strongest section of Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Other section members of Great Xia Dragon Sparrow are called Dragon Sparrow agents, but members of the first division are all called aces. The first division is a club for the strong. The chief is Great Xia's second strongest, Azure Dragon. Every year, the number of Imperial University graduates absorbed into the first division might be less than 3. That is a place all Imperial University martial artists yearn for. Hearing this, I nodded and said, I know what to do now. We'll get the Dragon Blood Society's media team moving and spread the news outside. Dragon Blood Society President Ihi, current Great Xia Dragon Sparrow First Division Ace, want to challenge martial artists below the Great Martial Master cultivation level in the entire Imperial University. If the gimmick is big enough, it can definitely fill up the investment. The conference room fell silent. Yan Jingxiong was in disbelief. You are an ace from the first division? That's impossible. Leaving aside strength, you can't participate in the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow entry exam without graduating. Ouyang-ze also asked, Brother E, you aren't joking, right? This isn't something to be taken lightly. I'm not joking. I joined last night. The documents should be available in a couple of days. I then fell into deep thought. Ordinary martial masters will be crushed directly. Only a few talented ones might take a bit of time. Unfortunately, if fighting against stronger great martial masters, I would likely have to bring out the time stop trump card. Exposing this key trump card to attract investment isn't worth it. Otherwise, I would directly challenge the whole Imperial University. Seeing my serious attitude, although Ouyang-ze felt it was somewhat beyond common sense, he still chose to believe me. He then called the media team. Time quickly reached the next day, and a shocking article spread. Ihi, the top freshman who disappeared for half a year, returned as a first division ace, and wants to challenge the entire Imperial University. The viral forwarding attracted the attention of the entire Imperial University campus. Who's so arrogant to challenge the entire school? Has anyone heard of this person Ihi? I heard that the top freshman this year is Xiang Jianhui of the Imperial capital Xiang family. Ihi? I think I heard of him. He's a freshman this year and ranked first in the entrance exam after the reform, which surprised the deans of multiple colleges at the time. Then why was there no news about this person in the past 6 months? Whether he's arrogant or not aside, how did he get into the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow First Division? I heard that the graduates participating in the First Division exam this year said the exam was extremely difficult, filtering out 99% of people. It seems like he didn't take any exams and was admitted directly with an exemption. Having a position without an exam? Damn, were they all charmed by a pure smile? Upstairs, my smile's not exactly pure either. Pure my ass. Shut up, Chuebao. In the Imperial University Hospital, Lu Qingzhu and Chu Zhou, resting in hospital beds, both saw this news. Both knew that whenever I made a big move, someone was going to be unlucky again. This news even spread outside the school, posted on the internet, and quickly went viral. The official Great Xia Dragon Sparrow also spoke directly, stating that he was a special talent directly hired without an exam. However, the official statement didn't stop everyone's mouths. There were still many people questioning whether my strength was worthy of the title of ace. Ouyang Zhe seized this point of conflict and led his media team elites to start driving the rhythm. The accounts driving the rhythm were divided into different persona factions. There were those who believed in me, those who scolded me and prepared to watch me make a fool of myself, and the so-called neutral faction. But no matter which persona count, they all mention one thing: go watch He's live broadcast. Under the overt or covert fueling, the heat of my live broadcast climbed steadily. Even major live broadcast platforms sent people to communicate with the Dragon Blood Society to apply for exclusive broadcasting. With such surging traffic, those advertisers also swarmed in, rushing to send money to the Dragon Blood Society. In just one day, the Dragon Blood Society miraculously possessed a massive cash flow. It came back to life. Meanwhile, inside the hospital ward, Zhou Kai laughed directly in anger watching the news about me. When he was thrown out by me, not only was the martial energy in his body sealed, but a dark force was also applied to his body, causing him to be directly thrown into severe injury. Now he still remembers the humiliating scene at that time. Isn't this looking for death? Martial artists compete in the arena, but blades have no eyes. Even if someone accidentally kills him, it's normal, right? Time reached night. The Dragon Blood Society applied to the school for the largest full-view dueling ground, accompanied by grand salutes exploding in the sky. Passionate music sounded with catchy drum beats. My all-school arena match officially began, and under the dual aura of the Imperial University arena match and the youngest ace commissioner of Great Xia Dragon Sparrow 1st Division, the number of people in the live broadcast room had broken through 30 million. Ladies and gentlemen, the Imperial University arena match you've been waiting for has officially begun. Next, please welcome the protagonist tonight. Hearing the host's command, I, without any protective measures, jumped directly from the helicopter, and the atomic energy on my body erupted, accelerating a second time in the air, turning into a blue meteor piercing through the clouds. Under the gaze of tens of millions of viewers, I pierced through the clouds in an incomparably high-profile manner, generating bursts of sonic boom airwaves behind me. Descending from the sky, handsome and masculine, I stood up slowly. The surrounding moonlight gathered automatically, draping over my body. Seeing this, countless comments exploded. Awesome, damn, that's the coolest entrance I've seen all year. Don't know if he is strong or not, but he's definitely good at showing off. This is what an arena master is. Descending from the sky, draped in moonlight, too domineering. Every challenger that comes afterwards, their momentum will be far weaker than Ihi's. Ihi has really shown the spirit of a true champion. Although on the surface he's challenging the entire school, in reality, you are the challengers. Meanwhile, seeing my handsome entrance jumping from the helicopter to the arena, soon someone couldn't hold back. Long Tao, a second stage martial master, was the first to take the stage to challenge. Long Tao's trench coat rose without wind, igniting an energy smoke behind him. Looking very imposing, tens of millions of viewers all held their breath, wanting to see how I would respond. Match start. Following the host's order, Long Tao just let out a war cry when he saw a black shadow sweeping towards his face. Long Tao only felt his cheek hit head-on by a locomotive, losing consciousness briefly. Who's next? Ihi, I come to fight you. A sassy female voice came, and a tall single ponytail female martial artist, holding a Guangong broadsword longer than her, was already slashing towards me. Your blade's purity is too low. While saying this, my palm brewed a terrifying blue light, and in the next second, with the momentum of thunder, I directly cut her broadsword in two. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. You all come at me at once. Hearing my arrogant words, several martial masters rushed into the arena simultaneously. They held different weapons and charged at me aggressively. However, the next moment, I swiftly moved. Every punch and kick was full of explosive power. In just a few breaths of effort, these martial masters were beaten successively, and Zhou Kai saw all of this in the live broadcast. Damn it, how can he be so strong? At this rate, how am I supposed to find someone to get revenge on Ihi? I'm afraid anyone I find will end up in the hospital the moment they step on stage. Perhaps only one person could do it. His brother, the eldest son of the Zhou family's generation, Zhou Yanting. But that guy is a stubborn blockhead who recognizes reason. He's not the type of a person who protects his younger brother. He would never help him get his revenge. But just then, Zhou Kai revealed a sinister smile and muttered, unless. Meanwhile, I once again consecutively swept through 3 junior year 8th stage martial masters and stood proudly in the center of the grand arena. Can't this guy stop while he's ahead? Give both sides a way to back down gracefully. Damn it, our Imperial University's sophomore and junior classes lost face big time. Later, we will be carved on the pillar of shame in school history. Whenever Ihi is mentioned, we will be brought out as stepping stones for him. Just then, a man wearing a nanosuit walked out. Seeing him, the surrounding people instantly erupted in bursts of exclamations. Damn, Brother Yanting is making a move. Finally, a 9th stage martial master who was in seclusion is coming out to deal with Ihi. Zhou Yanting is no ordinary 9th stage martial master. Having recultivated his realm to perfection, he can even fight and defeat ordinary great martial masters. Zhou Yanting inherited the Zhou family's bloodline power, Sun Blaze blood, and the purity of his bloodline power is ranked peak among past generations of the Zhou family. Ihi is about to pay the price for his arrogance. Just as all the audience thought both sides would be at daggers drawn, Zhou Yanting did an unexpected action. He clasped his fists and bowed slightly, then said, "Before, my brother Zhou Kai went to your esteemed society and caused trouble. For any losses caused to your society, we will compensate double. You are Zhou Kai's brother? Looking at you, you don't seem like a belligerent person. Since you didn't come to get revenge for that loser Zhou Kai, why are you challenging me? I am indeed not for that disgraceful brother of mine. I am here for the Zhou family's reputation." Ihi, although the fault lies with my brother in this matter, you shouldn't insult the Zhou family's reputation. Insulted the Zhou family's reputation? What a familiar plot. As expected, scoundrels will always add their own spin and slander. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'm too lazy to explain. I want you to kneel and apologize to our Zhou family in front of all the teachers and students of the school. You want me to apologize? Then you'd better have the ability to make me. The next moment, two pairs of lightning-fast fists punched out simultaneously. Double fists collided, and the air exploded. Immediately after, Zhou Yanting's and my fists bombarded each other like a violent storm. The air, like a water surface swept by a rainstorm, produced dense ripples. Sonic booms rose one after another. At this moment, both sides pressed on without holding back. The roar of fists was like cracking thunder, and every second it became grander. Just then, the silver nanosuit on Zhou Yanting's arms gradually receded. The moment the skin inside was exposed to the air, the temperature around him rose directly. This was the Zhou family's bloodline power. The sun blazed blood. With the punching, fist shadows began to rub out smoke and fire in the air. Scorching airwaves wrapped Zhou Yanting's arms. The meridians inside appeared crimson, and black scales also began to cover my arms. The gaps in the scales revealed atomic blue light that looked seemingly cold. At this time, everyone was nervously watching. Who would fall first between these two monsters who only used fists to bombard bodies but remained immobile as mountains? A little boy watching clenched the Superman toy in his hand and shouted, "Come on, big fiery bro, defeat the great demon King Yi." Unknown if it was Zhou Yanting's illusion, he felt the man in front of him was getting bigger and bigger. Be more confident, Zhou Yanting. I am indeed getting bigger. Instead of releasing Titan power all at once to generate a Titan body externally, I'm using the vampire's superb control over my own flesh and blood to gradually release the Titan power inside my body. This way, I could obtain agile speed and neural reaction ability, while also increasing my physical quality several times every second. Beating you now is as easy as an adult beating a child. At this moment, Zhou Yanting now understands why I had the confidence to challenge the entire school. Is this terrifying physical strength really something a human can possess? Zhou Yanting originally thought his bloodline was monstrous enough, but compared to me, it was completely inadequate, because I was simply a humanoid high-level magical beast. My bones can no longer withstand his power. The martial body I painstakingly built is about to break. Since I can't beat you in strength, then I'll win with speed. It seems you haven't studied any of my combat data at all. You came to challenge me without any preparation. Eehee, you really are an arrogant bastard. At this moment, Zhou Yanting's eyes flashed with determination. Eehee, you might die from this move. Don't blame me for not reminding you. In the next second, the nanosuit Zhou Yanting used to inhibit the energy in his body melted red to the naked eye. He could no longer hold back the bloodline power erupting inside him. The palm, red and bright like a branding iron, thrust out fiercely. Then all the flame power in the body surged into the palm under the guidance of martial energy, turning into a small burning sun above his head. Such a powerful heat energy. It's almost changing the temperature of the environment. As expected of the Zhou family, dish a martial technique, blazing sun demon hand. Facing the oncoming small burning sun, I showed no fear at all. Finally, something decent. But do you think only you can fire waves? I'll use you to test my newly researched self-created martial technique. As I said this, I gathered high concentration atomic energy in my hand. Heaven bombing dragon cannon. I blasted the gathered atomic energy towards Zhou Yanting's small burning sun, and it burst into a colossal blue pillar of light, surging toward him like a devouring blue sea. Under that dazzling white-blue brilliance, the burning sun on Zhou Yanting's hand looked like a small flame that could be extinguished at any time. Facing that overwhelming blue torrent, Zhou Yanting's mind went blank, leaving only one thought: I'm going to die. Immediately after, a familiar voice attracted everyone's attention. Eehee, you are a bit too reckless. I saw you coming, President Shi, so I just decided to go all out and have a good fight. At this moment, the Imperial University President Shi Jingwen was seen holding the shocked Zhou Yanting in his hand. I just came to see what the arena match you made so hot recently looked like. I didn't expect you to drag me out into the open. This was probably your intention, wasn't it? Hearing his words, I smiled embarrassedly. Can't help it, President Shi. Without you appearing, my arena still lacks prestige. Just help this student this one time. Your teacher Gongku keeps telling me you are dull and stupid. It seems you were just messing with her. Alright, I'll show my face this time and personally support your tournament. Shi Jingwen contained martial energy in his mouth, spreading his voice throughout the entire Imperial University campus, making everyone hear clearly. Next, are there any students who want to challenge Eehee? If not, then I will announce Eehee successfully took on the whole school's challenge and defended his title. The senior students broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Eehee winning naturally nailed them all to the pillar of shame in school history. Future juniors would likely call them the lamest class. But to challenge Eehee, none of them had the confidence to win. Pushing back and forth, in the end, no one stood out. In that case, then I declare Eehee the winner of this victory. Hearing this, the host shouted, first year Eehee, with the cultivation of a martial artist, single-handedly challenged all the martial masters in the school. Unprecedented and likely unrepeatable. Eehee's name will forever be sung at Imperial University, becoming a legend. At the same time, the live screen broadcast was uniform. Imperial University, and even all of humanity, are witnessing the rise of a new star. Among them, many Anqing people excitedly reposted to their moments and explained my glorious history in the live broadcast barrage. Because of President Shi Jingwen's platforming act, my name entered the field of vision of countless organizations and forces. However, they were all warned by Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. My identity is a top secret matter of Great Xia, and they have no right to investigate it. Otherwise, they will take coercive measures. After the match ended, the Dragon Blood Society held a celebration banquet. However, I didn't attend. Instead, I went straight back to my dormitory, and the main reason I was in a hurry to return to the dormitory was because Mad Doctor had sent me a message. Master, I have obtained the golden gene you hid in Anqing. I have a way to open it. After all, I was the main engineer of the golden gene project during my life. However, this canister has a built-in electronic transmitter. Once opened, one will be tainted with a tracking electronic signal, and the laser bird headquarters will track the signal to hunt them down. I heard this and asked him if there was a way to shield the signal. Mad Doctor affirmed this, and he had already started acquiring materials to make a shielding room, but cracking the complicated mathematical password built into the canister would take at least half a month. Good, then hurry up. Of course, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety. After giving instructions, I hung up. I just reviewed Mad Doctor's memory, and I didn't expect Prometheus back then to have had a close cooperative relationship with the Divine Descent Nation. Back then, Prometheus used its vast resources to secretly cultivate a demon fetus for the Divine Descent Nation, but when the demon fetus cultivation was almost complete, Prometheus backstabbed the Divine Descent Nation. Those research lunatics secretly added a lot of stuff during the long incubation time of the demon fetus, which caused that xenomorph to be extremely weak when it descended to the world. In the end, Prometheus successfully captured the first living xenomorph in human history. Then, Prometheus cut that xenomorph into several parts according to organs for experiments. Having a living xenomorph far exceeding the life level of all life forms on Blue Star as material, Prometheus sped like driving an F1 race car in the field of biological science, slamming the accelerator and speeding all the way. This eventually led to several research results based on the xenomorph's body. For example, the sensational Eden Project. In this project, Prometheus's lunatics intended to create a human god themselves. This artificial god was not only to protect Blue Star from secret realm invasions and the descent of the xenomorphs, it also wanted to cancel the existing national and ethnic systems on Blue Star, integrating all humans together, and have this god's brain, which is above any organization and collective, to distribute all resources of Blue Star to achieve a certain absolute fairness, turning Blue Star into the Garden of Eden in mythology. There was also the Fire Seed Project, which aimed to change the genes of all mankind to achieve racial life transition. This was the predecessor of Laserbird's Golden Gene Project. Prometheus's water is too deep. Because I accidentally mentioned the term gene lock before, I seem to have been misunderstood as having a relationship with Prometheus. I had an intuition that sooner or later I would be pulled into the vortex concerning Prometheus. At this moment, I remembered the crest Azure Dragon gave me. Because I was busy with the arena matters these days, I didn't have time to comprehend the body tempering technique in this martial rhyme carrier. Since Azure Dragon gave it, the grades certainly wouldn't be low. I put the family crest under my pillow and began to enter the sleeping cultivation method. A moment later, in an illusion, I slowly opened my eyes and found myself wearing a damaged knight's armor lying in a pile of dead bodies. I stood up to survey the surrounding environment. This place undoubtedly just experienced a cruel battle, but judging from the traces of battle, it didn't seem to be slaughter between people. The ground was covered with huge mud pits, but if looking down from a high place, these were non-human claw marks. I took off the tattered armor on my body and threw it away. Then, I dug out the best preserved knight's heavy sword from the pile of dead bodies. It's about time. The master of this martial rhyme, who is like a quest NPC, should be coming soon, right? Sure enough, a loud horse neigh sounded in the distance. Soon, two tall horses pulling a well-made carriage came in front of me. The curtain on the carriage door was pulled open, revealing an old man. As soon as the old man saw me, he grunted and pulled the curtain shut. Seeing this carriage wanted to run, I hurriedly grabbed the carriage wheel. No matter how the two robust horses exerted force, they couldn't run away. The old man in the carriage was surprised by the monstrous strength I displayed in the martial rhyme space. This kid actually has so much strength, but I have nothing to say to a robber like you. I didn't know this was the heritage Azure Dragon looted from a Western powerhouse's corpse. Seeing my innocent face, the old man was so angry. When that azure-haired martial artist broke in for the first time back then, the old man knew the family heritage had fallen into outsiders' hands. Cursing those unfilial descendants in his heart was useless. The old man could only guard the family heritage from spreading out, but he didn't expect that azure-haired martial artist to actually force his way into the martial rhyme space after breaking through realms. In the end, through the most direct violence, he forcibly learned the heritage. Seeing the old man's unwilling appearance, I was speechless to the extreme. Old man, I'm not interested in the hatred in your heart, but as a quest-giving NPC, you can't just not do your job. Immediately after, I gripped the heavy sword and smashed the carriage wheels with a single swing. Seeing this, the old man angrily asked coldly what I was doing. I laughed mischievously and replied, "Sorry, old man, to prevent you, an incompetent guide NPC, from slipping away, I can only trouble you to follow me all the time while I explore the map." Ignoring the old man's complaints, I carried the heavy sword and urged him to lead the way to start looking for the target. You do know a bit more manners than that azure-haired martial artist from before. Following these marks, one can find the location of the trial. Moments later, the marks disappeared. The old man thought to himself, "You little brat, you think I'd really take you to the trial site? How naive. You will be forever lost in this martial rhyme space." I looked up at the gloomy sky. If there are no footprints on the ground, could it have gone to the sky? Hearing this, the old man felt heavy in his heart. He didn't expect this kid to find the key clue so quickly. This perception plus the talent he just showed. If he were really a descendant of his own family, how good would that be? Flying creatures, without exception, won't build nests in low places. And at this time, the place I was in was a great plain. As long as I keep looking forward in this direction, the highest position appearing is the target this time. "Sir, I'd like to trouble you to borrow your horse again." Dragging the reluctant old man, together we mounted the horse and set off forward. Unknown how long we traveled, we crossed the great plain and arrived at a high mountain snow peak. Just then, the horse, as if sensing the territorial aura of some powerful creature, came to a sudden halt, causing the old man and me to fall. It looks like we've reached our destination. Sure enough, a high-pitched dragon roar came from the snow mountain. At the same time, a nine-headed giant dragon descended from the sky. The next second, scorching dragon breath spilled from the mouth of its central dragon head. Instantly, the old man and I were submerged by the terrifying dragon's might. The old man, as the master of the martial rhyme space, naturally wouldn't die. That kid is still too young. This trial is basically not to kill the nine-headed giant dragon, but to find the spiritual objects guarded by various strange beasts in the snow mountain, and then gain recognition of the nine-headed giant dragon by offering sacrifices to it in order to obtain the heritage. That azure-headed guy was an exception. After breaking realms, he directly relied on powerful strength to violently kill the nine-headed giant dragon and seize the heritage. But this kid could never do that with his cultivation level in the first wave of offensive just now. But before he could finish speaking, he saw me standing proudly, completely unaffected by the earlier attack. How is that kid still alive? I chuckled and dropped the broken sword in my hand. I realized that the reason I hadn't gained any physical power from the template the first time I entered the martial rhyme space was that the compatibility was too low. Now, as the template's compatibility gradually improved, its power began merging with my soul, finally allowing me to manifest its strength within the martial rhyme space. So the broken sword that I had planned to use was now useless. Behold my true power. In the old man's incomprehensible gaze, I directly turned into a black giant beast beast as huge as the nine-headed dragon. Visible blue pulses spat from the mouth of the pitch-black giant beast, wrapped with unparalleled domineering aura, declaring its descent to the world. This was an ability I hadn't displayed in Lingshui County, letting the 71% compatibility Godzilla cell power completely swallow the Titan power, achieving Godzilla's complete transformation. However, this terrifying power wasn't unlimited. When my Titan power and atomic energy are consumed, I will exit this god demon-like form. Optimistically speaking, currently, I can only last 2.5 minutes, but that's enough. Instantly, I took the lead on the attack, gripping the giant dragon's 3 heads. In the next second, the ground shattered and rocks flew everywhere as I slammed the giant dragon onto it. The giant dragon understood that fighting me, the pitch-black giant beast, on the ground wasn't a wise choice, so it surged into the sky. You think you can bully me because I can't fly? The next moment, the blue atomic energy dorsal fins of the Godzilla body began to light up step by step from the tail to the top of the head, preparing to unleash a terrifying long-range attack. Seeing this, the giant dragon opened 9 mouths simultaneously. It also sprayed out the brood thunder light and dragon fire. The blue brilliant light pillar surged out, colliding with the thunderfire light pillar. In the center of the confrontation between the two high energies, a dark purple energy sphere began to expand, and then it suddenly exploded. After spraying atomic breath, the time I could maintain the Godzilla body shortened rapidly, so I wouldn't be foolish enough to simply exchange beams with this guy. Countless huge bone spikes suddenly drilled out from Godzilla's back, all stabbing into the 9-headed giant dragon's body. The 9-headed giant dragon had no time to react. Instantly, 6 dragon heads were cut off. Large patches of boiling dragon blood and scales flew, leaving only 3 heads behind. Immediately after, I approached quickly, and the atomic energy brewing in my mouth erupted again. The next moment, like a plasma bomb exploding, bright blue energy exploded inside the 3-headed white dragon. I grabbed the remaining dragon heart and raised it high to the sky, letting out the last roar of a Titan giant beast. The old man watched the whole process dumbfounded. For a moment, he didn't know if he fell into an illusion. Just then, the dragon heart fell in front of the old man. At the same time, I released the Godzilla form. Controlling a giant beast's body to rampage is so satisfying. Old man, after killing this dragon, I already know where the heritage of this martial rhyme space is. I won't trouble you any further. Then, in the old man's dull gaze, I plunged my hands fiercely into the dragon heart. After groping in the dragon heart for a while, I finally felt something cold and hard, but since it was so heavy, I had no choice but to plunge my entire body inside. When I finally grabbed it, the circular object suddenly sprouted writhing tentacles, climbing onto my arm, then wrapped around my whole body, forming into an armor. Gradually, the fluctuation of this biological armor synchronized with my breathing and heartbeat, and my blood began to flow within it. I could even feel that this armor was like a new layer of my skin. And this is the dish of body tempering heritage, abyssal dragon armor. How did you do it? The old man saw this armor born from the dragon heart, shocked beyond belief. Even if that azure-haired martial artist forcibly put on the dragon armor only gave him 90% of the heritage. This kid is the first martial artist in 1,000 years to completely gain the dragon armor's recognition. You ask me how I did it? As you can see, I put on this armor, and that was it. Is there any difficulty in that? This little bastard. But soon, the old man loosened his clenched fist and finally sighed deeply. Since the ancestors recognized him, he shouldn't fuss. The family has no successors. Passing the heritage to a more compatible person might also be a lucky thing. At least this heritage was not humiliated. Just as the old man was relieved, my sentence almost choked him to death. Old man, I feel this heritage is still missing something. It should have a second volume, right? Don't push your luck, you robber. Are you planning to target our family's other treasures too? And with that, I knew my suspicion was right. The abyssal dragon armor is too extreme and domineering, only cultivating external skills. It must be paired with the same tier cultivation methods specializing in internal skills to enable the martial artist to achieve internal and external balance. Otherwise, ordinary martial artists' internal organs simply cannot bear the pressure of the dragon armor. Their bones would be crushed by its weight, and their flesh and blood would be squeezed dry by it. So adding this internal and external body tempering method together is the complete body tempering technique. The level is Tiangang martial technique. This is a rare opportunity. I can't let it go. Time passed in the blink of an eye to 7 days later. During this time, I basically practiced in my sleep. The abyssal dragon armor contained a huge amount of information. I needed to digest it slowly in the martial rhyme space. Just then, my phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was Chuzhou calling. Lu Qingzhu and I were discharged yesterday and were notified to come to the University Activity Center today to settle the mission rewards. Then the director in charge of the student missions told me to inform you that your mission reward needs to be settled in the president's office. The president will settle it for you. Is the president going to chat privately with me again? After a simple shower, I headed to the central hub building of the Imperial University floating city, the Heavenly Arc Tower. The tower was 100 meters high. It looked like traditional Great Xia architectural style, but actually contained the most cutting-edge technology of Blue Star today. But such an important building had no heavy troops guarding it, not even a guard, because Great Xia's strongest combat power, President Shi Jingwen, sat in this most important Heavenly Arc Tower. With him here, looking at the entire Blue Star, this might be one of the safest places. As soon as I entered the Heavenly Arc Tower, a staff member wearing a women's small suit immediately greeted me. Student Ihi, I've been waiting for you. My name is Manhwa. President Shi is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. I nodded and followed curiously behind her. This woman had no martial energy smell on her body, but she didn't feel like an ordinary person either. Is she not human? Just as I was confused, Manhwa smiled. Student Ihi, are you curious about my body? Saying this, she took off her jacket under my shy gaze, revealing the mechanical structure inside. Then explained, this mass-produced service-type carrier differs greatly from the structure of human females. It just mimics realistically at the head for more affinity. Soon, the elevator reached the top floor. The top floor area of the Heavenly Arc Tower was the smallest, with only one room, the Imperial University President's office. Just then, when I walked out of the elevator, my vision blurred, like dropping frames. In a blink of an eye, I was sitting on a comfortable leather sofa, and Shi Jingwen was sitting opposite me brewing tea. This is a tea variety improved by the Research Institute from the Secret Realm. It tastes very special. Have a try. President, the ability you just used, did it it involve space? Sure, Jingwen admitted generously. It can indeed achieve spatial transformation within a certain range. Hearing this, I finally understood how Sure Jingwen saved Zhou Yanting last time. The credits in various Imperial University resource usage cards have already arrived in your account. As a major contributor to completing a level 5 mission, you can choose any 2 dish of martial techniques and a chance to customize a high-level weapon. This reward was undoubtedly extremely generous, but I don't lack powerful martial techniques now. Practicing too many would waste my time and energy. The Starfall Saber is handy right now. I have no thought of changing it. President, I want to access the gene lock files and the authority to check more information about Prometheus. Of course, I have no other purpose. I'm just purely. Before I finished speaking, Sure Jingwen agreed readily. Let's go. I'll take you to the archives. I stood up, watching Sure Jingwen open the office door. My eyes widened instantly. Outside the door wasn't the corridor from when I came, but a bright, huge room. What the hell is this? What creature's brain is this? And it's only half. Sure Jingwen explained. This is Nuwa's central computer unit. It is its main body, and this half-brain belonged to Prometheus decades ago. Hearing this, I instantly associated it with the crazy plan of dissecting the xenomorph. That means this half-brain previously belonged to the first living xenomorph captured in human history. Even such a magnificent transcendent existence was dismembered by Prometheus. Prometheus at its peak back then was truly crazy and powerful. No wonder they dared to plan the Eden Project. Sure Jingwen then said Nuwa to the brain, and a burst of electronically synthesized female voice sounded. Sir, I am here. Sure Jingwen took out a USB flash drive and inserted it into a screen instrument. After a series of authentication operations, he handed the copied USB flash drive to me. I saved a part of Nuwa into the USB drive. You can ask Nuwa about many things you want to know. I accepted the USB drive, feeling the unreality of Sure Jingwen's trust. Heaven knows how many core secrets Nuwa, this central computer, manages, involving how many important strategic tasks of Imperial University and even Great Xia. Sure Jingwen actually gave this thing to me. How unreal is this trust? Could there be a conspiracy? Don't be stunned. Even for me, the Imperial University president, bringing a student in privately is against regulations. We should go. Hearing this, I was even more confused. The principal is actually leading me to break the rules. Meanwhile, in the school's training room, rolling green smoke rose from Xiang Jianwei's body surface, accompanied by continuous muffled thunder roaring from his body. In the next second, he shouted loudly. Air expelled from his lungs turned into visible air ripples oscillating in 4 directions. He, Xiang Jianwei, successfully broke through today, achieving the martial master realm. In just the first semester, he's already walked a path that an ordinary Imperial University student would take more than a year to walk. Sure enough, the gap between people is too big. Even geniuses have their ranks. And I, Xiang Jianwei, am a 9. Just then, as he opened the door of the training room, he suddenly saw a somewhat familiar figure. You are the he mentioned by Ouyang Zhe, right? You actually delivered yourself to my doorstep? Hearing this, I frowned. Are you also from the Dragon Blood Society? Then go find Ouyang Zhe if you have something. I want to use the training room now. You're good at playing dumb. Don't you know who I am? Listen well. My name is Xiang Jianwei, the freshman king who stepped on Ouyang Zhe and almost made your Dragon Blood Society a historical term. The free. Before Xiang Jianwei could finish, my palm shot out at an undetectable speed. It hit him like lightning, freezing his body and knocking him out instantly. I said I wanted to use the training room, and you're still chattering here, blocking the door and not letting people in. So fucking annoying. He swallowed a massive amount of magic cores raw, simply to achieve the status of the king of monsters, but unexpectedly, due to the energy being too immense, he could only transform into a crystal coffin to absorb it. But who would have thought that Great Xia would initiate the recapture plan at this very moment? Just moments ago, he casually knocked out Xiang Jianzhuan, who had just advanced to the martial master realm, and then entered the advanced training room reserved for special recruits. Now, finally, there were no people in the way. The king of monsters had long been starving. It was time to devour to his heart's content. It turns out that he had collected a massive amount of high-tier magic cores, and it was time to boost the compatibility of the Godzilla template. Considering the large amount of nuclear radiation that will result from this transformation, he asked the electronic maid, Nuwa, to apply protective measures for the training room. After signaling Nuwa to turn on the training room's energy shielding function, he poured the magic cores into his mouth like jelly beans. Although the massive amount of magic cores he stored was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye, this was still far from enough. This was because compatibility became exponentially harder to raise the higher it went, which is why he worked hard to train his martial arts. Even if he was cheating, he had to cheat wisely. After all, cheaters could also die and lose. Soon, he had stayed in the training room for 3.5 hours, and as the energy of the magic cores constantly flooded into his body had been encased in a blue crystal coffin, and when the coffin opens, it would be the day the king of monsters emerged into the world. At this time, 2 huge aerial carriers hovered above the Imperial University floating city. Today was the day Great Xia's recapture plan began, and 70% of the nation's martial artists were setting out for war. The mission was for the martial artists of Great Xia were going to take back the 12 fallen cities one by one. Sure Jingwen, dressed in a black and gold trench coat, stood in midair. Below him are all the deployable teachers and students of the school. All Imperial University students, ignite the blood smoke banners. The next moment, the voices of the martial artists rolled like thunder, responding to Sure Jingwen's command. Countless angry crimson columns of the blood smoke banners rose up, converging and intertwining together. The blood smoke banners from all the students formed an angry crimson pillar connecting heaven and blue star, and the martial artist pressure contained within spread for 1,000 miles. All of you already know every mission and plan. I know many of you are also prepared to sacrifice yourselves. However, you must come back alive. Living is where hope lies. Imperial University will always be your home. It will always be here waiting for you to come back. All Imperial University martial artists, hear my order. Swear with me. In front of us, there are no enemies. And the martial artists responded in unison. In front of us, there are no enemies. At the same time, in a certain training room, a huge blue crystal coffin trembled slightly. A burst of blue brilliance flickered once, and soon returned to calm. Meanwhile, in a different place, Yu Yan, a former level 2 researcher at Prometheus and a current executive at Laser Bird, was walking through the halls. First, the golden gene was stolen, then an important base was captured, and finally, an elite squad was lost. And although Black Lion had covered everything up, the Great Sea Dragon Sparrow had still pinned the blame onto Laser Bird. However, since the Great Sea Dragon Sparrow is currently busy, Laser Bird had the opportunity to recover the failed product of the first-generation Golden Gene experiment, a Pandora's box that could drag humanity into an abyss of eternal damnation. An individual with golden genes flowing in its body could still sense the location of other golden genes. It was the only hunting dog that could find the lost golden gene. If they didn't release that monster while Great Sea Dragon Sparrow was fully occupied with missions, there would never be another chance to retrieve the golden gene. Subsequently, Yen took the 10 keys handed to her by the board of directors, then inserted them in a specific order. With that, this alloy gate finally opened. Behind the alloy gate was a regular-looking iron coffin placed in an empty sealed room. However, this iron coffin in the center of the room was Laser Bird's masterpiece in mechanical engineering. Inside this iron coffin was the creature they named -1. Yen didn't want to show a look of fear upon seeing that monster due to recalling some bloody memories, so she quickly swallowed a few sedative pills. At this moment, a stealth fighter jet caught through the sky, traveling extremely fast and secretly. In the center of the fighter cabin, -1 was still doubly imprisoned in the iron coffin. However, the mouthpiece was removed and -1 could speak freely. It's in that direction ahead. Keep flying forward. The place this hound is pointing to seems to be West City. West City, is that the fallen city Great Sea Dragon Sparrow is preparing to recapture? Don't worry, as long as the one who stole the golden gene isn't a Grandmaster level expert, even a Schwanwu martial artist, we can quickly surround and kill them. We've never failed under your leadership, Captain. Eve, block the aircraft signal, hack into the piloting system, and engage autopilot. Subsequently, an electronically synthesized voice sounded, as you wish, Executor. The plane is out of control. Just then, the captain had actually blown a team member's torso away. Captain, when did you become a traitor? I was never a member of Laser Bird, so I never actually betrayed you. Unfortunately, everyone here must die now. The team members were all too shocked to move, and soon, they were all pulverized by the captain. Seeing this display, -1 was thrilled. They're all dead. Can you give me some blood? I'm so thirsty. The team members here are all martial master level martial artists. You should enjoy their hearts. Hound, from now on, you are free. The captain then stuffed that heart into -1's mouth. The heart was chewed and swallowed like a juicy peach, and -1 smacked his lips, savoring the flavor. Then he asked, what do you want me to do? I don't need you to do anything specific. Just vent your anger freely on the land of the Xia Kingdom. Revival is something we in North Baidun do not want to see. I should go too, otherwise, when you come out, you'll tear me to shreds too. These great martial master corpses are left for you as your first full meal after getting out of prison. Then the captain jumped off the plane without looking back, and -1 let out bursts of sinister laughter. Before I was their hunting hound, but now I am a mad dog let off the leash. I'll tear everyone to pieces and swallow them whole. The steel spikes inserted in the Iron Maiden head cage all flew out violently. In an instant, the iron coffin was destroyed by -1. Subsequently, a withered and twisted evil figure crawled out of the steel-forged grave. I want to complete my golden gene first, achieve true metamorphosis, and then become a god. At this moment, countless aircraft carried different teams of martial artists, heading towards the fallen city, West City. The plan they drew up was to first attract the entire city's beast tied through large-scale bombing. Then a martial arts grandmaster's team can penetrate straight into the enemy forces and eliminate the sovereign. However, no one noticed a stealth fighter jet gliding from the clouds on one side, flying straight towards the hinterland of West City. And in the clouds above the fighter jet, a strange bird with 6 huge eyeballs tore through the clouds, its 2 sharp claws directly hooking onto the fighter jet. Just then, the bird noticed something. It turns out that -1 had already climbed on its back. Let me try this different kind of cuisine now. -1 violently stabbed his arm into the back of the strange bird's head. Then, the arm began rooting and spreading into the strange bird's limbs and bones. The strange bird couldn't even let out a scream. Soon, the strange bird was overwhelmed by -1's invasion. And at this moment, a pair of black avian magical beast wings opened from -1's spine. -1 stood with his back to the sun, arms spread. What a rich genetic ecosystem. My damaged body can get perfect recover here. This is the best buffet. At this moment, the stealth plane exploded in the air and was sent crashing violently into the ground. A plane was shot down by a magical beast over there. Let's hurry and save people. Sister Lu, however, rationally stopped him. Don't be rash. The magical beast that shot down the plane might still be hovering nearby. What is there to fear? Sister Lu, you are a great martial master, and this is still the outer area of West City. There are no magical beasts that can compare to you at all. Under the persuasion of the teammates, Sister Lu had to agree. However, when they arrived, the magical beasts attracted by the plane crash had all turned into scattered corpses on the ground, with a man eating at the center of it all. This was -1. Sister Lu looked solemnly at the remains of the magical beasts all over the ground. The person in front of them was clearly a dangerous and mentally unstable martial artist. But at this moment, -1 finally noticed Sister Lu's group. The prey has finally taken the bait I've laid out. Immediately after, dense black-red tentacles drilled out of the earth, forming a semicircular cage. Xiao Zhang immediately used his martial skill, Qi Wen Slash, chopping horizontally at the inner wall of the cage, but his sword was suddenly stuck inside the mud like tentacles. Then, a huge human mouth suddenly protruded from the tentacle. Before Xiao Zhang could react, he was swallowed whole by it. Sister Lu immediately shouted violently, powerful martial qi bursting from her body as she charged at -1. Just then, -1's arm had turned into a blade, and subsequently, he used a martial skill as well, Qi Wen Slash. His blade arm attacked towards Sister Lu, but she managed to avoid getting hit. She immediately realized that she was attacked by the same move that Xiao Zhang uses. At this moment, Sister Lu was shocked to hear Xiao Zhang's voice, but as she turned, the sound was actually coming from the tentacles. Sister Lu, I'm in so much pain. Save me. Sister Lu looked up, her pupils shrinking instantly from the fear. Just as Sister Lu was distracted for a moment, -1 had already raised his hand blade and slashed down at her. After enjoying the meal, -1 transformed into Sister Lu's appearance. I can sense that the golden gene is in another direction of West City. I'll head there while infiltrating other martial artist squads to play. I can also sense many powerful life auras on this battlefield. If I can devour genes signs of high level, then no one can treat me like a dog again. I'll soon ascend and become a demon. At the same time, an 8-legged white-boned giant horse neighed, withstanding countless missile bombardments and beginning to wreak havoc. However, a man wearing silver armor and wielding a dragon-scale spear, riding a white unicorn steed, had arrived at the battlefield. He struck down on his enemy with a vibrant green sword flash. Facing that tsunami-like endless beast tide, the firepower of humanity is insignificant. This was Chintanyu, Dean of the Grandmaster Academy of Imperial University. Only by relying on powerful martial artists to penetrate deep into the beast tide and eliminate the high-level demonic beasts could the beast tide be dispersed to draw out the sovereign. And it was exactly their 5-person team assigned to this mission. Dai Qiming beside him suddenly spoke. Our current route is the optimal way to the sovereign's lair. However, Chintanyu felt the surroundings were too quiet. His martial artist's intuition was warning him of danger. The whole team halted and began to be on high alert. At this moment, Chintanyu began to concentrate on his surroundings. In the next second, his worries came true. Everyone, it's coming. A golden giant rock fell from the sky, smashing onto the ground in front of everyone. I clearly set a grand gift for you ahead. Why did you stop? Target confirmed. West City Sovereign. Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign. All squad, form up. Without hesitation, Chintanyu unleashed his earthly fiend martial skill, Thunder Astral Dragon Spear Thrust. He shot out like a cannonball, the silver dragon scale spear in his hand drawing white electric sparks in the air, stabbing straight at the sovereign head. Weak and ignorant humans, let me show you what pure power suppression really is. Without any technique, relying solely on brute force, it tore the air directly with a punch, smashing forward. But the next second, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign showed a look of shock. It turned out that an old man had appeared on his attacking arm. The old man used the earthly fiend martial skill Secret Art, Dripping Water Stone-Piercing Hand. This caused the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign's arm to weaken, allowing Chintanyu's attack to pierce through. Cunning humans, so you've analyzed my characteristics ahead of time. Realizing this, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign decided to target the old man first, and another large hand fell like a meteor, smashing towards his target. Just then, a martial artist 3 meters tall, wearing heavy armor and holding a large shield, shouted violently, Elder Mu, fall back. Blocking the incoming attack, the heavy armor martial artist was smashed entirely into the ground, blood even spilling from the armor seams. Now is our chance. Bai Chanchan. Without hesitation, Bai Chanchan manifested a yin and yang in front of her. Seeing this, Dai Qiming charged his fist, and with a combination attack, Dai Qiming punched the yin and yang towards the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign. This attack enveloped the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign, and he was even surprised that it actually sealed his movements. Just then, the domain expansion activated, and the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign was sent into a different realm. And in front of the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign, a general holding a long spear, manifesting a giant creature of lightning, ready to attack. Your human cultivation system indeed has its merits. Perhaps the Emperor was right. We should learn a bit from this. The Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign retaliated, turning into a golden stream of light at a supersonic speed, striking straight at the giant creature of lightning. The next instant, the collision of terrifying power caused the entire domain expansion to collapse. However, everyone knew it was impossible to kill that sovereign-class magical beast so easily. Heavily injuring it would be considered a success already. Human, you are very good. If it were an ordinary sovereign, they might really not be able to withstand this spear. But unfortunately, there are differences between sovereigns, and I am above them. Is this a rare metamorphic form we did not know about? At this moment, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign presented his second molting stage. It was a size smaller, but with a stronger aura. The next moment, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign's figure suddenly became blurred. In an instant, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign arrived in front of Elder Mu. I'll kill this troublesome old man first. The Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign unleashed a powerful golden energy blast, taking out Elder Mu, Dai Qiming, and Bai Chanchan. Immediately, Chintanyu and the shield-wielding man had already charged their way to behind the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign. However, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign easily countered the attacking martial artists. Seeing this, Chintanyu's expression changed drastically, and the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign kicked away Chintanyu's white armored steed, then ruthlessly grabbed Chintanyu's neck. Your squad exhausted its wits and couldn't deal with me anymore. I am just a single sovereign, so how can you deal with the other sovereigns of West City? These words immediately caused Chintanyu's pupils to shrink. Could there be other sovereigns in West City? At the same time, on the eastern battlefield, all buildings had already been flattened by the human fleet's artillery fire and the iron hooves of magical beasts. Then a harsh alarm suddenly sounded. Level 1 warning. A massive biological energy reaction has appeared 1,000 meters underground in the battlefield and is rapidly rising to the surface. Computer calculations indicate this creature has reached the magnitude of a sovereign. There are no grandmasters guarding the current ground forces. Strategic retreat is recommended. The commander was immediately shocked. How is that possible? The only sovereign in West City was already engaged by Chintanyu. Notify ground troops to retreat immediately. We must get out of range as well and prepare to drop bunker buster nuclear bombs. But at this moment, a huge mud-yellow tentacle suddenly pierced the surface. Instantly, it swept towards the aerial battleship. However, the airship defended with its railgun, cutting the tentacle in half. But the wound of the tentacle began reacting. Instantly, a brand new tentacle regenerated in its place. There's no time to waste. Drop the bunker buster nuclear bombs. The next moment, 3 bunker buster nuclear bombs aimed at that sovereign-class magical beast. Then 3 nuclear bombs launched from the bottom of the aerial battleship, flying towards the massive tentacles. In an instant, endless light and heat erupted, throwing a huge and mushroom-shaped dust cloud high into the sky. The commander-in-chief could only hope that relying on these 3 nuclear bombs would allow the martial artists fighting below to retreat safely. Surprisingly, it was reported that the life signature of that sovereign-class magical beast did not disappear. At this moment, within the craters of the nuclear bombs, multiple tentacles were still crawling out. The commander-in-chief couldn't help but slam his fist in anger. Damn it all, is the West City recapture plan going to fail? But the next moment, the central computer was suddenly taken over by the supercomputer, Manhwa, thanking all martial artists in the West City war zone for their fierce battle. Now please hand the battlefield over to him. Just who is this incoming person? A supersonic intercontinental missile is headed in our direction. But what stunned the commander was that a life signature was actually detected on the missile. On that that colossal intercontinental missile, a person was actually standing, and the person who arrived was none other than Ihi, having completed his breakthrough. Just before this, a brilliant blue pillar of light suddenly rose above Imperial University, and the one causing this commotion was Ihi, awakening from the crystal coffin. Student Ihi, congratulations on your breakthrough. This is a special nano battlesuit specifically prepared for you by Dragon Sparrow. Instantly, nanotech armor enveloped his whole body. The West City invasion troops have been gone for 5 hours. I'm late by so much. Quickly, let's use an intercontinental missile to get me to the battlefield as soon as possible. Ihi had 2 goals at this time. The first is to meet the Mad Doctor and retrieve the golden gene. The second is to kill the Sovereign to obtain its magic core, because currently his synchronization could only reach 99%, and he would need the Sovereign class magic core to achieve 100% synchronization. Soon, Ihi got onto an intercontinental missile and headed towards the battlefield. Back at the present, Ihi had finally arrived before the tentacles. According to the database, you're called Earth Demon. What a domineering name. The Earth Demon could sense the incoming danger and began to gather its tentacles to defend, but Ihi jumped off the intercontinental missile quickly before it exploded, then directly unleashed Godzilla's secret art, nuclear light sword slash. Then he waved his arms, the blue beams slashing towards the overwhelming tentacles in front of him. Which Grandmaster made a move? How come I haven't heard of this move? We can actually win this battle. Ihi blasted all the tentacles in front of him. Soon, he could finally see the Earth Demon's main body. I'll finish this in a single breath. The next second, Ihi's body began to emit blue energy. Godzilla's secret art, nuclear sky kick. The boundless underground darkness was illuminated by blue light, and the space around him was twisted by the terrifying high-energy reaction leaking from his body. Ihi crashed into the blue star demon's body with an air-shattering kick. Endless atomic blue light poured out, a pillar of light going into outer space. The martial artists could only witness this happen. That is the direction of West City. What exactly happened there? At the same time, on the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign's side, the Grandmaster level Chintanyu was in a very bad state. The Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign had already entered its strongest third molting form. Chintanyu, burning his life, knew he wasn't going to last long anymore. However, the dignified Great Xia Grandmaster Chintanyu's resolve was still strong as steel. I must kill this monster here. Martial intent locking, forced attacks. You martial artists' idealistic moves are mysterious indeed, but ultimately cannot make up for the absolute gap in power. However, at this moment, Chintanyu used the earthly fiend martial art, Thousand Fathom Thunder Stake, but the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign strengthened his defense, clashing hard with the Thunder Radiance. The Emperor just recently perfected the conversion experiment of the old civilization. As a human recognized by me, after you die, I will recommend your corpse, allowing you to be reborn in a more powerful form. Even if I die, I will inflict great damage on you so you cannot intervene anymore. Chintanyu's spear of surging thunder managed to push the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign. However, the attack was still dispersed by the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign. This life-burning move of you humans is really annoying. My attack should have been enough to kill you, but you insist on using that blood-burning secret art to forcibly prolong life. But it doesn't matter. I am not afraid. I didn't use excessive force so I can maintain the integrity of your powerful corpse. However, the others won't receive this treatment. You will all be torn to pieces. It's so lively over here. I could feel the movement of your fight from the outskirts of the city. Wuhong, didn't you just die in battle? However, Wuhong walked straight towards Chintanyu's mount. Then he began to laugh creepily. Did I actually die? I don't know. At this moment, his stomach tore open, turning into a gluttonous mouth. In an instant, Wuhong had consumed Chintanyu's dead mount. So delicious. Worthy of being a Grandmaster expert's mount. If I could eat the Grandmaster himself, it would be even better. I see your old bones look very delicious too. Can you let me have a taste? However, the next moment, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign had knocked Wuhong's head clean off. What is this disgusting thing? It actually contains a trace of Dark Waystar aberrant aura. I didn't expect the humans to extend your hands to those aberrants. If that's the case, it would be better for us to rule this planet. But to its surprise, countless black-red tentacles extended from the severed neck. Soon, it regenerated its head from the tentacles. Hello, alien creature. My name is -1, and I'm here to eat you. Hearing this, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign immediately punched angrily while roaring loudly. However, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign sensed something was wrong after the hit. It turns out that the splashing flesh and blood could erode its body. The Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign decisively severed its palm, vibrated the insect wings behind it, and quickly pulled away. However, just then, the earth collapsed, and a large mouth roared out of the ground. The mouth chomped on the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign in the air, and it changed directions to reform with -1's body. Worthy of being a Sovereign-class creature, I actually can't digest and absorb it immediately. It can actually still struggle inside my body. Now is our chance. Take Chintanyu and run away from here. Don't think I forgot about you. You'll be the perfect dessert. But suddenly his face stiffened. He saw a large streak of blue brilliance rising in the distance. That high-energy reaction was terrifying, and the source of that high-energy reaction was approaching towards -1. And at this moment, the blue afterimage smashed straight into -1, followed by a roar that shattered everything. The impact even blasted away the nearby buildings. I thought you were an ally since you ate the Sovereign, but now you want to eat Dean Chen and the others too. Then I can't let you off. Then he used Godzilla's secret art, nuclear explosion fist of killing intent. Unparalleled destructive energy was released. -1's body was enveloped in the energy blast, being annihilated by the high-energy particles. As the dust settled, -1's body, missing most of its chest cavity, was sent flying by the residual energy of this explosion. But he didn't plan to let -1 go so easily. He launched himself, and he grabbed -1 midair, then rushed to high altitude at extremely fast speed. Martial technique, Earth Throw. He used unparalleled force to throw -1 back down to the ground, and as the dust cleared away, -1 was reduced to a pile of meat mud. At this moment, Ihi finally landed on the ground. Infinite Monster Template, Template Godzilla, Synchronization, 100%. Host Ihi unlocks Flame Monarch form. Please use with caution. However, large patches of black-red slime on the ground began to converge, weaving into a human shape in an instant. Since my birth, I have never been crushed in that way. But also thank you, because your attack just now had accelerated my digestion. I have successfully mastered the gene of that Sovereign-class magical beast. As a reward, I will let you watch clearly as you are eaten by me bit by bit. You're all talk. I don't need to hear any of it. He directly delivered a powerful soccer kick, whipping -1 into a spinning top. -1 flew into a skyscraper far away, but -1 stood up from a pile of rubble. Keep hitting. You can't kill me. I will become your nightmare. -1's cells and genes were constantly evolving, able to perfectly adapt to any harsh situation. Looks like you are a qualified punching bag. Hope you can hold on. After all, your inability to die means I will keep torturing you. Surging atomic energy rapidly gathered and shot out from his palms. Instantly, a brilliant blue streak flew into the sky of West City. At this time, Dai Qiming stared dumbfounded at the blue explosion ahead. And that blue energy fluctuation, I've never heard of it. Fortunately, he is on our side. With this strong man in the West City war zone, we should be worry-free. At this time, blue atomic energy covered the entire building, burying and annihilating all matter swept in. However, -1's body turned into a black-red frenzy. He accelerated the cell division of the entire body, regenerating faster than the atomic energy could destroy him. At this time, he only felt -1 was absolutely disgusting. He roughly understood that this guy, -1, was constantly adapting to his atomic energy. This is my ability, invincible evolution. No matter how strong you are, eventually, I will adapt. You can never defeat me. I can sense your most powerful gene. It's far better than the sovereign class just now. I have devoured countless lives, constantly deducing more perfect gene bloodlines in my body, but unexpectedly still cannot compare with you. I will surely eat you. In an instant, the black-red cells converged into a tsunami submerging the street, surging towards He overwhelmingly. One building after another was knocked down by the black-red tsunami, falling into the bloody mouth, directly crushed into dregs. Dai Qiming looked at that world-destroying monster with a worried face, finding it hard to imagine how that mysterious strongman would deal with this monster. He clenched his fist, blue electric arcs gathering around his body. Intense killing intent gathered and coiled on his right arm, constructing a blood-colored phantom of an armor. Abyss Dragon armor, single arm liberation. Immediately after, he swiped directly at -1. The black-red tsunami was blasted and split open from the middle on the spot, large patches of black-red tsunami residue splashing out. This was exactly the new martial skill he mastered. One punch parts the sea. -1 was caught off guard by He's powerful strike. -1's body had no time to adapt to the power and collapsed and shattered directly. How can your power still increase? My power will always be higher than yours. He instantly panicked and directly used the gene ability airburst. The air within 100 meters boiled like boiling water. The next moment, it exploded like an airburst bomb, but the dust was shaken away by a golden energy around He. In the explosion just now, not a single grain of dust stuck to He. How dare you try me like this? Is it my turn once again? However, -1 did not intend to submit just like that. Wave after wave of attacks swept onto He's body. However, they couldn't hurt He's main body at all. I don't believe it. You can't be more invincible than me. I am the perfect creature. As his words fell, -1 used his full strength to release a supersonic sound wave. Are you kidding with this series of messy attacks? It's my turn to say that you can't kill me. My stand. The world has evolved to another level as well. By utilizing this, it increases my physical stats by several times. To simply put, if I stand still and let you attack all day, and you probably can't even break my defense. -1, who had always been fearless, finally had thoughts of retreating at this moment. Even if he was getting stronger every moment and constantly deducing more perfect genes, the gap with He's strength was still too large. However, if the gap between him and He was described as 1,000 meters, then the 1 or 2 centimeters that -1 progresses meant nothing on this huge scale. He knew that as long as he had more time to develop, eat more strong beings, and deduce more perfect genes, sooner or later he would surpass this man. But now it was too late. This is all because of that golden gene aura that suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, I would have reached a more perfect state to fight the monster in front of me. You are no less than me, this perfect creature. So far, I can't find a way to kill you, but you also can't kill me. How about this? This city, this whole country, I won't invade it by an inch anymore. I will go to other countries, the one you are in bad terms with. That way it can be beneficial to you. In the end, we two can divide the blue star in two. I rule the Brighton continent. You rule the east and west continents. There are many strong men in the world. You just get a little of their blood, and I can help you research toxins targeting their bodies to help you eradicate all dissidents. But he suddenly extended a finger to -1. -1 was instantly confused. What do you mean? I've already thought of a way to deal with you. 10 minutes. If you are still alive after 10 minutes, I'll take your surname. Being so belittled, -1 completely exploded. Kill me? Are you joking? Even I can't kill myself. Every cell in my body is roaring to evolve. How could it allow me to die? Suddenly, He flashed to -1's side. You'll know if you try. The next second, -1's face was firmly gripped. Immediately after, atomic energy gathered and erupted under He's feet. He grabbed -1 and smashed him on the surface of a building. Yet -1 laughed loudly. You can't kill me. This little attack doesn't hurt at all. And He grabbed him and flew all the way into the clouds. What do you want to do? Do you want to throw me off, Blue Star? Cosmic rays in the absolute zero space environment can't kill me. I will constantly absorb radiation in space to evolve. I will kill all Blue Star humans when that time comes. At this time, He grabbed -1 and flew above the ozone layer. This distance is about right. No one can observe what I'm going to do, and it won't cause devastating damage to West City. At such a far distance, you should have lost contact with those derivatives, right? How did you know? It turned out -1's main body wasn't as invincible as he bragged. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by Laserbird back then. He was indeed hard to kill, but every self-healing consumed life energy. He was already becoming weaker. In the battle with He just now, he lost a total of 30% of his life energy. Now, he could compare to 3 ordinary sovereigns, but -1's biggest reliance against He wasn't his number of resurrections, but those derivatives shed from his body. From the head smashed away by the golden horn beetle sovereign at the beginning, to the various body tissues shattered by He later. These body parts didn't lose activity after leaving the main body, but entered a sleep state. When -1's main body completely exhausted life energy, he would activate the consciousness backup stored in the body parts, achieving a kind of alternative resurrection. Unfortunately, this ability to split consciousness wasn't developed to true perfection. Currently, there was a distance limit, and He, relying on the life magnetic field shield, sensed the connection between those body parts and -1's main body, so he chose to grab -1 and fly beyond the maximum distance for activating consciousness. That is to say, -1 now only had one life. Being killed meant death, never to see the light of day again. If I lose here, I surely won't survive. -1 self-destructed into tens of thousands of pieces of flesh. As long as one piece of flesh could successfully reach the ground, he could survive. Are you afraid? Is this your instinctive fear of death? He turned into a huge black-blue giant in the blink of an eye. Then He's two large hands clapped violently, squeezing -1 in the palm. This way he didn't need to catch every piece, because everything was already caught. He needed -1 in his palm like kneading dough. What are you doing? What do you want? Do you want to eat me? However, he ignored -1's barking completely and threw him in his mouth. Aren't you afraid of me devouring you in reverse from inside your body? Truly foolish. This is my last-ditch effort for survival. This is just the first step of the extermination plan. The next step is unleashing the flame monarch. The once blue light of He's energy had turned into a brilliant red, almost resembling a red sun. However, this was not just for appearance. Even the temperature was as hot as the sun. How can there be a creature capable of releasing stellar-level temperature? In my gene library, there are no extraordinary genes capable of adapting to a life-forbidden zone like the sun. Are you trying to refine me like a pill? I refuse. I am clearly the most perfect creature. Just give me time. Soon, -1 had been reduced to nothing. Suddenly, a red lotus petal-shaped shockwave boomed from He's body to the outside. However, before this, Dai Chiming and Elder Mu witnessed He grabbing -1 and rushing straight into the clouds like a rocket. Dai Chiming, the West City war zone beast tide has all dispersed and is currently being successfully surrounded and suppressed. Headquarters has confirmed all West City sovereigns are dead. Please report the situation on your side. If not for that mysterious individual, our West City recapture plan would likely have been difficult to proceed. Please tell me his identity. I want to visit and thank him personally. Unexpectedly, the radio replied, He is right at your Imperial University. He is currently still in the student stage, and he is 3 grades younger than you. He is your junior. At this time, the explosion was visible from the ground, and currently, he was approaching the blue star like a meteor. Because of the high temperature of Flame Monarch, the new nano battlesuit had already burned away. Now let's see your effectiveness. -1. Strange tentacles began to spread from He's mouth. Then those tentacles began to spread to his body. Using the advanced vampire bloodline plus Godzilla template's evolution ability, it allowed him to absorb -1's gene abilities while refining him. Now, he had inherited -1's black-red biomatter, and this was just the tip of the iceberg for this ability. It was able to optimize his body from the damage he took in the Flame Monarch form, as if he was customizing his physical traits like a video game character. At this time, he stood above the sky. What a wonderful feeling. Words can't describe it. This ability is no less than a high-tier template. At the same time, across the ocean, North Brighton Federation military headquarters, General Duller's eyes stared deadly at the central large screen in front. Under the satellite surveillance perspective, a red shockwave appeared in the atmosphere. In the voice of the Federation's supercomputer, Eve reported, violent high-energy reaction occurred above West City, Xia Kingdom, estimated equivalent to a nuclear explosion of tens of millions of tons. General Duller roared angrily upon hearing this. General, Eve detected life activity at the explosion center. Enlarge the satellite image for me. I want to see what the Xia Kingdom is doing. And it was none other than He being displayed. Is it a student? Suddenly, He looked right into the camera. Are you peeking at me? How is that possible? Our satellite is in extraterrestrial orbit. How did he discover us? Identify his face for me. Could Great Xia have a 4th Grandmaster? But the next moment, the young man in the picture gradually gathered blue brilliance in his eyes. Just then, a blue laser tore through the sky, shooting directly at their satellite. Nowadays, he had completely maxed out Godzilla template compatibility. The life magnetic field's range could cover the globe. It can even sense machine signals now. At this moment, he had an idea. What secrets were hidden in those 11 S-class forbidden zones? With his current life level, could he actually step in? As the magnetic field unfolded, an invisible perception field centered on He spread out. He's domain instantly covered the entire province and further beyond. The -1's biomass automatically helped He organize effective information and delete useless information, creating an accurate map. He could now see all of Great Xia cities clearly. However, the S-class secret realm of Guanshan City was not visible at all. He was not surprised by this situation. After all, even powerful humans were helpless against S-class secret realms. Seeing as Guanshan City could not be perceived, he decided to look for other places instead. He spread the perception magnetic field to the entire Great Xia, and even every other continent. He was going to explore and map every inch of the world. At the same time, in Shadow Island, inside the Sun Palace, there was a gigantic coughing figure behind curtains. Give me my medicine now. Someone is actually scanning the East Sun. Just who could it be? Is it that old Foxure Jing-1 of Great Xia, or Charles of the West Continent? I have to remain hidden and refine the divine object as soon as possible. The day this sovereign touches that legendary realm will be the time East Sun conquers the world. Meanwhile, in the West Continent, God King's holy city, a 1,000-meter-tall god statue standing in the center of the divine capital was being worshipped by many. Just then, a figure began to descend from the sky. Did that arrogant gaze wake you up? And the god statue's mouth began to grin, revealing an exaggerated and sickly huge smile. Seeing this, the boy hurriedly pasted a piece of parchment filled with scriptures on the gray gold vertical pupil. This seemed to have calmed down the statue. This is my negligence as a servant. Please continue to rest. In the coast of Ao Continent, a huge luxury cruise ship was sailing slowly. Is the person that is perceiving the area actually He? It is crazy how fast he grew in this time. This wound is from the azure-haired human. If he hadn't severely damaged my human vessel, I wouldn't have been delayed for so long due to healing. Barrows had to sigh helplessly. Wait until I get out of here, then I'll come find you. And He's sight covered the globe. He found at least 20 locations, like Guanshan City, swallowing his perception like black holes. And there were even some entities who, after detecting his perception network, actually wanted to reverse trace his location. He couldn't help but sigh at the world's hidden talents and monsters. Just then, Shi Jingwen's voice was heard through a mental link. Is that you, Yi? Beware of Fu Hongsheng. I am leaving Great Xia in your hands for now. Although this mental signal was intermittent, Yi knew this was Shi Jingwen, and the source of that signal was Great Xia's Kunlun Peak. Sure, Jingwen asked me to beware of the nation-guarding martial artist Fu Hongsheng, but wasn't Fu Hongsheng in seclusion due to heavy injuries? Just what is happening at Kunlun Peak? Subsequently, He decisively signaled Manhwa to detect the principal's current signal location, but Manhwa reported unable to find location. Even Azure Dragon could not be detected. Last known location, Kunlun. So were the two of them together? Xia Kingdom had a total of 3 nation-protecting grandmasters. Now one disappeared in Guanshan City, 2 disappeared in Kunlun Mountain, and precisely at the critical time point when the Great Xia recapture plan started. Could it be that Fu Hongsheng betrayed us? Principal Sure and Senior Azure Dragon went missing simultaneously. If Fu Hongsheng was also an enemy, then Great Xia's top combat power would be completely gone, and Great Xia was carrying out a vigorous recapture plan at this time. Regaining fallen cities also meant vitality was greatly damaged, meaning the other nations could rise and take advantage of the situation. Subsequently, Yi crossed half of Xia Kingdom and flew to Kunlun Peak, a place where martial power is suppressed. Yi was in the sky, overlooking the entire Kunlun Peak, and found no traces of battle. If Sure Jingwen really joined hands with Azure Dragon to fight Fu Hongsheng, then the entire Kunlun Peak should have become a crater by now. Yi had to find Fu Hongsheng, but if Fu Hongsheng was an enemy, it would mean he would expose himself. In any case, now that all 3 templates are maxed out, getting stronger is the optimal solution. Enough for me to obtain 2 more templates. In addition, there was the presence of the Golden Gene as well. If Great Xia has no nation protecting martial artists, I will be left to become the supreme. At this moment, in a certain commercial building in West City, Yi had already infiltrated this place. Yi could sense his underling underneath him, but he saw no people. Yi suddenly jumped down the large hole, landing in an instant. Then appearing in front of Yi, he was a giant white worm. Yi used the killing intent mental slash without hesitation, directly splitting the entire large worm in half. Immediately after, a figure emerged from the corpse. I wondered why I couldn't find you, so it was because you were hiding in the monster's stomach. It turned out the one rescued was exactly Mad Doctor. What happened? Who are you hiding from? I hid in this worm's body just to mask the aura of the Golden Gene in myself. Laserbird sent a true monster to snatch the Golden Gene. He is the ultimate creature. Probably all living things in West City will be swallowed into his stomach. We must leave now. Is this the guy you are talking about? It is him. Could it be you have already? Stop. Where did you learn outdated flattery? Just give me the Golden Gene. He could only use the ability of the stand, the world to take it out without damage. Just looking at it made Ihi's throat roll subconsciously, his body craving it. But Ihi locked it back in the box. Now is not the time to take the Golden Gene. He couldn't afford to go into a deep sleep right now. West City was currently still a war zone, not a place suitable for quiet cultivation. Mad Doctor, you did very well. Ihi inserted his finger into Mad Doctor's heart, inputting part of the -1's biomass. With the brain of a top biological expert, the -1's biomass might have miraculous effects in Mad Doctor's hands. Then on Ihi's back, hardened black blue spikes grew. Without any hesitation, he tore the blue spikes connected to the spine directly off by the root, handing it to Mad Doctor. How much power you can get from my spinal crystal depends on your level. Mad Doctor was instantly moved to tears. You give me a drop of blood today, I will return you an empire in the future. Alright then, I'll leave you to get to work. The monsters in West City are too settled. It's time to start the citywide purge. At this moment, on the eastern battlefield of West City, due to the death of the 2 sovereigns, the main beast tide of eastern magical beasts completely dispersed. However, everyone received a message from the super AI, Manhwa. Leave the city to him, follow this command. All martial artists, emergency evacuation. The next moment, a blue meteor was incoming towards the magical beast tide. He landed with a terrifying energy, and just then, large patches of -1's biomass were released around him, beginning to spread and grow rapidly. This was a 360-degree mobile turret he created using -1's biomass. Under his will, the -1's biomass formed a huge sphere covered with guns and cannon barrels. Let you magical beasts feel the power of my new template. Gun Angel. Gunfire and rain of bullets composed of countless hardened flesh and blood shot out. Every round contained atomic energy enhanced with kinetic energy. The ammunition drew a blue arc in the air, powerful enough to kill an ordinary great martial master. Countless gunshots cut through the sky. Blue tail flames formed a brilliant meteor shower. After the first round of concentrated fire sweeping, tens of thousands of magical beasts were killed under the night. Seeing this scene, the commander-in-chief was completely numb. This Ihi alone is worth a heavy firepower unit, and every round of ammunition could guide accurately. The killing efficiency was even above the army. I really didn't know where Principal Sure dug you out from. After experiencing the first round of concentrated fire, rolling white smoke rose from the turret surface. This was the -1's biomass overheating from the gunfire. We must buy time for Ihi, fill the gap of his weapon cooling. The thermal weapons on the battleship started operating immediately. Then the thermal weapons began barraging the battlefield in Ihi's stead. Did human weapons improve again? We must shoot down that turret in the sky. Otherwise not a single magical beast can return alive to the Sin domain. But other magical beasts trembled. Then you charge first. We'll follow behind you. Just as the magical beasts were arguing, the second round of concentrated fire began. Low-level magical beasts have absolutely no ability to retaliate. Even hiding underground was futile, and the remaining magical beasts worried they might get completely wiped out now. Soon, the second round of concentrated fire ended once again. Take advantage now. While it is recovering, let's rush up and destroy it. If that thing isn't destroyed, none of us magical beasts can go back alive. The next moment, the harsh alarm sounded again in the general command. The central computer prompted that a large number of energy level reactions appeared in the city. At least 20 Lord-class magical beasts gathered and appeared. Looking at the terrifying Lord-class beast tide in front, the ground martial artist troops did not retreat. Let's hurry to cover that mobile turret. We must not let those lords succeed. We must hold on until the turret's next round of concentrated fire begins. Don't even think about getting over our defenses. But just then, the blood-colored giant ball he transformed into suddenly collapsed, and a massive blue energy poured out, an energy slash completely obliterating the incoming magical beasts in an instant. At this moment, the martial artists were all stunned. Did you all forget me? You thought I would only shoot pistols in place? The recapture of West City is now a foregone conclusion. After tonight, West City would have no more magical beasts. The first ray of morning light shone on the land of West City, dispelling all darkness. Just Just then, he seemed to be very satisfied. Achievement complete. Savior of West City. Detecting host is participating in a large-scale event as long as contribution exceeds half, rewarding a high-tier template draw with a guaranteed A-grade template. I'm familiar with this routine. Low-tier monster templates are no longer valuable, so completing all recapture achievements and saving them up to draw a big one is my best option. At least an A-grade monster template on the same level as Godzilla. I'm really looking forward to it now. And the news of the victory of West City's recapture quickly spread throughout the country north and south. This was the third city successfully recaptured after the start of the recapture plan. The first was the Lien City recapture battle led by the 1st Division of Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. The second was the Lan City recapture battle led by Shanghai martial artists. The third was the West City recapture led by Imperial University Dean Chen Tianyu. However, Lu Qingzhu disapproved. After all, that brilliant blue brilliance was too recognizable. Meanwhile, in the general headquarters for the recapture of Great Xia, currently, the general command had not revealed Yi's identity to anyone. Everyone signed a confidentiality agreement prohibiting disclosure to the outside world. Suddenly, Yi had returned to the command post at this time. I have a favor to ask you. I'll speak frankly. When will my official certification for Imperial University first-year student chief be given to me? You are stronger than the academy dean. Why are you still thinking about that student chief? Wouldn't the students around you be ashamed? But the certification of the grade student chief requires confirmation by the Imperial University Student Union. Generally, it takes a month of processing, but your situation is special. I think no students of the grade would have objections to your chief status. Plus, the Imperial University Student Union president happens to be here. He can certify you on the spot. Student Union president? Where is he? Soon, Dai Qiming, who received the news, arrived at the command room. When Dai Qiming saw Yi's young face, he took a deep breath. Thank you for saving all of us. I thank you on behalf of my teacher. It's just my duty. You don't need to be so polite. You seem to be several years older than me. No need to call me senior. Dai Qiming insisted abnormally. On the path of martial arts, the capable come first. You are the senior. After completing the certification, the system also sounded a prompt. Congratulations, host, for obtaining achievement. Imperial University grade chief. Reward, 1 template draw. Yi was actually more nervous at this time than when facing a sovereign. After silently praying for the god of luck to bless him not to draw a dud, he clicked on template draw. In an instant, the panel turned into a black vortex again. Roars and hisses of various existences came from inside, until a mysterious and magnificent purple spectrum flashed out. Template, Hellstar, grade B+, bloodline abilities, sun obscuring mad star, light energy guidance, great dark sky, current compatibility 1%. It was a skill template, not D grade or C grade useless templates. It was quite good. Hellstar's star and light control ability. Could it be combined with Godzilla's nuclear energy? I'm excited to see its full potential. At the same time, in the fallen city Qingcheng, a joint crusade by multiple guilds could only recapture 2 counties. Their sovereign decapitation squad couldn't even pinpoint the proper location. It turns out that Qingcheng's beast tide was basically composed of rat-type magical beasts. Although there were almost no large magical beasts, they were extremely troublesome on the battlefield. They built a complex transportation network underground in the fallen city, wanting to fight tunnel warfare with the martial artist allied forces. The original plan was to lure the beast tide out, but those rats were highly organized. Almost no magical beasts were attracted by human bombing. All martial artist allied forces eventually had to choose the cruelest street battle, which was paying the huge price of heavy casualties to barely recover 2 county towns. That overlord never showed up. That beast must be hiding deep underground, which means we'll have to fight through the tunnels, and it's just an impossible feat. This is truly helpless. At this moment, Yi specially changed his look, having sneaked to Qingcheng in order to recover it, because no one knew that Great Xia's 3 nation-protecting grandmasters had all gone missing, and the mastermind was likely Fu Hongsheng. However, Yi could not think of a possible motive for Fu Hongsheng to do this, but since he started acting against Xia Kingdom's top strongmen, it meant one of his goals must be to weaken Great Xia, and with Yi's growth speed, sooner or later he would become a target for elimination. So in the future, Yi was destined to have a battle with Fu Hongsheng. If Yi wanted to confront Fu Hongsheng, known as the Martial Saint, he must accumulate more strength. He had to be low-key to strike actively. After all, Yi's biggest advantage currently was Fu Hongsheng didn't know Yi had obtained Principal Shi's news, and the advantage of the infinite monster template. As long as the development time was sufficient, Yi feared no enemy. This recapture of Qingcheng was the best opportunity for development, but what puzzled Yi was that he could sense the dense biological signals in the city beneath his feet. This affected his detection, completely unable to find the sovereign's location. No wonder the Qingcheng martial artist allied forces couldn't conquer this place. Even I couldn't find the sovereign's location. This made Yi think of the blood pupil black ape of An City. This kind of cunning and treacherous high-level magical beast made his killing desire even stronger. Unfortunate for you, I have so many abilities. There's always going to be one suitable for you. The -1's biomass expanded rapidly, covering an entire block in the blink of an eye, and seeped underground through ground cracks. The invasion of -1's biomass naturally attracted the attention of the rat-type beast tide. This highly aggressive attack aura made the entire rat group restless. Countless rats rose from deep underground, extending sharp teeth capable of tearing steel plates, wanting to tear and bite the -1's biomass. However, before the rats could act, the -1's biomass rushed out. Tentacle-like biomass began wrapping the rats tightly. Before the rats could scream, their bodies were crushed and devoured by the -1's biomass. The -1's biomass, in an instant, devoured large patches of rat tide. Just like this, Yi stood still and conducted a great cleansing of the underground magical beast empire. A completely one-sided massacre. The rat tide couldn't even poke their heads out, because the ground of the entire city was basically covered with a layer of -1's biomass. All magical beasts were surrounded by Yi alone. None could run. When Yi's -1's biomass completely covered over 100 meters underground and continued to extend downward, the -1's biomass somewhere in the city began to bubble heavily, as if boiling and rising. The next moment, the -1's biomass in that certain location was all shaken away. Immediately after, a giant white-furred rat, covered with rat heads all over its body, drilled out screaming, "Just you alone? I thought there would be a group of humans ambushing me. That black-red substance of yours is indeed powerful, but it is completely countered by my sonic scream. You're asking for your own death. Why do you think I only have one move? Accompanied by Yi raising his arm to the sky, the clouds immediately turned into a patch of purple glow. Immediately, the white rat sovereign keenly sensed danger. Martial technique, a raging storm of stars, heaven's punishment. The clouds broke, purple light columns penetrated heaven and blue star, smashing straight at Qingcheng. The white rat sovereign immediately began to flee. How can you, a beast, be faster than the speed of light? The next instant, purple cosmic light smashed instantly on the white rat sovereign's back. The white rat sovereign's hind half was directly cut off at the waist by the high-energy cosmic beam. Seeing that the enemy is trying to regenerate, Yi extended his finger to the sky again. Instantly, several continuous light columns smashed down. The white rat sovereign simply couldn't react. The extremely fast cosmic light turned the white rat sovereign's body into meat mud in an instant, revealing the huge magic core hidden in the body. However, just as Yi prepared to completely pull out the white rat sovereign's magic core to finish it, the white rat sovereign's remnants actually exploded automatically. Countless small white rats split from its body, scattering and fleeing. Yi extended countless phantom tentacles, whipping and exploding all the scattered small white rats. However, the rats continued to split into countless smaller white rats continuing to flee, and the body size became smaller and smaller, the speed faster. The -1's biomass capable of devouring couldn't catch them at all. This sovereign is a joke. A rat will always be a rat. It can never become a ruler. Then Yi summoned the world. The world opened its arms directly, activating the time stop domain. Time stagnated at this moment. Didn't expect the first time I used the time stop ability after breaking through would be on you, the weakest sovereign. But since the magic core is disguised by these rats, where is the Qingcheng sovereign's real magic core? This cowardly rat actually had a trump card. Although this white rat was the weakest among all sovereign class creatures I have seen, this talent for saving its life really amazed me. But it still has to die. After all, this rat had massacred a city. At the same time, in the underground rat palace, countless rats gathered densely together like maggots. What they wrapped was a huge translucent egg body, inside floating a curled rat-shaped magic core. The originally calm rat-shaped magic core suddenly became restless. The entire rat egg began to expand. Large patches of rats attached to it were all sucked into the egg. The large patch of rats decomposed and were digested by the egg body. Just then, a huge hairless rat was born in the egg body. This king almost died. I truly almost died just now. The Qingcheng stronghold can't be held. Run back to the Sin domain quickly. If not for the Emperor's order, low-intelligence magical beasts whose magic cores haven't grown brains would want to come to the human side, fighting to the death. I originally thought I could drag down the human battlefield of Qingcheng by hiding in the underground rat palace forever, but I didn't expect such a freak could appear. That masked man not only can release mysterious substances that devour all magical beasts, but also can harness the power of stars. Fortunately, this king is one step ahead. That stupid human definitely didn't discover he killed only clones. Coming to the underground of the secret realm rift, the cautious white rat sovereign didn't show its head immediately. Just cross that rift, and I can return to the Sin domain. However, just then, the white hair on its body was illuminated purple by the light column falling from the sky. How is it possible? Did that person discover me? Purple light rain flickered constantly in the city, dyeing the glass of surrounding buildings with purple reflections. What are those purple lights shooting down from the sky? Could it be space-based weapons? But why did no one notify us? The group immediately moved out in full force, wanting to investigate what exactly was happening. However, when they arrived in Qingcheng, they found it dead silent. The presidents didn't sense any biological aura here, only finding a crater of heated rocks that had just cooled. Who exactly can mobilize such powerful weapons? Soon, the people began to celebrate. Within a week, Great Xia recovered 4 fallen cities consecutively. Meanwhile, this broadcast was being projected on a big screen. Unlike the cheering masses, the high-level officials of those recapture allied forces were all very solemn and embarrassed. Just who did this? At first it was West City, and now Qingcheng had the same encounter. A mysterious figure was helping Great Xia, and no one had any idea who it could be. At this time, Yi was prepared to go recover the 5th city, Wave City. Aside from Guanshan City, then currently there remained 3 fallen cities unliberated. 2 of the fallen cities were currently the responsibility of Great Xia Dragon Sparrow and Imperial University. Wave City allied forces reports say that they aren't making progress, so Yi decided to come to Wave City to have a look. Recently, he's been using abilities mainly based on the Hellstar template, and that standard purple heavenly light was too conspicuous, so Yi decided to change his identity again. -1's biomass wove into a black tight long coat. Hair also grew rapidly in white. The face was covered by a ferocious demon mask. This time, Yi chose to use the Starfall Saber, but he decided to disguise it as well. -1's biomass covered the entire Starfall Saber, transforming the thick and domineering Starfall Saber into a slender spear with an upturned tip. Yi changed his voice to be hoarse and dry. His current identity was mainly based on killing intent martial arts. Only teacher Gong Ku, an Azure Dragon who competed once, could recognize his killing intent martial arts, so it was the perfect disguise. And so, Yi continued to travel to his destination at light speed. At this time, the water mist in Wave City was particularly abundant. Currently, Yi already came into contact with the Wave City allied forces. Yi discovered that the entire Wave City allied forces were acting strange. They were eating imaginary food, and even using imaginary toilets. It was clear that the people in Wave City were under an illusion. Yi did not hesitate. He directly cut open the back of a martial artist's neck with killing intent slash, and as he expected, inside was rotten. The Wave City allied forces were all already dead, but it seems they don't know it themselves yet. Their flesh had already rotted, but the outer appearance remained the same, deceiving the entire Xia kingdom and their own selves. This behavior of playfully toying with life must be punished by death. But before going to punish that monster, he still had one thing to confirm. He injected the martial artist with blood magic spiritual hypnosis. You are already dead. Speak now. Just who are you? That's right. I already died on the battlefield. Wave City Sovereign is too terrifying. It killed all the presidents and turned them into living dead. Only a grandmaster can fight that monster. It seemed that when she realized the truth of her death, the power maintaining the corpse's false life also disappears. Rest in peace. I will avenge you. It's time to China set off to slay the demons. At this moment, he unfolded the life magnetic field covering the entire Wave City, trying to find the strongest life signal representing the sovereign within. However, he couldn't find anything. The intensity fluctuation of the magical beasts and hallucinating dead humans were exactly the same, as if all turned into mass-produced wooden puppets. Seeing the life magnetic field search failed, he could only choose to force it out. The negative one's biomass widened rapidly, attaching to the ground, rolling like a tide, extending in all directions. The black and red biomass covered the streets completely. It even captured several magical beasts, devouring them in an instant. Despite this much damage, the sovereign still did not show any signs. But fortunately, he realized where this sovereign could be hiding. At the peak of a mountain, in the outskirts of the city, the strongest member of the Wave City Allied Forces, Butterfly Transformation Stage Grandmaster, Hanwoo Sect Master, Lee Chongjin, was quietly observing from afar. All martial artists hear my order. As words fell, tens of thousands of martial artists responded in unison, making the earth tremble. Wave City Sovereign is right ahead, and at this moment, he is all alone. We can kill him and finally liberate Wave City. Tens of thousands of martial artists responded in unison. Lee Chongjin grinned menacingly at this scene. But suddenly, the clouds above turned purple all of a sudden. What is that thing in the sky? Could it be reinforcements coming to help us? A purple-robed and masked he stepped on the void, looking down indifferently at the martial artist allied forces below. Fellow martial artists, you may now rest in peace. In an instant, purple brilliance illuminated the sky, bombing the martial artist allied forces wildly. Is it that human in the sky? But why is he attacking us? This guy must be a traitor. We must retreat now. At the same time, a report came in that the aerial support had disappeared. How is that possible? When did we even fire all those weapons? This is unexpected. Did this human discover my plan? I originally wanted to take this opportunity to infiltrate the human ranks. Just then, a beam of purple heavenly light fell from the sky, coming towards Lee Chongjin. Hanwoo Sect Secret Art, Earthly Fiend Martial Skill, Barbarian Whale Wind Killing Fist. His fist directly shattered the cosmic rays above his head into countless flashing sparks. The purple energy was completely dispersed by this counterattack. Human powerhouse's body are truly impressive, and these human martial skills are also mysterious indeed. However, greeting him were denser purple beams. Multiple cosmic rays continued to barrage Lee Chongjin. Your attacks cannot cause even the slightest damage to my powerful body. On the contrary, what about you? Can you withstand this punch? Even Ihi was shocked at the strength of this incoming attack. Lee Chongjin's golden fist directly hit Ihi in the face, hitting a bullseye. You can see through my scheme. You must be one of the best among humankind. Facing such a powerful strike, Ihi's mask directly crumbled away. This is very good. You will become my next puppet. You will understand, in front of absolute power, how helpless you are. Lee Chongjin quickly channeled energy to condense his giant fist. The huge fist punched towards Ihi's abdomen, piercing it with golden energy. Ihi coughed out black energy, and oddly, began to dissolve away. However, Lee Chongjin knew something was wrong. Ihi's killing intent, slaughter moon wheel. Did I really fall for his trap? A gigantic red energy blade slashed cleanly through the red moon illusion, and the plains below were cleaved a great distance. Sure enough, a fake is a fake. You can't compare with the keen perception of a true martial arts master. They could have easily seen through my fake self. Just then, a palm rose from the ground below. This human body is stronger than the physique of most sovereigns, yet I was still hurt by that blade. This shows you also have a top-tier physical body. I shall rightfully take you now. Lee Chongjin immediately urged the raging martial chi in his body, pouring it into the rings on his arms. A sovereign occupying a human body is actually really rare. He suddenly swung the saber down. The blade edge impacted the rings. You can't break my gold ring. Better hand over the body early. Lee Chongjin suddenly exerted force with both hands, throwing Ihi away. Giving the human martial artist's body to you is really a waste. I'll let you see the real gap in strength. Ihi's weapon was imbued with killing intent energy. Ihi's slashes began to strike frantically, becoming more and more tricky and fierce. You are weak in the forehand, unskilled in the backhand, slow in reaction. Not a single move looks decent. You think you can fight me with martial arts at this stage? I'll show you how incompetent you are. The attack suddenly became sharp. Even if I borrow the power and neural reaction of a butterfly transformation stage grandmaster, it's impossible to defend against. Ihi could clearly see the Wave City Sovereign's kill line, and also where its main body was located. Even if that sovereign could change its life magnetic field to disguise position, it couldn't hide its essence. At this moment, the world stopped the time around Lee Chongjin, locking him in place. In the reflection of Lee Chongjin's pupils, the blood-colored blade edge became larger and larger. The dark red giant saber shadow fell from the sky, directly aiming at Lee Chongjin. Even if this sovereign was unwilling, it could only perish under Ihi's saber. Also at this moment, the panel's prompt tone came. Congratulations, host. You have recovered more than half of the territory contribution. You can now perform template draw with guaranteed A grade. Ihi subconsciously clicked draw template. Instantly, the familiar black vortex appeared again. When seeing the light emitting from the vortex, Ihi couldn't help shrinking his pupils. For this time his luck exploded, drawing an S-class monster template. Template, 10-headed Yenua. S-class monster template. Bloodline ability to condense the natural energy of the planet and create 7 types of energy. Compatibility, 1%. I actually pulled a golden drop. This is truly the luckiest episode. Ihi knew that entering an S-class template meant possessing a set of extraordinary systems. If Ihi could pull the 10-headed God Tree template to 100% compatibility, although in destructive power it was not as good as Godzilla Earth, but its skill set may be significantly better. Like the Vampire template, this was a top-tier skill template. Just then, the panel sent a new prompt. Detecting host possesses homologous template, can perform fusion. Since 10-headed Yenua belongs to a high-level panel, joining it may cause unpredictable changes to the final variation Godzilla Earth template of the Godzilla template. Ihi immediately began to guess. The 10-headed Yenua and Godzilla Earth were compatible because they were both plant-related attributes. Templates could complement each other based on characteristics and fuse, just like fusion advancement in card games. But in this case, fusing 2 templates with infinite potential, the result of the fusion would be unknown. It would surely be an upgrade, but the fused template might plummet in growth potential and template rating. Host possesses advanced fusion material golden gene, which possesses the ability to optimize bloodline genes, can greatly increase the probability of genes developing in a positive direction when fusing 2 templates. This is too coincidental, right? How do I feel that when the golden gene accidentally fell into my hands? It was prepared for this day and this moment, but he would not refuse this opportunity. If he wanted to fight Fu Hongxing in the future, he must be 10 times, even 100 times stronger than now. Perform fusion. Immediately after, the golden gene stored in Yi's body suddenly began to be consumed. Godzilla Earth cannot completely devour 10-headed Yinhua gene. Starting further variation. Golden gene injected. Template performing fusion optimization. Meanwhile, Li Chongjin's originally plump and massive body became withered. The original Li Chongjin began to speak out. Did you kill the sovereign? That's right, I did it. Then what about the Wave City allied forces? All wiped out immediately. Li Chongjin looked at Yi weakly. At least don't let our corpses be humiliated. This type of magical beast shouldn't be enough to defeat you on the frontal battlefield. Who slaughtered the Wave City allied forces? You must be careful. That sovereign-class magical beast claimed to be one of Emperor's 4 envoys. Strength even surpassed Butterfly Transformation Stage Grandmaster. Most importantly, it can skillfully use martial artists' martial skills, and even comprehended the domain belonging to Grandmasters. Before killing me, it said it was setting off for Imperial Capital. Great Xia had a total of 36 Grandmasters. Usually, at least 20 would be stationed in Imperial Capital, but Great Xia Dragon Sparrow also sent a large number of the Grandmasters to guard the border to prevent the enemy country from entering the territory during the recapture plan. The nation protecting Grandmasters were all absent. That meant the current Imperial Capital, it was completely empty. At the same time, in the Imperial Capital, Jiulong River Secret Realm Rift. This was a rare secret realm rift located at the bottom of a water body. Great Xia Dragon Sparrow established an underwater base here, but strangely, in the 5 years since then, the magical beasts became extremely scarce, and the magical beast level was also very low. The danger level of this secret realm was downgraded from B grade to D grade. At this time, inside the Jiulong River Secret Realm, the martial artist station camp here was having a barbecue party. Since they belonged to the Imperial Capital establishment, although martial artists in other places were transferred to fight, they could still stay in this idle job, drinking and eating barbecue, taking rice in handfuls. Meanwhile, outside the range of Jiulong River Secret Realm army, a dark gray naked Bigfoot stepped on the decaying soil. The path of this creature left a trail of decaying plants where he had walked. The human garrison ahead are all having a banquet. They don't know yet they are about to die. Kill over. Crush them all. Let humans feel the might of an emperor. Both of you, be quiet now. This was a 3-headed Asura that would only appear in mythology. It was one of the 4 envoys of the Emperor of the Sin Realm. The Emperor sent us to kill powerful humans this time, to wipe out the living forces of human strong forces to the greatest extent. That human strongest named Fu Hongxing gave us a list recording the locations of human strongmen. Since it is slaughter, we must focus on efficiency. Don't waste time on those inferior humans ahead. The heads on both sides bowed at the same time, daring not to disobey at all. Let's go. Make this planet submit to the Emperor's hand. At this moment, the martial artist garrison troops behind Asura immediately withered away. Even without slaughtering, these inferior humans couldn't withstand the wind we make when we passed by them. Truly pathetic. Asura arrived in front of the secret realm rift, extending a foot first, preparing to step into it. However, the secret realm rift showed unprecedented instability when facing Asura. Sure enough, powerful individuals will be hugely rejected by the spatial rift. The Emperor would have flattened this side of the world long ago. It's disappointing that we still have to rely on things left by aberrants. Asura took out a bubble cube. As the bubble cube was inserted into the secret realm rift, the bubble cube grains expanded rapidly. Countless swollen bubble meatballs blocked the pitch black flowing secret realm rift in an instant. Asura withdrew the foot that had been eroded and obliterated. Large patches of black particles surrounded the severed foot, forming a brand new foot in an instant. Then Asura grabbed the bubble meatballs and pushed hard. Instantly, large amounts of river water poured in from inside. Is the world called Blue Star right across from us? At the same time, in the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Imperial Capital headquarters, received a warning message from Yuwa. An emergency requested Grandmaster level experts to return to the Imperial Capital immediately. And currently, the patriarchs of the 9 families arrived fully for the first time in 100 years. Hasn't Fu Hongxing come out of seclusion yet? The Imperial Capital is in danger now. He can't be allowed to stay in seclusion anymore. And Shi Jingwen and Azure Dragon, where did they go? Why can't we contact them? Shi Jingwen and Azure Dragon are out of contact, for reasons unknown to us. As for Fu Hongxing, I have sent people to look for him, but no response. This situation, either Fu Hongxing cultivated to a critical moment and couldn't be distracted, or he did it on purpose. Fu Hongxing, a mere martial artist. Could it be he wants to seize power of Great Xia? Does he want our 9 families of the Imperial Capital to die? Then what do we do now? If we retaliate, wouldn't that fall into Fu Hongxing's trap? The strongmen cultivated by our 9 families are for suppressing domestic martial artists. Our 9 families would become very vulnerable if we intend to use them now. Let's retreat strategically first. Wait until the national strongmen return to the Imperial Capital before making a decision. As soon as this was said, the conference room fell silent immediately. Everyone knew what this meant, but couldn't say it. At this moment, the calm Central River section of Jiulong River suddenly rose a huge water curtain. What explosion is that? Could it be the secret realm rift? Look quickly. The river water turned black. The fish in the river all died and floated up. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the sky. The giant Asura landed in front of him, instantly disintegrating the pedestrians. Truly fragile. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. This was clearly being monitored by the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Imperial Capital headquarters. It's a sovereign-class magical beast, and it appeared inside the Imperial Capital City. The top specialists of the 1st Division are still guarding the border. We must, by time, at least hold until the National Guardian Martial Artist comes out. Notify all Great Xia Dragon Sparrow agents in the Imperial Capital. Full mobilization. Not long after, outside Jiulong River, for martial artists appeared in front of Asura. Imperial Capital Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall Master, Li Tingxian. Imperial Capital Frightening Goose Martial Arts Hall Master, Lin Hong. Imperial Capital Grand Plan Martial Arts Hall Master, Wu Machuan. And Imperial Capital Talent Martial Arts Hall Master, Zhu Shunrong. Big brother, look quickly. Ants are showing off to us. Too weak. Let's kill them all. Humans, you should leave now. We want to hunt the strong. You are not only weak in strength, but also exhausted in potential. No room for growth. In other words, words, even if you survive, you won't affect the Emperor's overall situation. Dragon Sparrow's experts will arrive in 3 minutes. To prevent you demon from running around during this time and hurting the Imperial Capital citizens, we 4 Imperial Capital Martial Arts Hall Masters must restrain you. After saying that, the 4 Hall Masters ignited the blood smoke banners simultaneously. Enraging martial chi isolated Ashura's surrounding death aura. Then we respect your choice. Suddenly, 3 Hall Masters were obliterated in an instant. Quite courageous, but without corresponding strength. It is only a tragedy to come. It was too fast to follow. At this moment, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow urgently mobilized aircrafts, as well as a large number of bombers armed with thermal weapons, quickly launching their firepower on Ashura. However, Ashura remained unfazed, unfolding the realm of death and decay. The shells that flew in the death and decay domain immediately rusted on contact. Long-range weapons cannot penetrate the target's defensive field. It seems thermal weapons can't hurt him. Only vigorous martial chi can isolate this death aura. At this moment, the 2nd Section Chief and 3rd Section Chief have arrived. Finally, there are 1 or 2 strong human beings worth hunting. Now I can kill a bit more heartily. Instantly, the 2nd Section Chief and 3rd Section Chief began their attack. Unleash your maximum martial energy output and stall him for as long as possible. However, they were soon defeated. The 2nd Section Chief and the 3rd Section Chief died heroically in battle. 2 divisions of Dragon Sparrow agents suffered 50 casualties. Currently, 4th Section and 5th Section choose strategic retreat. Just now, the 4th Section Chief died heroically in battle as well. Reinforcements are arriving, but we are still at a great loss in this battle. Ashura is still advancing towards the city center. How is it possible? Up to now, 4 Transcendent Stage Grandmasters have already died in battle. Can you contact Mr. Fu Hongsheng, Section Chief Azure Dragon, or Principal Sure? What about the 9 families of the Imperial Capital? Why have they only sent a few martial artists? And why haven't they contacted us back? At this moment, the reinforcements were already dying in battle on the large screen. It seems like this is the only way we'll survive. Release the special grade combat power. Now is the moment of life and death for Imperial Capital. Release them immediately. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. At the same time, after Ashura continued to advance into the city, but a martial artist desperately wanted to stop him. Ashura only casually swiped him away. This is truly boring. I thought their Dragon Sparrow organization would be more powerful. This just dirt in my own hands. Do magical beasts also love cleanliness? They released us to fight against this monster. I really didn't expect Imperial Capital could be destroyed like this one day. This is awesome, but it's a pity. You still have to die. We are actually being looked down upon. This is really annoying. However, the middle head suddenly sensed something. You 3 are actually worth hunting. However, you are completely inferior to the one in the sky. We will quickly deal with all of you immediately. The one in the sky is more worth expecting. Big Brother actually opened his eyes. How strong is the individual in the sky? Are they truly worthy of Big Brother's attention? You'll finish us quickly. Do you know how many sovereigns I killed back then? But Ashura didn't pay attention to them. The heads on the side began to chant a spell, and their arms sprouted from their back, an extra pair from both sides. Then his 2 palms joined in front of the chest, for palms making various Buddha seals. Domain expansion. At this moment, the martial artists could not believe that a magical beast could utilize a martial arts domain. Mahakala. Great black sky. With no time to respond, they directly wrapped into a pure black sphere, expanding rapidly with Ashura as the center. In just moments, the pure black sphere had grown as tall as skyscrapers. Then it suddenly began to crack. The so-called special grade combat power is so easily defeated. All hindrances have been killed. Humans are really fragile. I hope the powerful being in the sky valued by Big Brother can give us more stimulation. At this time, the middle head obviously couldn't wait to fight the person in the sky. He exerted force with both legs violently, body bowed slightly, launching himself with great force into the sky. His target was exactly the Imperial University Aerial Academy City. It immediately detected a high energy source approaching, and the energy magnetic field surrounding Imperial University opened to the highest level directly. However, this was like thin paper in front of Ashura. In response, countless self-defense anti-aircraft guns, as well as various missiles rose automatically. Don't you understand yet? Thermal weapons can't hurt us. 2 heads released scarlet rays simultaneously, and countless missiles were shot and exploded in the air. That powerful human aura suddenly disappeared. Did he actually flee? You're the one who should be running away. Damn magical beast. Before Ashura could react, Gonku already slashed open half of its neck. Ashura's 6 arms immediately joined simultaneously, clapping palms. A black ray deathstorm released violently with him as the center. Gonku retreated decisively and quickly upon seeing that dirty deathstorm. The slash close to death just now excited him. Just from that attack, I understand that we would perish if we were decapitated. The right head roared loudly. They actually hurt us. I am incredibly furious. At the same time, the meat bubble particles gathered, refusing on Ashura's severed neck. It struck us silently with such high purity. Human powerhouse, you are the most valuable creature to hunt so far. That's far too much of a compliment. Then should I act a bit accomplished? My killing intent has been unleashed. The moment Ashura met those crimson gem-like pupils, the surrounding world quieted down. The environment instantly transformed into a bloody red. Ashura lifted his foot. Sticky blood water stuck to his foot in the ground. Did they open a domain directly? But the surrounding buildings didn't disappear. You must have only extended the domain into reality, then making an independent space. Let us see first what effect it has. Compared to your dirty and disgusting corrosion aura, mine is much better. Instantly, Ashura flashed to Gonku's behind. 6 arms raised simultaneously and making fists. Earthly fiend martial skill, Sunset Hammer. The attack unleashed a brilliant light as it made impact, but Ashura discovered Gonku actually disappeared. Then came Gonku's surprised voice, a magical beast that can use martial skills. Yi's jaw will drop when I tell him about this later. Did you use teleportation or illusion? I'm about to get serious. Genetic technique, blood slaughter and death by 1,000 cuts. At this moment, the blood mist began to gather around Ashura. These blood beads are unusual. Between every 2 blood beads emerged a bloodline, and between thousands of blood beads, the connected bloodlines formed a dense blood net that even mosquitoes couldn't pass through. Ashura was completely covered in a sphere of these blood beads. Then Gonku smiled mischievously. Let the slashing begin. Instantly, thousands of bloodline slashes emerged around Ashura. Ashura was dumbfounded at this time. However, he greatly respected the power of the attack. You are definitely a worthy opponent. However, this is not enough to kill me. But just then, Azura realized something was wrong with his legs. It turns out that there were corpses crawling onto him, and just up ahead was an endless mountain of corpses. Your human killing intent is truly astounding. Such talent would have been a significant path on the Emperor's road. That's just nonsense. I'm not listening. Enough nonsense. We've wasted a bit too much time. We have to hunt more powerful opponents. Let this finish you off quickly. Domain expansion. You're really using a domain expansion as well. I will record this whole thing and show it to Yi later. I have to show that brat how powerful his teacher is. Domain expansion. Boundless beheading. And at the same time, Azura unleashed his domain expansion. Great black sky. But suddenly, countless scarlet rusted chains rolled towards Azura and binding him. Gonku looked at her feet, actually becoming transparent, and retreated. I'm actually disappearing. Great black sky will erase you completely. You gave me a very good combat experience. Goodbye, human powerhouse. You big guy. You really like to brag. Watch me behead you first. At this moment, the guillotine finally fell, directly hitting Azura, chopping his body. Just then, two martial arts domains actually collided and immediately shattered. My jade feet and waist almost disappeared. You are much stronger than that human grandmaster named Li Chongjin. Looks like we must use our full strength to behead you. After all, human martial arts is not what we are best at. We are going to display true power now. Suddenly, spikes with eyes began to grow from Azura's body. At this moment, Azura equipped the spikes that formed into a sword, holding a blade on each hand available. This is getting troublesome. I'm already tired due to my illness. I can clearly sense that he is weaker than me using my killing intent, so I surely won't lose in a head-to-head battle. However, at this moment, Gonku was already wrapped by the death and decay aura. Suddenly, her silhouette exploded from the pressure. Is this scene I just saw a predetermined death? Is this fate? Am I truly going to fall here? But it's alright. At least I died to protect Imperial Capital. They will probably erect a statue for me at Imperial University. But even having lived for hundreds of years, I am still a bit reluctant to leave. I still have a disciple. Little Ihi, your master is going to die. You must take good care of yourself. Big guy, I'll fight you to death. Just then, the sky turned purple. Clouds all revealed purple brilliance, and Gonku's crimson eyes widened. Just who is it this time? Could it be reinforcements? Just then, Ihi, who was wearing a mask, was standing in front of Gonku. I am the one who will help you rewrite your destiny. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Sparrow headquarters, what happened there? Did something go wrong in the battle between special grade combat power Gonku and Azura? Why is the magnetic field in that area chaotic? We can't see the battle at all. What happened? Is that purple light enemy or friendly? Can Imperial Capital be saved? Because at this moment, the sky above the floating city was full of purple energy. At the same time, Azura raised his head to look at the figure standing in the void in the sky. Human strongman, state your name. The masked Yi plainly said, my name is Monster. I am a member of the Monster Organization. You can call me Demon Eyes. The information Fu Hongxing gave us doesn't have this organization, nor the person Demon Eyes. Did Fu Hongxing have ulterior motives? However, let's kill them first then talk. Azura took off on the spot again with a big jump. Original martial art, Black Slaughter Destruction Slash. Azura launched instantly. 6 black slash blade astrals tore the clouds above. Ihi, who didn't dodge, naturally was swept inside by the blade slash. The slash feel was wrong. Is he still alive? Suddenly, a dark purple energy bomb broke through the clouds, shrouding Ihi. Wait a minute, this is huge. A purple earth-shaking explosion was unleashed that covered the entire Imperial University floating city in purple light and heat. Although the 10-headed Yenua template compatibility is still in the primary stage, its skill power not that strong yet. Dealing with you, a magical beast, is more than enough. After all, I already possess an S-class template. Godzilla has successfully evolved. Get up. Magical beasts of your level won't be eliminated so simply. As the smoke of the explosion was shaken away, Azura's body surface covered with a layer of defensive dark gray chi layer. Azura dashed directly towards Ihi in a flash. Despite this, Ihi's perception could easily track Azura's speed with his new passive eye skill. Then Ihi directly urged the newly acquired S-class template. Azura happened to be his first battle after unlocking the S-class template, perfect for testing the blade. The next second, Ihi used cell precision creation in the 10-headed Yenua template. In Azura's surprised gaze, one Ihi figure after another appeared out of thin air beside him, finally forming a circle surrounding him. Using clones created by Sacred Wood cells, superimposed with -1's biomass cell strengthening, it created clones comparable to Ihi's own combat power and energy output. Although the clone bodies were much more fragile than the main body, and cells would collapse and disintegrate under high-intensity energy output, they were still incomparably terrifying. Composed of countless Ihis, gathering energy, and Hellstar doubling that power, it was clear that a devastating attack was about to be unleashed. This is bad. I must avoid this next attack. But just then the world plunged the enemy into a time stop. 15 seconds of time stop domain allowed all of the Ihis to complete the atomic energy wave gathering. When the time stop domain began to shatter, Azura had no time to think. Countless atomic energy light columns, thicker than trucks, roared in, blasting Azura from all sides. This was the nuclear immortal slaying formation. Meanwhile, in the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow headquarters, just as Wang Jiding prepared to send agents for long-distance reconnaissance of the current battle situation, the technician spoke hurriedly to him. Not good. Look quickly at the sky over the Imperial Capital. A second sun actually appeared. The entire Imperial Capital temperature rose due to the second sun in the sky. White light illuminated the Imperial Capital transparently. Even the glass in Imperial Capital began to crack from heat. River water began to evaporate, and this was just the aftershock of the nuclear immortal slaying formation. Soon, the countless Ihi clones began to melt like candles. This was the manifestation of clone bodies unable to withstand high-load energy output, and as the second sun vanished, the temperatures returned to normal and the radiation levels started to decrease. Ihi's eyes hidden behind the mask narrowed. As expected of being a top expert of the secret realm world, the so-called Emperor's 4 envoys is truly prestigious. I never imagined that there really are creatures that can survive the nuclear immortal slaying formation. Even the -1 couldn't adapt to the terrifying energy. You really are a high-class product. I like it. At this moment, 6 scarlet light spots flashed from the eye sockets of the 3 skulls. Suddenly, countless meat bubble particles began to fill the skeletal Azura's fleshless interior. You want to recover in front of my face? Then I can't tolerate it. Accompanied by a sonic boom, Ihi grabbed Azura's skull, then grabbed him flying to to the sky, preparing to transfer the battlefield outside Imperial capital. After all, Yi still couldn't unleash his full power in the city. Human strongman. Since birth, this is the first time we were hurt so badly. Although still far from killing us, enough for you to be proud. We have developed a fondness for talent. The Emperor has completely perfected the old civilization's transformation ritual. Human strongman, are you willing to give up being human and join our high-level race? With your aptitude, in decades perhaps you can become the Emperor's 5th envoy. After all this trouble, I only rank 5th, and still have to wait decades? Is this how you test cadres? What a pity, because I stopped being a mere mortal long ago. Azura crashed into a nearby mountain, and Azura was shot by an atomic breath all the way, smashing through several mountaintops straight. Looks like you have made a decision. We respect your choice. Next, we will bestow upon you the death you deserve. And Yi, now that they are not in Imperial capital, could also stop hiding his identity, displaying all his power, accompanied by the opening of Godzilla's secret art supernuclear light battle body. This human actually didn't reveal full strength when fighting over the Imperial capital. What exactly is this organization named Monster? Does every member have such terrifying power? Then the Emperor's strategy is likely going to be affected. I must eradicate this organization named Monster. Then I have to represent the organization Monster to eliminate you. Saying that, the Starfall saber unsheathed, and the weapons of the combatants clashed fiercely. The attack was so powerful it chopped the surrounding mountains and forests to pieces. Yi and Azura began full-strength blade fighting. The two turned into blue and black streams of light, flashing and colliding rapidly in the mountains. Although I lost my flesh body, power and speed decreased, I am still not something you mere human can confront. Azura had 6 arms, 6 blades waved like a meat grinder, drilling at Yi's defense. Your monster organization is a major threat to the Emperor. Today we will eradicate all your members. But Yi, under the enhancement of nuclear light battle body, power and speed had reached an amazing brand new realm. Despite Azura's powerful combination, it could only blast away Yi. Just then, Azura's foot suddenly stepped on a black substance. It exploded instantly. Large patches of spore-like powder exploded, drowning Azura's skeleton. These spores is the product of combining Godzilla Earth's cosmic cells and 10-headed Yenua cells. I call it YH cells. As for the function, you'll know it soon enough. Accompanied by a crisp finger snap sound, all spores expanded rapidly like compressed towels absorbing water, filling Azura's skeleton instantly like dough. What did you do? Why can't we move? It turned out that Godzilla Earth could infect the entire planet's ecosystem through cosmic cells. All creatures in the ecosystem would gradually be assimilated by cosmic cells, in a sense becoming part of Godzilla Earth, and Azura wrapped by higher-level YH cells. The result was Azura being refined by Yi into his own avatar. In the blink of an eye, a gray-black 6-armed giant with skin similar to Godzilla appeared in front of Yi. Very good. Squat down for me, then jump up. Saying that, the 6-armed giant jumped on the spot, shaking the entire mountain forest. Then Yi grabbed a stone and immediately Azura became like an excited puppy. Yi threw the rock into the air, and it was chased by Azura. Seeing this, Yi was very satisfied with his experiment. At this moment, in the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Director, we have determined the perpetrators. All of this was done by a masked man. The Vortex masked man appeared only in the recent week, mainly active in Great Xia's various fallen cities. He focused on searching for sovereigns in fallen areas and exterminating magical beasts citywide. Every time he appeared, the clouds in the sky would turn purple. Satellites captured this purple light coming from atmospheric cosmic rays. Seems the opponent possessed the ability to control cosmic light. The Director could only ponder this information. Director, according to Nua's psychological profile, the Vortex masked man's purpose is not to recover fallen cities. He's just simply hunting sovereigns in various fallen areas. What peerless fierce man can just hunt sovereigns? Director, we received a message from former Imperial University professor, current special grade combat power Gonku. She said, the Vortex masked man claims to come from an organization called Monster, codename Demon Eyes. Wang Jiding was even more confused now. Demon Eyes? What martial artist force is this? Monster organization. Why do I, the Special Intelligence Bureau Director, have absolutely no impression? Is every member in this organization as strong as Demon Eyes? What are they plotting? But before waiting for him to ask Gonku more details, the picture on the central computer screen made his pupils shrink. After the second sun over Imperial capital extinguished, it revealed an ink-black skeleton. Azura was seen to have actually survived that devastating attack. Is it Azura? The appearance is different from before, but its size and presence is the same. Did it evolve? Just then, they saw the mysterious masked man actually appeared on Azura's body. Demon Eyes? How could he be together with Azura? Isn't he specialized in hunting sovereign-class magical beasts? Surveillance signal was cut off by Demon Eyes, but we detect that Demon Eyes has taken Azura away from Imperial capital. They seem to be leaving now. Great Xia, as the formerly strongest country on Blue Star, now actually fell into a pitiful situation where no one can stop enemy invasion. I am truly ashamed facing Great Xia citizens. Imperial capital 9 families. These rotten families choosing self-protection and fleeing the Imperial capital in wartime. This matter cannot end just like this. The news of Imperial capital encountering a mysterious sovereign-class magical beast attack spread quickly after all. The commotion of Azura fighting Imperial capital martial artists was too big. President, this can't be real, right? But it's true. I have inside information. A total of 7 grandmasters were all wiped out. I even heard Great Xia Dragon Sparrow enabled special grade combat power. That dangerous group was deployed, and only 1 person survived. Then what about our nation protecting grandmasters? Principal Sure, Section Chief Azure Dragon. Even if at the Great Xia border, only need a few minutes to arrive at the Imperial capital for support, right? Moreover, we still have nation guarding martial artist Mr. Fu Hongsheng. Did no top strongman appear in Imperial capital? No top expert appeared in Imperial capital. They all lost contact. The severity of this matter even surpasses Great Xia's 12 cities falling to secret realm invasion. Great Xia, things are going to change from now on. At this time, in the Great Xia Lily Island, Kai family is the #1 family on Lily Island. Welcome the special guest today, even making the Kai family ancestor come out of seclusion personally to welcome. This guest came from the North Baidun Federation across the ocean. This foreign visitor wanted to discuss a big business concerning the future of Lily Island with the Kai family. Although the two countries have always been at odds, business still has to be done. Moreover, it's a big deal. Skip skip the polite words. Our time is tight. If the intelligence is true, Great Xia's only remaining 2 nation-protecting grandmasters and nation-guarding martial artist all confirmed missing, then the ones acting won't be just our North Idun. At this moment, back to Yi and Azura. From now on, you are a member of the monster organization, codename Hook. Even though I can be extraordinarily strong myself, there are times when I need an avatar to act for me. With the increasingly chaotic world, I need to prepare my own forces. So first, we must go to the Mad Doctor. And so, Yi used the Hellstar's ability to turn them invisible as they traveled the sky. At this moment, Yi finally arrived to the location of the secret base. Yi approached a big tree. The next moment, an eyeball actually grew out of the tree trunk. Seeing Yi, even Yi was startled by this sudden scene. Yi did not hesitate and immediately attacked the tree. Suddenly, the tree spoke. "It's me, my lord. Is it you, Mad Doctor? My lord, calm down. I apologize. The entire forest is a biological monitor I synthesized through biotechnology." "I see. Mad Doctor, you really are a real genius. You were able to make an entire forest talk." The next moment, the mountain rock in front opened a passage. "Please enter, my lord. Currently, the base has only been developed for half a month. Somewhat shabby, so please forgive us." "Mad Doctor, how did you make a secret base in a short time? Also, your research results are too fast, right? Base and research funding problems are easy to solve. There are always short-lived sick rich people in this world. I extracted a self-healing factor from the blood in my body. Those rich people rushed to send me money. Moreover, I am scouting suitable vampire conversion targets for my lord. Their social energy is still very helpful for my lord's organization development. As long as my lord agrees, I can start converting. You handle it yourself. As long as no forced buying and selling, doing the crazy stuff like what Laserbird used to do. You should understand my preferences, my lord." Next, I explain the research result problem again. One is because of the help of the -1's biomass provided by my lord. Furthermore, I know the whereabouts of some past Prometheus and Laserbird experts and scholars in this field. I converted them into dependents, forming a research team for you. Subsequently, Yi followed the drone all the way down, accompanied by the elevator reaching the bottom. Yi finally arrived at a space dominated by cold white tones, saw countless biochemical humans with skulls lifted, brains covered by metal instruments, pushing various experimental equipment or holding various documents walking around. Yi could even see many strange flesh and blood organs cultivated in glass vessels. "Mad Doctor, is that you? Why did you change appearance?" "My lord, what is in front of you is my cyborg vessel. In order to provide help for you in the scientific research field to the greatest extent, I completely transformed my main body into a brain through -1's biomass, abandoning all unnecessary organs and tissues, avoiding wasting precious brain power to control the body. Usually, I can only graft part of consciousness like a chip into the carrier to move freely. You don't want a cyber blind date with Manhwa system, do you? Fine, as long as you are happy. This is Hook. He is my avatar. My will can transfer into his body anytime. Store him with you first. You must not do any messy research on him. Rest assured, my lord, I guarantee seeing him is like seeing you personally. I will arrange cyborgs to maintain his body in all aspects every day." Soon, the Mad Doctor began to introduce Yi to the most important research and development project they have. Floating inside was a flesh-exposed creature cub resembling both a fish and a dinosaur, styling extremely similar to Godzilla's first form. "This is Project Artificial Godzilla, my lord. This is the creature I created by extracting original genes from the spines that you gave me before. It inherits the racial talent about controllable nuclear fusion in your dorsal fin, and possesses the ability of -1's biomass to adapt and evolve according to any environment. This will be the peak masterpiece among the biological creations I created. I dedicate it to you, my great lord." "Is this really a Godzilla cub? Very good. I am satisfied with your results. Mad Doctor, to reward you, I decide to bestow upon you the YH cells I newly developed. I look forward to you giving me more surprises. My lord's great grace. I can never repay it." This time he finally completed the urgent matters at hand. It was time to head back to Imperial University.